Overlord, Crimson Dominion. Part 1. Chapter 1, Character Profile. Oriana Arvish D. Valentine, the first vampire of Yggdrasil. Greatest threat to humanity. The Blood Queen. Job, Supreme Being. Residence, Great Tomb of Nazarick. Room on the 10th floor. Alignment, Extreme Evil. Sense of Justice, -500. Racial Level. Vampire 15 LV. True Vampire 10 LV. Primordial Vampire 5 LV. Job Level. Fighter 15 LV. Mage 10 LV. Blood Mage 10 LV. Others. HP 95. MP 90. PHY.ATK 50. PHY.def 80. Agility 65. Mag.ATK 90. Mag.def 80. Resist 90. Special ability 100 plus. Total 740 plus. Ash entered his room after hanging up his jacket and putting his oxygen mask on the table. He started the computer, let out a big sigh, and smiled bitterly. Today was the last day, the day all would become meaningless. He had feared that day, and today it was time for Yggdrasil, the famous MMORPG, and his life to end. He knew it was pathetic, but what can one person do if the outside is so poisoned that even remaining there for over an hour was considered suicide, or if living in this world had no bigger meaning than just being a work slave for the rich? Granted, his life was by no means bad. He had a little apartment that was not destroyed, he was also able to afford food, his job was not in danger, and he was earning a little bit more than the normal salaryman. But that was where the difference ended. His life was as grey, uninteresting, and boring as the lives of his co-workers. They were nothing more than machines, gears in a big clockwork, and even if he was a little bigger than the rest, he knew he would instantly be replaced if he slacked. Yggdrasil was his lifesaver, the reason why his and the lives of many was a bit more colorful. He had no family and no real friends outside of Yggdrasil, that was the reason why he had feared that day. All this would end soon. Ash looked at his computer upon seeing the Yggdrasil logo. He sighed it again, took the helmet beside the computer, and put it on. After that, he started the game, and he felt his consciousness fade and his vision become black. After he could see again, he looked around. He sat in a chair. It was a luxurious chair, and more of them were spread out around a huge table. 2 of these chairs were occupied. In one sat, or rather slipped, a grey substance, a predator slime, a heteromorph that specialized in devouring weapons and armor. And in the other chair sat a being that could only be described as Death himself. He wore black ropes that locked as if they were worth millions of dollars, fine jewelry decorated his bony fingers, and in his white skull burned a pair of crimson eyes, that looked like they could devour your soul. "Hi Oriana, I just wanted to leave, it's getting late." "Hello, Hero, we haven't seen each other in a long time." "How are you?" asked Ash. "Not so good. My work is killing me," said Hero. "Hero, are you sure you want to leave?" "It's over soon anyway," said the skeleton. "Yeah, I am sorry, I have to go. If I don't clock in time, I am going to get fired," answered the slime. "Well then, see you," replayed Ash sadly. Hero left the game. "Shit, does it have to be that way? We built this place with our own hands, and he just gives it all up," said the skeleton sourly. "Look, I am as angry as you are, but it will not change anything, and Hero also has his own life. We have no right to question him if he wants to live that life instead of a game," said Ash. "You are right, Hiya. I am just angry and sad that it will end today," said the skeleton. "I know Momon, me too," said Ash. "Do you want to go to the throne room and spend our last minutes there?" said Momon. "Good idea, let's bring the staff too, that will make you look more like an evil overlord," said Ash. "Are you sure it's our guild weapon?" asked Momon. "Yeah, no one will know." "Come on, let's do this," said Ash. Momon took the staff of Ainz owl gown, and both started to walk in the direction of the throne room. After passing some maids and leaving the big gate behind them, they entered the throne room. It was big, with gold banners and giant chandeliers everywhere. At the end of the room, a big throne was carved into a massive piece of stone. Artworks filled the room, and beside the throne stood a world-class beauty, a woman with long black hair, horns, and wings on her back. I always loved the throne room the most, muttered Ash. It was Obert's idea, if I remember correctly, said Momonga. Oh yeah, he wanted it to be some kind of last boss arena that was his banner. Ash said and started to look at the banners on top of the room. His eyes stopped on one that had two bad wings, behind them were two crossed scythes, and blood was dripping from them as if they had been used a moment ago. Ash looked back at Momonga, who was playing around with the console. Hey, what are you doing? Asked Ash. Nothing. Yes, that's right, I was just looking at Tabula's NPC, relayed the skeleton strangely. PFF yeah, of course, said Ash, and he looked around again. Minutes passed, and the atmosphere became darker at every moment. Only 1 minute, thought Ash. Ash, it was nice that you stayed with me until the end, said Momonga. Of course, I am always with you, Satoru. We are friends after all, said Ash, using a smile emoji. Well then. He closed his eyes. That's it, I guess. He thought as he waited for the feeling to fade and be kicked out of the game. But that didn't happen. He opened his eyes and looked around. He was still in the Great Tomb, but his HUD was nowhere to be seen. What the fuck, cried both a beautiful and a raspy voice at the same time. Lord Momonga, Lady Oriana, is everything okay? Asked the woman beside Momonga. What was that voice, and what does she mean with Lady Ori? What the actual fuck? What the fuck, thought Ash. That voice he heard just now. It was a beautiful, feminine voice. It sounded bright and much higher than Albedo's, almost as if it were from an angel himself. Wait. Albedo can talk, she is an NPC, so she should not be able to. He looked around. He was still in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but his HUD had disappeared, and he felt weird. So, he glanced at his hands. They were beautiful, white, delicate hands with not even a single flaw, and the nails were neatly filed to a point. They looked, without a doubt, female. And then, without thinking further, he ran through the throne room, ran through the big gate, and through the hallways with just one thing in mind: what the fuck had happened. Finally, he stopped. Before him was a door. Without thinking, he opened it and walked in. It was a luxurious room with gold and jewels everywhere. The high ceiling made it look even more noble. Red seemed to be the preferred color, closely followed by black. After looking around, he found his object of obsession, a life-sized mirror. The edges were made of priceless wood, decorated with lines of gold. It was safe to say that even something like a simple mirror in this room was a piece of art. He hesitated for a second, then stepped in front of the mirror. What he saw shocked him. In front of him stood a woman with snow-white hair. Her face was both mature and childish at the same time. Like her hair, even the eyebrows were white, and a black dress decorated her body up to her bosom. In addition, arm cuffs made of lace fabric decorated her pale arms. She looked more like a pretty doll than a girl. Her red eyes and slit pupils only enforced that feeling. He raised his arm, only to be copied perfectly by the beauty in the mirror. He sighed and let himself fall into the big armchair in the room. So, it was as he thought. They weren't in a game anymore. Albedo's question was the proof of that. NPCs shouldn't be able to communicate like that. He also had not heard about an Yggdrasil too, and, he pinched his arm so hard. Blood was drawn. Pain, that was a feature not included in Yggdrasil for various reasons. It was not possible to replicate a feeling like that with the current technological level, and even if it were, it would be illegal. He looked at his arm. The wound and the blood had vanished. So at least my body is working like it should be in the game. As a primordial vampire, his healing powers were the highest of any known species. Even fire worked very poorly in addition to other vampires. That was because his class was a unique race class. If my regeneration is working, I should check if my other skills are working as intended. He activated one of his favorite skills. A big pool of blood started to form, in front of him grew, and a sun took shape, first of a humanoid, then it looked more and more like a girl. In front of him stood an exact copy of himself. It even wore the same looking clothes, but the facial expression looked more neutral than his own. Her own, he thought. Not now, I have time for that later. He shook his head. That was only the first part of my ability. Let's see if the other one works as well. Slowly, He started to near himself and carefully stretched his arm out. The pale hand was only centimeters away. With a jerk, he crossed the last piece of distance and tried to activate his ability, a familiar feeling of drifting away, like falling asleep. And all went black. I opened my eyes. I was in the same room as before. Good, it seems that I am still able to use my abilities. They seem to work exactly as in Yggdrasil. I should do more testing later. I have many more things I should check to see if they still work. But there are more important things to think about now. It would be best to have a plan or some kind of checklist for the most basic thoughts. First, find out where we are. Second, if I can go back home or if I stay here after that, I must train my powers immediately, and... No, there is something more important now. Hiya, I am still running away, but I guess I have to think about this now. I thought and looked into the mirror. The beautiful face from before greeted me again. Damn, what should I do? It was supposed to be a joke. I just wanted to create a vampire princess or a goddess like this. Just for fun and role-playing, but now I am stuck in this body. Albedo called me lady, so this means the NPC should see me as female, but just thinking about it. I was never one of these people who was interested in this kind of thing. I mean everyone for themselves, but I was happy for who I was. Well, for the gender part, being a woman in the world we lived in was true hell. So maybe it was a good thing to come here, being in a different body should be a small price. So, what to do next? I feel uncomfortable being called lady, but wouldn't it be even more weird to be called with male pronouns in this body? Yeah, this shit is so complicated. You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't mean I will change my opinions or preferences, I still like women. But I will change my speech, not because I am a woman but because it seems Albedo thinks I am some sort of royalty. So being a bit more noble should be alright. I don't want to get attacked because they think I am some kind of imposter who stole their ruler's body. Well, I kind of did. Right now, I should probably try to talk to Momonga. I mean, I just left him when I panicked, and I am pretty sure he is as confused as I am. Does message still work? I should try it out. Message. Hello, Momonga, can you hear me? Oriana, is that you? Thank God. Are you alright? You looked a little pale. Yes, I think I am okay. It was just a bit much, and I had to settle a few thoughts, but now I'm fine. Nice, I have gathered the guardians on the 6th floor for a meeting, do you want to come, too? Sure, I'm on my way, and Momonga? Yes. Are you fine? It's difficult for you, too, isn't it? No worries, I'm an undead overlord, remember? The lore mentioned their emotions getting suppressed or something, so, it's fine. Really? I think we should still talk this through. Fine by me, but let's deal with that later. First, we have to do the meeting. Okay, see you then. The message ended, and I let out a big sigh. How do I get on the 6th floor? In the game, I was a blood mage, so I did not have access to spells like teleportation, or greater teleportation, but I could use blood transportation. It's almost like the other two, but it's not the same. Blood transportation can only teleport one person, and it works in a way where your body breaks down into small parts and then reassembles somewhere else. In addition, transportation cannot be blocked by dimensional lock, or delayed by delay teleportation. Only blood magic can interfere with it. For this reason, it was kind of handy in PvP. Blood transportation, I could feel my spell being cast and my body breaking apart, but it didn't hurt. Almost instantly, I appeared in the arena on the 6th floor. The Dark Elf twins were already there, as expected. I looked around and saw Momonga, who looked really uncomfortable because he was being assaulted by a small vampire. Shalltear, leave Momonga alone. I said, with the most resolve I could muster up, and it seemed to work, but it felt strange too. The vampire almost instantly fell to her knees and started to apologize. It's all right, Shalltear, I quickly reassured her. As long as you promise me to think the next time before you act. Strange, why does she act so submissive? Is it because of her flavor text or the fact that I am by lore, the primordial vampire? My lord, my lady. I am sorry for arriving so late, said a tall man in a red suit with glasses. He looked almost like a British businessman. The only thing that might conflict with his outfit was his metal tail. Almost next to him walked Albedo. They must have come together from the 7th floor, which was Demiurge's domain. After arriving, all the guardians kneeled, and Albedo, as the guardian overseer, started to talk. Now, everyone, let us pledge loyalty to the 2 last supreme ones. Shalltear Bloodfallen, guardian of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, presents herself to the masters. Cocytus, guardian of the 5th floor, presents himself to the masters. The guardian of the 6th floor, Orabella Fiora, presents herself to the masters. And I am Mare Bello Fiori, and like you know, I also guard the 6th floor. I am Demiurge, and I have been tasked with protecting the 7th floor. I kneel before you. I, as the guardian overseer, Albedo, kneel before both of you. Momonga didn't speak, and neither did I. I think it was just too much for us. A moment ago, we were normal people. And in the next one, we were treated like royalty. But despite everything, Momonga was still able to talk. Raise your heads. He looked in my direction, and I instantly understood him. At this point, we are in a dire position. I don't know exactly what happened, but it looks like the tomb was transported to another place. Yes, that's right, said Momonga. I already sent Seabass. He should provide more answers. Like he had predicted the future, Seabass arrived. Momonga-sama Oriana-sama, forgive me for being late. It's fine, Seabass, better tell me what you have learned outside. Of course, my lord, I couldn't find a trace of the swamp that used to surround the tomb. In addition, we are surrounded by marshland, not a trace of a human, at least not in 1 mile. That is still not enough. We need to be sure. We should secure the vicinity and make sure no one finds us. We don't know what we are dealing with, I said. Oriana is right, what do you propose? We don't know how strong the enemy might be or if our defenses would even bother them, but we should first try to use the natural environment to our advantage, and we need to build decoys with bait in them. This way, we can see where the enemy's interest lies. We could cover the walls with dirt. This way we could hide the tomb. You want to dirty our walls with dirt? Albedo started to scream but was quickly interrupted. Albedo, I am talking to Mare right now, said Momonga very firmly. Yes, I am terribly sorry for the disrespect, my lord. Alright, I wish that you two arrange everything, but before I will withdraw. I want to know what all of you are thinking about us, your first Shalltear. You, Lord Momonga, are the most beautiful man in the world. And Lady Oriana is a beauty that is in no way inferior to you, she is my superior in any way. Because of necrophilia, fetishes, etc. O.F. Cocytus. My lord. And my lady are extremely mighty and more powerful than any guardian with Lady Oriana even be able to compete with Lord Touch Me, who was the most powerful warrior in the guild. A/N, she's only able to compete with a certain skill combo. Her build is like Momonga's, and just for roleplay, also kill me. Cocytus' speech to write is awful. Aura. Lord Momonga is a merciful ruler and Lady Oriana always knows how to help you. Mare. Why, you're both so kind. Demiurge. So wise that I can only have one word for you, and that would be unfathomable. Seabass. The 2 supreme beings who did not abandon us but stayed by our side until the very end. Albedo. Lady Oriana always helped you through difficult times and stayed with you until the end. A/N, Albedo thinks Oriana is the only one who did not betray Momonga. Finally, Lord Momonga, who ruled over all other supreme beings, is the one I love. Both Momonga and we looked at each other. We both have heard your opinions. We are now leaving to discuss our current matter. Now to work. Greater teleportation, blood transportation, we both shouted at the same time. And vanished. After both supreme beings vanished at the same time, the pressure they all felt suddenly left. But still, the NPCs kept on kneeling as if they did not dare to stand or even look up. Albedo rose from the ground first, and after seeing her, the other NPCs followed suit. That was so scary, Nei-chan, said Mare. Yes, it felt as if I was going to be crushed, replied his sister. This was Lord Momon showing himself as the one and only ruler of Nazarick. That must be it, said Demiurge with a concentrated face. He wasn't like that when he was with us, said Aura. Then this must be the true power of the man who rules the great tomb of Nazarick. That right, he deeply valued our words and also gifted us with the greatest gift, he remained here with us to this day. Albedo's words elicited murmurs of agreement from the NPCs. And also, Lady Oriana, who stayed and didn't express such an aura, which can only mean that she is still loyal to our Lord and still sees him as the rightful ruler of Nazarick, said the demon. Speaking of the supreme beings, I shall take my leave as the head butler. It is my duty to stay by their side and serve them, said Seabass. Of course, Seabass, serve them well, but tell me immediately if they want to see me. This counts, especially for Lord Momon. Momon Samus will always come first. I wouldn't want him to wait, especially if he. I understand Albedo, but I should go now. I would not want Momon-sama to wait, interjected Seabass before Albedo could say something dirty again. That reminds me. Shalltear, is everything all right? You have been quiet for some time, are you sick? Asked the archdevil. Ah, it's just, after being bathed in Momon-sama's presence and being near the strongest and most noble vampire in existence, it could be, that I have wet my pants. You slut, screamed Albedo. What? Having witnessed two of the most beautiful beings in existence, why shouldn't it happen? Just because you're a virgin doesn't mean everybody else has to be one too, replied Shalltear with a smirk. You little bitch. You know what, Aura? That's women's business, said Demiurge, and he managed to sneak away. Wait, what should I do with them? They are insane. Hey Demiurge Cositus Mare wait, screamed Aura in frantic. I, in person, would be very interested in the result. What do you mean? Demiurge? Well, Lady Oriana has not yet expressed the desire for a relationship, but Lord Momon. Well, Albedo would be more than happy, and I believe an heir would be quite beneficial for us. Blasphemy. It is our duty to serve our masters. Of course, if everything goes right, that would be ideal, but wouldn't you want to serve the heir of Momon or Oriana-sama? Heir. Yes. That would be a glorious sight. I could be a uncle. Yes. A uncle. Hiya, that reminds me, are they still fighting? It will not end this soon, answered Aura worn out. They are now talking about something different. It's about who should be his second wife. Why should Lord Momon only have one wife? Unfortunately, we both want to be the first wife, said Albedo. Unfortunate, really, but without your orders, we are bound to only stand around and do nothing, Albedo, said Demiurge. Of course, I almost forgot my duties. I suggest we talk about this some other time, Shalltear. I think I can live with that. Well, then let us conceal the tomb. Oriana POV. We reappeared on the 9th floor and looked around. It seemed we were alone. Momon was panting like crazy even though he did not possess a lung, but strangely, almost 2 seconds later, he calmed down. Are you okay? I asked him. Yes, but I feel very weird. It's like I always calm down if I get too emotional, he answered. I feel different too. The moment Shalltear talked to me, I felt she was beneath me, and I should teach her some respect if she keeps acting like that. I don't think I have everything figured out yet. So let's talk to each other if we find something new, okay? I said. Sounds good. Do you want to go outside the tomb? He asked. Is this a date? Haha, no thanks, I still want to test something out, but don't let me keep you. I smirked about my joke. Sure, let's talk again tomorrow, he smiled back at me. That's fine, take care. And with that, we departed. Now, I still have some things to test. I sat in my comfortable chair and sipped a glass made of an invaluable material. Of course, the contents of said glass were priceless as well. It was a rare monster drop of a monster from Vanheim. Although I really didn't need any blood to survive, it was just too delicious. I had not slept the entire night, well, I was an undead, so I did not require sleep. But I was curious if I could. Maybe I should try it out next time. After regaining my thoughts, I looked at the golden clock fixed on the wall. It seemed it was almost time. I had promised Momonga that we would speak about the current situation. With a clap I attracted the attention of a nearby maid. She and some of her colleagues had dressed me up earlier. They seemed to have quite the fun in that. I let them do it because I did not know how the fuck I should put on these strange clothes. The maid opened the door for me, and I walked out closely followed by her. I could have used my blood transportation, but my current self seemed to like this show of elegance and aesthetic. On the contrary, I hated even the thought of weakness or the slightest bit of disrespect. A good example of that was Shalltear, who did not behave accordingly in my presence. It almost made me lose my temper. I gracefully shook my head and focused on the path I had took. Even though I had not spent much attention, it seems I was right. In front of me was a door that looked similar to mine. The reason for that was that all guild members could design their own room and even upgrade the space with enough data crystals. Naturally, the door was part of that. The maid knocked on the door. We did not have to wait long until the door was opened by the head butler. Seabass was his name, I think. I have an appointment with Momonga, I said. Yes, of course, my lady, please come in, the butler answered. I entered the room closely followed by Seabass and my maid. Oriana, good to see you, come and take a look at that, said Momonga as noble as he could and looked really uncomfortable doing so. Inside I giggled and tried to control my emotions, but I couldn't hide the small smirk on my face. He, Obert and I were the famous Chinibyo trio in the guild, but while I tried extremely hard to be this evil vampire princess/lady, I even went so far as to play a female avatar. But that was just a joke. Obert on the other hand saw this much more serious than me. He was a real Chinibyo. And did not play around like me. Although Momonga wasn't as deep into it as Obert, he was a bigger Chinibyo than he let on. And that haunted him not to forget the proof for all his past sins, his precious creation. Thank you, Momonga, I said. Having much less trouble than him, probably thanks to my special class. What did you want to show me? This, he said and gestured to the mirror of remote viewing in front of him. I was out last night, only a little and not far from the tomb, but with this we can easier plan our next move. I nodded and again a smile could be seen on my face. It just made me feel so happy. I really enjoyed Yggdrasil, but the best thing was being together with friends, exploring unknown territory together, fight strong opponents, or just joke around with them. Maybe I hadn't lost it all yet. Maybe I could experience that kind of feeling of friendship again. A move on the mirror pulled me out of my thoughts. What's that? I asked and pointed at the mirror, but I already knew my new eyes were very sharp. From a bird's eye view I could clearly see everything that happened. It looked like a small village. Knights in full plate armor rode through and seemed to be slaying everyone they could find. Momonga scrolled further in. It showed a man who was wrestling with a knight. Another came from behind and stabbed the pitiful villager in the back with his sword. My lord, my lady, what should we do? Asked Seabass. Nothing, I have no use for them, so why should I help them? Momonga answered coldly and looked at Seabass. That moment he froze. I think it could benefit us to help them, I said. We need information and I need some alive guinea pigs. Momonga looked to be deeply in thought. He shifted his gaze from me to Seabass. You're right. Seabass. Tell Albedo she should increase the danger level of the tomb on maximum, as long as we are outside. Momonga's mood seemed to have changed. His eyes were focused on the mirror. Two girls could be seen running away from two knights. The staff of Ainz Ulgaun manifested in his hand, and he cast a spell. Gate. Henry POV. Henry was running. That was the only thing she could think about right now. Next to her was her little sister holding hands with her. She wondered how it all happened. It all started this morning. Everything was the same as always. She and her sister went into the forest to collect firewood. But a scream had scarred them so that they wanted to go back. At home, the first thing she saw was her mother getting killed by a knight. At the same time her father was trying to fend off 3 of them. After her father saw her, he called out to her, to flee with her sister. "We have to run faster," she called out to her sister, despite knowing they were both out of breath. She glanced over her shoulder. After seeing 2 knights chasing after them, she squeezed her younger sibling's hand. Tears streaming down her face. "If I tell you to run, run," she whispered, hoping that her sister might escape their attackers. The knights came closer and closer. She let go of her sister's hand, pushed her away and threw a punch at the knight closest to her. "Run now, don't look back," she shouted, but her sister did not move, she just cowered on the ground, her legs refusing to move. She saw the knight raise his weapon. Seeing that, she threw herself in front of her sister. Pain she had never felt before went through her body. But she did not let loose of the smaller body in front of her, clinging it like a lifeline. She had closed her eyes and waited for more pain, but that didn't happen. Hesitant, she opened her eyes. What she saw shocked her. An oval obsidian circle floated in the air. It quickly grew in size. Soon after, a creature appeared out of it, that could only be described as Death himself. His skeleton body was wrapped in expensive robes and jewelry graced his fingers. She felt glad that she was not the only one to die today. Those despicable knight would suffer the same fate as her. Grasp heart. In the hand of Death appeared a heart that was quickly crushed by him. At the same time the knight fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. He seemed to be dead. A new figure emerged from the black void. It was a woman, so pretty that some could have said her face was created by a god, with platinum hair, red eyes, and a black dress. Henry could only marvel at her beauty. Oriana POV. After I left the portal, the 2 girls came instantly into my view. They looked rather pitiful with their faces full of fear, and it seemed both had wet themselves, but that was to be expected. Both had experienced so much horror just in the last minutes, and they were only humans. I looked at Momonga. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. I switched my attention to the now crouching and trembling mess that was a knight. I raised my arm. This small movement seemed to have made him even more fearful of me. As he should be, a red tentacle made of blood extended from my hand. I grabbed him and pulled him towards me. He shivered even more. "You smell disgusting, almost as if your blood is stale or watered down, should be a more appropriate term," I said as I wrinkled my nose. "But that's not the reason. We are here today. Tell me why you are doing this. What gain is there in slaughtering defenseless villagers?" I asked and looked him deep into the eyes. His eyes glowed, showing the effectiveness of my racial skills. We are just the vanguard, and abate the destroyed villages should just attract our target, mistress. The knight is getting mind controlled. This is shown by the asterisk. Who is your target? The warrior captain of the Riestai's kingdom, Gazef Stronoff, mistress. Why all this for just one man, tell me? I don't know for sure, my lady, but with the death of the strongest man in the kingdom, the Baharad Empire could take over the kingdom much easier, So, you're in liege with the Baharad Empire? No mistress, I got the orders from the captain from the Sunlight Scripture Nigan Grid Lewin from the Slain Theocracy. Why? Speak to me, vermin. I became much angrier. The Slain Theocracy is at war with the elves we want to build. HRG. His now bloodless body collapsed. I had extracted it with one of my abilities. Maybe I could have gotten more information from him. But that's enough for the moment. Raised dead, the now animated body started to move again. At the same time a pool of blood quickly formed itself into a heart. It was one of my abilities. I could use collected EXP, blood, to enhance/upgrade certain undead. The new created, Vampire Servant, was a rather low-level vampire, although his attack was approximate as strong as a level 40 monster. Although his defense was much weaker at level 20. The only things that made him useful are his 2 abilities. He had a very weak life steal that could keep him from dying, and, the stronger ability, if he was almost dead, he could explode himself, which dealt as much damage as a level 7 spell. Of course, I could also use my own EXP, blood, to create stronger vampires, but that would block 5 to 15 of my levels. Which granted I would get back after a week, but in that time, I could not use most of my higher level skills, including my trump card, because I had to be level 100 for that. Go kill all the knights in the area, I ordered the vampire servant and pointed at the other dead soldier on the ground. After a respectful bow he left. I looked at my hands, my nails were pitch black, a maid had insisted on painting them this morning. These hands had killed a human being. Regardless, I felt no emotion, only anger. Not at the knights, not at their superior, the captain of the sunlight scripture, or their, so-called, state of God. I felt angry at humanity itself. In my old world, humanity drove itself into ruin themselves, killed the whole planet and enslaved the poor. I remembered a time where people caused problems just for the sake of more problems. Humanity is not capable of living a happy life without problems, suffering and sins. The war with the elves, the soldier had talked about, was another proof for that. And it would not take long until they built machines like the ones in my old world. Machines that would kill the planet itself. Maybe this world needed an enemy, something that would create problems, something everyone hated, an enemy that would attack occasionally and prevent them from evolving more, after all. New. Ainz de Jaldabaoth POV. Ainz de Jaldabaoth was a faithful man. In the past he had mocked those who did not believe in the gods, but right now he was doubting their existence as well. What could shatter the faith of a devoted follower of the gods, one may ask? The answer stood only a few meters away. It was a creature that should not be allowed to exist in this world, a blasphemous undead, a vampire. It let out a hoarse scream, vanished and appeared again behind a knight. One hit with its claw was enough to pierce the armor of the knight. Another one tried to use the opportunity to strike but was killed in a similar way. Moral fell, this creature was strong, that was sure, but Ainz tried to keep his calm. He knew he was in a bad spot, but freaking out was not helping either. His thoughts were interrupted by a scream. "You there, keep that thing away from me, you are here to cover for me after all." "Commander Belius," muttered Ainz, and his eyes narrowed. No one in their troop liked him after all. He had tried to rape a village girl and had to seek help after her father had interfered with his lewd desires. His general incompetence made him unfit to be a commander. The only reason he had joined was because his family earned quite the riches back in their country. "I am not someone who should die here, quick, help me." But his pleas were useless. No one of the knights would throw their life away for someone like him. His screams also seemed to have attracted the interest of the vampire. It vanished again and reappeared behind Belius, and instantly it buried its fangs in his neck. Lunges used the opportunity to pierce the exposed back and the already half-dead Belius in the process. But the creature didn't even stagger and continued until it seemed to have sucked the knight commander dry. Only then did it turn around, and Ainz felt the fear he had buried deep inside him rise again. He wanted to shout orders, tell his men to call for reinforcement, to regroup and fall back, but he could not speak. His words did not leave his mouth because the creature was crushing his throat. The next thing he knew was that he felt pain in his stomach and that he was dropped. The screams from his men slowly faded and the world became dark. The last thing he heard was a soft but commanding voice. "Oriana POV. We had left the girls where we found them. Momon had not just healed them. He also gave them 2 horns of the goblin general, an item which could summon a small troop of goblins." "Why did you change your name to Ainz Gaun, our guild name?" I asked him. "I wanted to use the name to give our guild mates a signal if they ever arrived here, but I understand if you think of this as inappropriate," he answered and sounded concerned. "It's really not a big deal, you are the guild master after all. If someone has the right to take on that name, it's you." I smiled. This seemed to have calmed him down. "We should hurry now, hopefully there are still some villagers alive. We need more information." "Yes, that's right, I am sorry I killed that knight from just now, but I was so angry. Come on, let's fly the rest of the way." I extracted the wings from my back and stretched them as far as I could. It felt good. They had a wingspan of over 1 meter, maybe that was the reason it felt so good to just let loose for once. Ainz cast a flying spell and we flew up into the sky. From up there we could see the village much better. It was not difficult to miss even from far away because giant smoke pillars ascending from the middle. I could also instantly see the 5 remain knights. They were standing around the vampire servant who had caused quite a ruckus. The fact that such a low-level monster was still alive meant that there were no special individuals among the knights. That's enough, servant. I raised my voice. The vampire stopped and we landed beside him. Greetings, gentlemen. My name is Ainz and the woman beside me is my friend Oriana. Ainz seized the word. Fortunately, we had remembered to hide our faces. For this reason, Ainz's skeleton face was hidden behind the mask of envy, a mask that could only be obtained by if you were online on December 24th. It was a way for the devs to say, you are online on Christmas, do you got no fire ends and a life? Shitty devs. He also had closed his robe and wore iron gloves to hide his bony fingers and ribcage. I for myself hid my face under a dark veil that could not be seen. Trough. Thanks for magic items, I guess. If you throw down your weapons, I will guarantee your life, of course, if you want to fight. Every knight dropped the weapons they were holding. Oh my little monster seemed to have traumatized them very bad. I thought and felt the desire to giggle. Ainz walked in front of them and they instantly fell to their knees. I will let you go, but in exchange I want you to tell your master that this place is my territory and I, Ainz, will slaughter every one of you, and after that I will go after your country if I ever see you again, and now go and make sure to relay my message. The knights scattered and ran like their life depended on it. Well, it did. Ah, this act is tiring. I could hear Ainz muttering. You are safe now. Be at ease, said Ainz, but the villagers seemed as tense as before. I shook my head, that didn't help. They were completely nervous and I didn't really know how to act. Luckily I had Ainz, I didn't know why, but he was good with people. I gave him a silent signal and moved away a little. Message. Albedo, can you hear me? I asked via message. Yes, my lady, what seems to be the problem? I want you to let 90% of the troops deployed withdraw, let only these specialized in stealth stay. The enemies were so weak the rest is not needed. At once, my lady, replied Albedo. Ha-iya, I sighed. Being a supreme being was stressful. I should speak personally to our reinforcements and check if these knights had support. And with this thought I flew in the direction where I could sense our troops. Gazef POV. Gazef was riding as fast as he could. His eyes set on the horizon and his only goal to reach the near village as fast as he could before the attackers could burn it down. He was sent by the king of the Riestai's kingdom to hunt down and capture these invaders, but every village he and his man went to were massacred and only sometimes did they find survivors. Gazef grit his teeth and tried to bring his horse to run even faster. Despite it being a trained war horse, it seemed to be out of breath and would soon need a break. He looked back at his man. Even though they looked poorly equipped, they were an elite troop and much stronger than regular guards. They were warriors that trusted him and would die for him, the kingdom or the king if they had to. The reason for the bad gear was the continuous weakening of the kingdom. The war with the empire, the rebelling nobles, and the crime syndicate, the Eight Fingers were only a few reasons for that. He focused his eyes on the horizon again and it seemed his fears had been confirmed. Thick clouds of smoke rose into the sky. He narrowed his eyes. What a joke, he thought. He was hailed as the strongest man in the kingdom but couldn't even save a few villagers. He signaled his man to slow down and get ready even though he was late. Maybe he could save at least some of the villagers. The reason for his obsession was his origins. He himself grew up in a village like this before he decided to follow the king. His unit approached the village. As they came closer, he could instantly feel something was wrong. The houses weren't burned down and despite the stench of blood nobody could be found. Were the attackers hiding in the houses? They instantly spotted three figures standing directly in the middle of the village. The biggest one stood out immediately. He was at least 2 meters tall. His robe seemed to be made of the most expensive material and a mask with gemstones hid his face. The next one was a man. His clothes were simple, and he seemed like a normal typical villager. I am not harassing villagers. The last person was without a doubt female. She wasn't hiding, but she stood a little bit behind the masked man. A dress that seemed to be at least as expensive as the man's robe decorated her pale body. She also wore gloves and a veil covered her face. Gazef stopped his horse in front of the three people. I am the warrior captain of the royal guard from Riestai's kingdom. My name is Gazef Stronoff. The king is sending us because of the enemy forces that are causing mischief around here, he said. Thank the gods, we thought we were getting attacked again, said the villager. Gazef looked at the man who spoke. You must be the village chief, but who is this? he asked and looked suspiciously at the tall man and the pale woman. This is... My name is Ainz and the woman behind me is Oriana Arvish D. Valentine. We are just two travelers who came through while the village was attacked and did what we had to do, the big man interrupted the chief. Gazef felt his heart swell with respect and gratitude. He got off his horse and extended his hand for a handshake. In the name of the crown, I express my thanks to you. Maybe we should get inside to discuss what happened here, Ainz suggested and pointed to a house. We should hurry then, it seems that you didn't came alone, the woman interjected and pointed at the horizon. Dust clouds rose, probably kicked up by horses. Yes, I agree, spoke Gazef and made his way towards the house. Captain, it seems the lady was right. Unknown forces have surrounded the village, said one of the soldiers. Who are they anyway? Asked the woman called Oriana. They are using angel summons, so I think they are one of the holy scriptures from the Slain Theocracy, Gazef answered. So, they're in cahoots with the people that attacked the village? Ainz asked. They wore armor from Baharat but they were probably from Slain and tried to trick us, Gazef agreed. Is there something special about that village? So, you don't know either, Sir Gaun. The man called Ainz stared outside the window. They must really hate you, he said. Gazef understood the implication. To think the Slain Theocracy wants to kill me. Gazef looked out the window and observed the enemy, then he sighed. Sir Gaun, would you be willing help me? Of course I will pay you handsomely. Ainz looked at his companion and as if they had a silent conversation both shocked their heads. I am sorry warrior captain, but we have to refuse. And what, if I would enforce your help by the kingdom's law? Gazef tried to negotiate. That would be the worst decision you can make, because we would put up a bit of resistance. Gazef shook his head. All right, without regrets I will move forward, he extended his hand. But I am truly grateful that you protected the village. Could I trouble you to continue with it? Gazef wanted to kneel, but a strong hand prevented him. Who would I be, if I would refuse the request of a cavalier? Don't worry, I will swear by the name of Ainz that I will protect this village. With these words Gazef felt a weight lifted from his herd. Thank you, Lord Gaun, now I can go in peace. Take this with you. Lord Gaun interrupted him again. A gift? Of course I will accept it with joy. Good luck captain, you will need it, added the woman mysteriously. Gazef looked at his man, they were warriors, fine and loyal man. How many of them would die today, because of him? He strengthened his resolve. If they would die today, they would take as many of these enemies with them as they could. Oriana POV. We watched as the warrior captain rode into the setting sun. Ainz had previously said that he liked Gazef Stronoff's eyes, whatever that meant. But I suppose his eyes were different than those of the knights who attacked the village. Unlike Gazef, they tried to run away after realizing that victory was impossible. Gazef on the other hand stayed and even wanted to use his own life to bait the enemies away and save the villagers. That is very commendable and brave. But also foolish. Oh sure, of course, he was the hero in shining armor who sacrificed his life for the common folk and was trying to save them even on the expense of his own life. But that was very naive. His opponents were actively hunting him and using the villagers as a bait. They couldn't be so stupid and come unprepared against the strongest man of the kingdom. Come to think of it. Humanity has always been stupid. Maybe the hunters really were thoughtless, uneducated idiots who couldn't even think of something so simple. But not even that could compete with Gazef itself. What does he think would happen if the strongest man in the kingdom died? I didn't know how big the consequences would be because I knew little about the kingdom. Therefore, I could not say with certainty what inner conflicts his death might trigger. One thing, however, was crystal clear, and that was the response from other countries. The soldier I had interrogated had spoken about their goal to weaken the kingdom to enable the empire an easy takeover. Which meant he was irreplaceable for the kingdom right now. And still he threw it all away just to save a small village. He was naiver than a young child. Again, I withdrew from my thoughts. It was about time, Gazef should reach them soon. Ainz and of course me wanted to see what the so-called strongest warrior in the kingdom could do. So, we both used a summoner-specific ability called Shared Vision, which had the effect of showing us what our summons could see. We both had a summon station near the field that would soon be a future battleground. What followed was a great spectacle. Gazef used many unknown techniques which did not exist in Yggdrasil. But it was as I expected, even his will to fight could only last that long. Soon he was on the ground as just his man, the great warrior reduced to nothing more than a beaten dog, ready to be taken out. He stood up again, but what good did that do? He had no strength left and would die regardless. "It looks like it's time to switch," said Ainz. He took my hand. The view changed and we teleported. I looked at the magician unit in front of us. All of them wore the same equipment, but it did not look like the typical magician robe, it was more like an armor. "Greetings, gentlemen from the Slain Theocracy. I am Ainz Olgaun and the lady behind me is Oriana Arvish D. Valentine. But please call me Ainz. Lower life forms do not have the right to address me so casually. Do not expect the same honor my friend has bestowed upon you," I said. It felt weird. Previously the kingdom's knights had been disrespectful too, but it didn't bother me this much at that time. Now on the other hand I felt disgusted at the idea of this vermin calling me by my first name. "I have some questions for you regarding your summons. Are they the result of a third-tier divine spell?" Ainz asked. But the man didn't respond. In fact, he even dared to ignore the question and ask his own. "Enough nonsense, where is?" "Quiet, my friend is talking," I interrupted him firmly and let my aura run wild. The effect was similar to Ainz's aura of despair but not the same. My aura should not even influence him and still it did. The cosmetic description of the ability in Yggdrasil said, "The aura of the primordial vampire instantly compels any, lesser vampires, to change their allegiance. Normal, vampires, in the pretense feel the need to bow and are unable to take part in a fight. Even, true vampires, are unable to resist the authority completely and drawn to protect, serve and respect the primordial vampire. They are also greatly weakened in a fight against the pinnacle of their race." Nowhere was mentioned that it had the same effect on humans, but still, it did. That meant that my assumption was correct. This world worked different than in Yggdrasil. "Let the angels attack them," the now scared and rude idiot shouted. Blood Ray, my 6th tier spell activated. Beams of blood started to destroy every angel that came near us. Of course, I did not fear them, but I hated the thought of having to deal with another dress-up event from the maids that would surely follow if my dress got dirty. After all the angels were destroyed, I nodded seemingly pleased. My inner peace did not last long as the unfriendly mortal drove away my good mood. "That's not possible. Monster. Take this, you monster. Holy rain. Die. Fireball. Blindness. Holy fire. Lesser evil. Holy light." They chanted, but I just stood there confused and looked into the sky. Just now I felt a presence up there. It was likely someone was spying on us. This person was likely from the Theocracy. I shifted my attention back to my dress. Luckily it was not dirty. "Oh!" A cry again interrupted my line of thoughts. It was a human with something that looked like a slingshot who tried to shoot at me. Annoyed I flicked my finger, and he exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. PR Principality of Observation. Attack. The man ordered his much bigger summon to attack me. Which, was of course futile again. Blood spear, like the weaker angels before, this one crumbled as well. I in just one hit. "Who is this?" "Commander Nigan, what should we do?" shouted the pathetic sheeps. "I know, protect me if you want to life." "I will summon an angel of the highest order," the man called. Nigan declared and took out a blue crystal. "Wait a moment, isn't that a spell-sealing crystal?" If an angel of the highest order was really sealed in this crystal, I needed to fight seriously. Even Ainz, who was quiet the whole time, became serious. I took out my scythe and made myself ready. Unfortunately, I already used my trump card on the first day in my room to find out if it still worked. But my normal build should be enough. What really came out of the crystal shocked me. Behold! The highest of the highest angel. Dominion authority. Nigan declared, proud as if praising the seas of his dick. I resisted the urge to bury my head in my hands and looked at Nigan as if asking him if that was a joke. Angel of the highest order. My ass, this angel was mid-tier at best. Behind me Ainz was mumbling something about becoming a stand-up comedian, and Nigan. Well, he was still talking shit. Yes, you should be proud to be disintegrated by an angel of the highest order. You truly are strong, and I personally would like to take you as a subordinate, but unfortunately I am not able to do so. Now perish, because nothing can stand against 7th tier spells and red evening, I chanted, and everything turned red like a painting. After turning everything red, I consumed it, the color faded again like a sunset and with it, the angel, and the holy radiance it had emitted. What seemed to be what everyone was thinking but none of them made a sound. Magic that can even destroy Dominion authority, who in God's name are you? Hyea. I sighted and looked at the mortals who stood before me, they were trembling. What an excellent question, you should have asked it way earlier. But you didn't want to. You wanted to do anything but ask. Even though it is far too late for you, I shall answer at least one of them, I said. My aura started to leave my body, it was so intense. Nigan and his flock kneeled instantly. I pulled back my veil and gave them a mocking grin. The white of my teeth flashed in the darkness. I am the first vampire, the primordial one, also known as, mother of all vampires, I said, but it seemed as they had already fainted. You did quite the number on them, Oriana. Ainz finally spoke up. They are as dishonorable as they are fearful, just scum, they deserve no better. I answered and shocked myself with this cruel reply. They will make a good information source, speaking of how we proceed. I asked. I wanted to go to the city the village elder spoke about, to get more information and, well, get some air. Do you want to go with me? Asked Ainz. Thanks, but I have something different planned. I will visit this Theocracy. The one who was spying on us is most likely also from there. I will investigate and see what they are all about. Ainz nodded. So you also noticed? Fine then, I presume we will see each other in Nazarick then. I will go ahead. I focused on my gaze on the starry sky. Speaking of, I need to talk to somebody. Demiurge POV. Demiurge walked slowly down the large hallway. His black shoes clacked on the floor. He was wearing his usual suit with his red necktie just as his creator intended. Everything was as usual, except the gentle smile that could be seen on his face. It showed joy and satisfaction. The question was, what could make a tormentor of humanity, a sadist who enjoyed torturing people, an archdemon, smile? Well, the answer was quite simple. Demiurge had been summoned personally by the supreme being Lady Oriana herself. An honor that made the archdemon happy like a little child on his birthday. What could Lady Oriana need from him? He looked up and recognized the rich-looking door which was the entrance to the supreme being's domicile. He inspected his immaculate clothes and nodded contentedly. He always paid a lot of attention to the condition of his clothes, but before meeting on of his master's extra care was necessary. He knocked at the door and soon after a maid opened it. I am expected, he said. The maid bowed and made space for him to enter. What welcomed him was a large luxurious room. In one of the giant armchairs near the fireplace that housed a glowing red fire, sat his lady. She was holding a book and glass with a red substance within it stood on a table next to her. She looked up, it seemed as if she had only just noticed him, but Demiurge knew about her keen hearing and that she had noticed his arrival probably much earlier. Leave us, she ordered the maid who had stood beside the door, bowed and left the room quietly. Demiurge, it is good to see you, come and take a seat, said his lady pointing to the sofa opposite to her. Thank you, my lady, he replied and took a seat, like a good boy, not like young Skywalker. The reason why I have summoned you here today is that I have a task for you before I will continue with my plan. As you have probably heard, Ainz is going to visit the kingdom disguised as adventurer to collect information. He has offered me to join him, but I politely declined him. Why is that, my lady? Demiurge asked. He could practically feel the wisdom of the woman in front of him. I have different plans. It's about ensuring that humanity is not a threat. How can these worms ever be a threat to us, my lady? He asked confused. They pose a threat not only to us, but also to the planet. They are multiplying far too quickly for my liking. But the biggest problem is that they will invent very dangerous things. They will become dangerous if you give them time, his lady replied. I want to keep them small, so they are not able to do as I said earlier, his lady said and took a small sip from her glass. Very good, as expected, the blood of a female light elf does have a very unique and pleasant taste. Which blood do you like it the most, if I am allowed to ask, my lady? Demiurge asked curiously. Of course you can, I am not quite sure myself, but I think it depends on several factors. First, the most important thing seems to be the level. The knights which I have encountered in the village smelled disgusting. In the end I was only able to drain the blood out of them using my tentacle, but even thinking about drinking it normally spoils my appetite. In my opinion, the second most important thing is personal taste. After all, every race tastes different. And what is also important is the cleanliness of mind and body. If they were in pain all their lives, their blood would have to taste much worse than if they had lived a good life, his lady explained. But enough of that, I wanted to talk about something much more important. To solve our little problem, we just need to reduce their number. This prevents them from evolving and becoming too big to cause much trouble. Of course, I don't want to tarnish our own name, so I will create an organization or some kind of cult to serve as our world enemy. I want you to be part of that organization, one of 7 leaders in fact. I will also send a replacement for me, so we are already 2, the rest will be picked accordingly. Now all we have to do is cause a little chaos with this organization every now and then and our problem will be solved, his lady explained. You are tasked with founding this mysterious organization. You are in charge when I am busy, but report to me if you do anything drastic. I will travel to this Slain Theocracy to gather information about them. I want to make sure what this state of God is all about. After all, believers are one of the most dangerous thinkers there is. That's all. I will be leaving in 2 days, make sure you are ready by the time I get back, Lady Oriana said. Foo, what a great and wise plan, leave it to me my lady, said Demiurge. He could already see what other, still unexplained thoughts his lady had. He left the room still thinking about the conversation and what wonderful things he had learned about Lady Oriana. Ultimately, it was a great honor and joy to learn more about the supreme beings. And what made him even more happy was the task he had been appointed with. But still, what Lady Oriana had revealed about her personal taste. Maybe he could incorporate this into the idea he had for a while. And he already had the right name for this project, the Happy Farm, a place where he would not only make scrolls from the skin of these animals, humans, but also breed them to create better farm animals to restock Nazarik's resources. One part of the farm could be used to breed perfect specimens that Lady Oriana would feed on. He just had to respect Lady Oriana's preferences. And with a new idea in mind, the archdemon made his way to the 7th floor. Oriana POV. I watched as Demiurge left my private room. At the same time my maid, who seemed to have waited in front of the door, stepped back in. With her was another woman who I instantly recognized. It was Mariana, a vampire NPC. She was neither a created NPC nor a mercenary NPC. I had gained her during a limited event, and she was around level 80, which gave her the power level of a normal mercenary NPC. Mariana came towards me while the maid positioned herself in the background to wait for further orders. My lady, you have asked for me, how can I please you, she said and instantly bowed. Very strange, because I did not create her, for this reason she should not have a flavor text. But even without that she still acts respectful and submissive towards me. Is this how the devs have caught her, or is it because of my status as Primordial Vampire? I have called you because I want you to join me on my outside adventure, and we still have much to talk about. I hastened to say after realizing I had forgotten to answer. As you wish, my lady, she responded and kneeled to the floor. The most important things first, we will be leaving in 2 days. Until then I expect you to prepare some things for the trip. A good disguise for staying undetected will be crucial. I don't want anybody to find out that we are vampires. They seem to be looked down upon, especially in the Theocracy, where we will go. I understand, Lady Oriana, Mariana responded and started writing on a notepad. God knows where she pulled it out from. We will be traveling by carriage. Of course we want to raise as little attention as possible. Because of that we will take some servants with us. Just 2 people on a trip through the country is too suspicious. Your knowledge knows no bounds, my lady, Mariana praised me and scribbled something on her notepad again. Yes. I appreciate you trust in me, I replied, a little embarrassed to her high praise. To come back on topic. If someone gets too interested in us, we will pose as merchants and use our high profile as cover. You will also be responsible for gathering information as soon as we arrive in town. But my lady, who will help you with your personal need if I, as your most faithful servant, am not there to help you? It would not appropriate for a woman of your status to take care of herself. I believe I am the best suited for that task, she replied enthusiastically. As I said earlier, we will take some servants with us. But if you really want to pose as my personal maid, I think that is acceptable as well. Thank you, my lady, you are too kind to me, Mariana replied and tried to bow down even more. Well, well, now hush and leave me, I have other things to attend to. I expect you to be ready in 2 days. Prepare everything you need including your outfit. We will meet at the entrance of the tomb. As you wish, my lady, I will not disappoint you, Mariana said, and I watched her as she left my room. Now for the unpleasant part. I still must choose a travel wardrobe. Ainz POV. Ainz sighed without a lung and looked in front of him. The pile of papers on his desk seemed endless. It didn't matter how many of them he went through, whether he agreed or rejected the suggestions on the documents. It just would not end. Fortunately, it would no longer be his concern. He had convinced the Guardians to let him, and Oriana go for a reconnaissance mission to personally assess the situation in the New World. Originally, he wanted Oriana to accompany him, but it seemed the vampire had something else planned. He chuckled. Ash always was like this. When there was a problem, he was most of the time too prideful to let somebody help him. Ash would sometimes try to solve the problem by himself even though teamwork was much more appropriate in such a situation. But if his friends were in danger, he would do everything he could to help them. His non-existent brain switched to Overlord. Jan would be proud, when he laid eyes on his arch-nemesis again. The top sheet of paper immediately caught his eye. He picked it up and scanned it quickly through. It was from Demiurge. The content seemed to be something about a project to restock Nazarik's resources. He remembered his concerns about that topic. Although Nazarik was rich on resources, they could not waste any of them because since they weren't in Yggdrasil anymore, getting replacements was difficult. But maybe Demiurge had found a solution to solve that problem. Without hesitation, Ainz reached for the stamp and marked the document to show his approval. If the demon was really successful in his endeavor, Nazarik would have one less problem to deal with. He put the document on the processed pile and took the next one. Just a little more and I can get out of here. Oriana POV. After my travel wardrobe was finally selected and the necessary items for the trip were stowed in the carriage, I stepped to the surface of the tomb. Mariana and 2 masked figures were already waiting for me. The masked figures were level 90 mercenary NPCs called Hanzos, who I had ordered to also wear different clothing to mask our identity from any outsider who might see us. My lady, Mariana exclaimed and started to kneel, again. Mariana, you don't have to kneel all the time. Respect is important and good, but I am fully aware of your devotion to me. It is only necessary when we are in the presence of others. As you command, she replied, and I could have sworn that her hand twitched for a salute. She came to my side and held the carriage door open for me. One of the Hanzo sat in a carriage seat while the other followed us inside the carriage. I had already planned our route. After much deliberation, I decided it would be best to drive through the Katsa Plains. While there were certainly some guards there controlling the border, it would still be better than driving through the most important fortress in all of Riestais, as that would certainly attract attention. Additionally, the little witnesses we would encounter could still be mind-controlled or killed. Katsa Plains was the home of the undead, and because the people in this world seemed to hate the undead, traveling through them could be considered much safer. Only the border of Slain worried me a bit, but the idea that we could also leave the carriage and become invisible to enter the Theocracy convinced me. And since I was a vampire, we could travel for days without the need for sleep, food and rest. The others also did not need anything like that, and because of this we moved quickly forward. Although there wasn't much to do, I really enjoyed our little trip. The trees, the big fields, the animals. It was just so peaceful. I was a primordial vampire who naturally strived for respect, dominance, luxury, and blood. But peace was almost as good as that. After hours of traveling, we finally reached the borders to the Katsa Plains. The natural environment almost instantly disappeared and was replaced by plain barren ground. There were neither plants nor animals to be found in this area. It almost seemed dead and abandoned. Which is to be expected, as it has been turned into a breeding ground for the undead by the annual wars of the kingdom and empire. It was another feature that did not exist in Yggdrasil. I had learned that dead bodies would reanimate on their own. This allowed them to become undead without the need for a sorcerer. Since they naturally spawned, they would not disappear after a certain time. Which led to another quirk of this world. Areas with a lot of undead produced not only more but also stronger undead over a longer period of time. It was almost like an infinite cycle of death meant to destroy the living. Good thing, I wasn't one of the livings. My lady, one of the Hanzos interrupted my thoughts. I have scouted the area in front of us and I have found a little camp. Continue, I ordered. Of course. The camp consists of 26 men and 3 women. However, the women and one of the men are kept in cages. I therefore suspect that they are slave traders. The Hanzo dutifully reported. Interesting. Although I normally like to avoid trouble, they will serve as an information source for us. Maybe they know more than the people in the village, I said and turned my thoughts to the previous topic. After less than 10 minutes we arrived at the campsite. The carriage stopped and I looked outside the window. Our arriving seemed to have alerted them, they started to surround us and drew their weapons. I sighed at the prospect of what awaited me. Chances were very good that they were a bunch of cliché thugs. As I exited the carriage, I was immediately hit by a smell that made me wrinkle my nose. I would not even think of attempting to drink their blood. As I had previously told Demiurge, the quality of blood was determined by many factors and cleanliness was without a doubt one of them. Their overall smell of their blood made me question the advantages of my sensitive nose. "Oh, look at that one over there, boys, what do you think, isn't she a cute one?" One of the humans commented and showed me a disgusting smile which exposed the little teeth he still had. "Must be a noble, she really looks pretty, we should sell her," another human said. "Yes, but let's have fun with her first and break her like the rest of them," said another, pointing to the cages behind him. I sighed. Something in me started to change. Before I was just annoyed and disgusted, now something else arose within me. It was something dangerous and primitive. I had not felt it before, but I made a mental note to look out for it. I pointed at the 3 men before me. "Triple maximize magic, blood clotting," I chanted, and they froze. "Silence apes, I was not expecting much of a conversation with you but that you would even try to abduct me." My aura flared up and I started casually walking towards the 3 paralyzed men. "You 3 will regret speaking to me in that tone. No, you will regret every single decision towards this moment. Even being born will be something you will start to hate and to wish to be untrue. Mariana, I want them transported to Nazarick, throw them in the deepest prison we have and tell everyone that I will deal with them personally." I ordered. I felt angry, disrespected, and humiliated. My entire being hated them from their stupid faces to the smell they emitted. Why am I so angry right now? I should not even bother, but still, torturing them just seems like the right thing. What is happening to me? "As you wish, my lady," Mariana responded and pulled me out of my thoughts. I walked through the remaining men, towards the cages. Every single person I passed just exploded, their blood splattered everywhere, and they began to panic. Some tried to run but they had the same fate as the others before them. Of course, it was not difficult to kill them as the primordial vampire, popping them like balloons was an easy task. Had their blood contained more EXP the effect would not have been so devastating, but since they were this low level it was fairly easy for me to manipulate their blood and delete them. Panic surrounded me, I could almost taste their fear. But I did not care, it felt as if I was stomping on some ants. I reached the cages, a quick snap destroyed the locks, but nobody made any effort to come out. I reached inside to grab for one of the women and looked her into the eyes, they looked blank and lifeless. "Do you want to die?" I asked in a cold voice, but she did not even respond. "I will kill you if you don't stop me," I said, but her eyes stayed as lifeless as before. Splash. I withdrew my blood tentacle. The death had been in an instant. I moved to the remaining 2, but the result was the same, they were as empty as the first one. I started to walk towards the last cage inhabited by a man, the only one in a cage in fact. He looked scared, still there was something in his eyes. Hate, that was for sure, but not for me. It seemed to be directed at his abductors. "What about you, do you want to live?" I said, but I already knew the answer. I want to live," he stuttered, but I could hear his determination. "I can see it in your eyes, you want revenge, am I right?" I asked. "Yes," he answered steadily this time, and his eyes darted to the remaining men covering on the floor. I inspected my fingers, an idea hit me, there was something I still had not tried. The sharp nails pierced my flesh and drew my blood. I let it flow down in front of him and offered him my hand. "Then drink, child, and be reborn once more. Take this cursed hand, for it will bring you your revenge. Follow it, serve it, because it will be your new purpose. You will not be the same as before, stronger, better. Humans might hate us, curse us. That may be true, but in exchange you will become immortal. Betray me and you will suffer for eternity. Stay loyal and you will strive. I said and he drunk. Felix POV. The sun went slowly down at the horizon and colored the landscape golden yellow with its beautiful light. An event which he would normally have enjoyed, but today was not normal. He was neither in the right position nor the right mind to savor this show of nature. He shifted uncomfortable and tried to regain a better position, but the little space he had been granted was not enough for that. His hands were cleaning the bars of the cage, and he gritted his teeth. His anger began to build up and he gave his tormentors a hateful look, as if he wanted to burn them with his gaze. He wanted to hurt them, torture each of them into insanity and make sure they would regret every life choice they made, but he knew better. Not only were they taller than him, but he also felt very weak, probably due to his lack of food, sleep, and the constant beatings he had to endure. The reason he found himself in this situation was because of his parents, whose addiction to black dust, a drug common in the kingdom, had made their financial situation even worse than before. To the point where not only had they amassed a huge mountain of debt to the kingdom's most famous crime syndicate, the Eight Fingers, but they were also forced to sell him and his younger sister. Since her birth, his sister was the only person in this world he truly cared about. His parents were terrible people even without drugs and only stayed together because it was more convenient for them. They had never wanted children and he and his sister had only been conceived by accident. He had always tried to be the best big brother he could be, by taking his parents' beatings, when he had to give her some of his food or comfort her whenever he could. And now she was dead. After their parents handed them over to the criminal organization to pay off their debts, he lost the last bit of love he had for his parents. He had really hit rock bottom. Well, that's what he had thought. It seemed like no matter how much you lost, you could always lose more. Less than 2 days after their capture, his sister was raped for the first time by her captors. But that wasn't the end, it repeated itself over and over again. His sister had stopped crying and became quiet and empty. Her eyes began to look hollow and she stopped speaking altogether. The last straw that broke the camel's back was a few days ago. After another round with her tormentors, she had found a small shard, probably from one of the many bottles the thugs had left behind. Without hesitation, she pushed the piece into her artery. He had held her hand as she collapsed in the cage next to him. A smile crossed her face and she whispered something to him. I am sorry. The assholes hadn't cared about her death. The only reason they were worried was because she was, technically, property of the organization. Nightmares began to invade his mind day and night. He heard her crying, begging and screaming, it just wouldn't go away. Until one night he was woken up again in the middle of the night. He listened into the darkness and sure enough there was something there. It seemed to be the sound of a cart or carriage, and after turning as best he could in his cage, he could see a light that looked like a lantern attached to a carriage seat. The carriage stopped just before the camp, that of course caught the attention of the bandits and they started to surround their new prey. After a few moments the door opened, and a beauty emerged that this world had not seen before. Her pale skin was shining in the dark as were her blood-red eyes. He was afraid for her safety because he didn't want to experience what had happened to his sister again. His greatest fear seemed to repeat itself when the bandits started talking about selling her. Some even wanted to rape her, but his fears proved unfounded as the lady started walking towards the cages and any person who tried to attack or escape exploded. Soon it reached him and his fellow prisoners, an unknown force destroyed the locks, but he couldn't move. He was scared. Anyone would be scared if they witnessed this massacre, but he was also happy. Something inside him was just grateful, but also wished that it was him who could tear them apart. Too late he noticed that the lady who was now standing in front of him had asked a question. I want to live, he replied hastily. I can see it in your eyes, you want revenge, am I right? The lady asked. Yes, he answered with determination. If he truly would be given that chance, he would take it. The sharp nails of the pale woman pierced her beautiful hand and blood started to drip onto the ground in front of him. Then drink, child, and be reborn once more. Take this cursed hand, for it will bring you your revenge. Follow it, serve it, because it will be your new purpose. You will not be the same as before, stronger, better, humans might hate us, curse us. That may be true, but in exchange you will become immortal. Betray me and you will suffer for eternity. Stay loyal and you will strive, she said, and he drunk without hesitation. Pain. His nails started to fall out. It hurt. His heart started to slow down. He was dying, he thought. What have you gotten yourself into? It was almost like he heard a voice speak to him. Why? The voice asked. His hair also fell out, too. Why? The voice asked again, sounding even angrier. Revenge, he thought. His teeth falling out too. Is that truly worth it? The voice asked. Ha! His eyes began to bleed. Give up, the voice demanded. No, he responded weakly. Why? No. I still must do something, he answered, but he could not remember what it was. The pain was too strong. Is it worth that much pain? The voice asked. Hiya, he wanted to give up, his mind felt fussy. Give up, the voice demanded again, and he started to slowly close his eyes. Brother, he heard a female voice calling him softly. Sister. That's right, his sister. Sister? The voice asked confused. Yes, he replied. Truly? Yes, I wanted revenge, he thought and remembered the faces of the men who had hurt her. All right, the voice declared. The pain started to fade. He could feel his nails regrowing. Stronger and better, he noticed as they dug into the iron bars, which he was still holding on to convulsively. His hands touched his head. Silky and pleasant, he thought as he stroked his regrown hair. His rapidly beating heart began to stutter. So cold, he noted. Strength, he could feel it. Light, he thought, he felt so weightless. Bump. Bump. His slow beating heart became even slower. The inside of his mouth hurt like hell as his new teeth grew. Bump. Bump. Slower. Bump. Bump. Even slower. Bump bum. His heart stuttered. Bump. One last powerful pump and his heart stopped beating. He opened his crimson eyes and saw the world in a new light. Felix POV. Felix sat on one of the padded seats in the now moving carriage. They had resumed their journey a few hours ago, and although he already had plenty of opportunities to speak to the woman sitting in front of him, he didn't really know what to say. The things that had happened to him in the last few hours should have been traumatizing. That did of course not include the death of the monsters that had tortured his sister. He would have enjoyed what he had done to them after waking up anyway. What had happened to him was another matter. He felt so much stronger, like he could just rip a man's spine out. His reflexes had increased, and he could see at night like he could during the day, and that was just the beginning of his newfound strength. Emotionally he felt also different. He felt like everyone was prey and he was the predator, a thought which had scared him. Who was this person who could turn him into what he was now with just a little of their blood? He tried to glance at her unobtrusively, but her blood-red eyes met his. He got goosebumps and almost jumped back. It was like an instinct that guided him. Just as he had begun to look down on the weaker ones. It seemed as if he had also instinctively learnt to listen to those who were stronger than him, but... It's not just her strength that intimidates me. Are you feeling different, my boy? The woman asked, and he nodded with his head. That is to be expected, after all you are not human anymore. But I think you already figured that out. She said and put aside the book she had been reading. He did not speak, it felt wrong to interrupt her. The woman blinked and made a confused face. Oh yes, that is right, you can speak, young one. Thank you, I just wanted to ask who you are. I am Oriana Arvish D. Valentine, the first vampire and the greatest threat to humanity. Threat to humanity? Felix asked, confused and with a little bit of fear inside him. Calm yourself, you are no longer a part of the human race, you are now a vampire, she said, and Felix nodded. That confirmed his suspicion. I have heard stories about strong vampires. Like the vampire Lord Lawnfall who destroyed an entire country, but your name wasn't mentioned in any of these stories. Does this mean you have only recently awakened, my lady? He asked. Something like that, she said and started to twirl her hair. Speaking of which, where are we going, master? Our target is the Slain Theocracy, or more precise their capital, she answered. To say he was confused was an understatement. First, he was miraculously saved from his imprisonment. After that he was transformed into a vampire, was able to take revenge on some of the men who remained, and now he was sitting with the same woman that arranged all of this in a carriage who happily talked with him. The most important thing was, why is she sharing all this information with me? Sure, some things were pretty harmless, but to announce the theocracy as her travel goal. She was a vampire, an undead, the enemy of mankind, she herself had confirmed that. Because of that it was very dangerous to openly state her intentions. He thought and looked up again. You are probably asking yourself why I reveal so much about myself and my intention, right? She asked and crossed her legs. What was that? Can she read my mind? He thought, his inner self in turmoil. Although I can read your mind, I don't have to. Your facial expression alone tells me enough to guess the rest, she answered to his unspoken question. To come back to your original question. Do you not feel it? What? He asked, feeling confused. You should be wary in my presence, am I right? This is your inner vampire or instinct. You instinctively know I am stronger and above you in the natural order. Because of this your body refuses to act against me in any way, she explained. And what about the connection you talked about? He asked, interested. So, you still don't feel it? Well, you were transformed by my blood, which of course means that a part of me is inside you. For this reason, I am also able to read your thoughts. I could even take over your mind and control you like a puppet. But rest assured I have no such desire. If I would have wanted a mindless beast, I could have just created a vampire out of your corpse, his new mistress said and turned away from him. Master, he said and looked at her questioningly. It seems we have almost reached the border, Lady Oriana answered and pointed out of the window. As she had said, he discovered the end of the barren desert through his superhuman vision. But since our destination is the capital, it will probably take more days until we arrive. Let's use the time productively. You could tell me more about the kingdom and the theocracy or try to better understand your new abilities, his lady suggested and opened the book that she had put aside again. Of course, master, he said and closed his eyes to concentrate. Ainz POV. Ainz sat alone on a chair in his room that he had recently rented. His body, which was otherwise covered in robes, was protected by black full-plate armor and an equally black helmet lay on the table next to him. A rather unsuitable outfit for a magic caster, some would even call it inappropriate, but this outfit was part of his cover, hiding his identity to gather information. That's what he told the NPCs. He just wanted to take a break from doing paperwork and go on some adventures, but of course he could never put it that way. He was the Overlord of Nazarick, their boss, and according to the NPCs, a wise man. He had come to this city 2 weeks ago and a lot had happened in that short time. He had gotten into a bar fight, agreed to escort a young healer to the village of Karn, and along the way he had tamed a giant hamster, said to be a legendary animal. And if that wasn't enough, the boy he had brought safely back to the city after completing the mission was kidnapped by a cult called Suranon to be used for one of their dark rituals. Which led to him having to fight through a huge horde of undead in the cemetery where the masterminds were hiding to rescue the boy. At least his strength was recognized, and he was promoted to the mithril rank, which made it easier to get information. Originally, he wanted to travel with Oriana and have adventures together like the old times, but the well-being of Nazarick came first and she had been determined to investigate any hidden danger that might threaten them. For that reason she had gone alone with just 3 guards to collect information in the Slain Theocracy. Speaking of, she should have already reached the capital by now. Ainz sensed some magic inside the room. Alarmed, he jumped back and looked behind him. A red mist began to form in the air. It condensed and soon formed the shape of a woman. Although the woman looked more like a red ghost than a physical being. Ainz visibly relaxed after recognizing her. Oriana, it's nice to see you, he said and sat down. It's nice to see you too, Ainz. How are things going? The red projection asked. Messy, that's for sure. It feels like having done 10 escort quests in a row. Sure, it was fun, but I am really exhausted now, he answered. Well, that's a new way to say that you're lazy. We are undead after all. We don't feel exhaustion, she replied and smiled mockingly at him. It's not physical, it's mental, and you know it, he cried out and looked at her offended. He tried. I am just joking, she said, and her face instantly changed more serious. Seeing her change in mood, he also became serious. So, what have you learned? He asked, interested, and leaned forward in his chair. Nothing that important so far. The Slain Theocracy is led by 6 cardinals. Each of these cardinals appears to represent one of the 6 gods. Even though the religion is widespread, the religion of the 6 gods is only practiced in Slain. All others usually only worship 4 of the 6 who represent the basic elements of fire, water, wind, and earth. The only really noteworthy thing I found out is that the 6 gods were most likely players. Oriana said, finishing her lecture. That's interesting. Why do you think that? He asked, curious. The cardinals have been talking about a divine artifact that they want to use to control some dragon. If we consider that they also had a seal crystal, it is reasonable to assume that they have or had some connection to players. They also talked about something called Godkin. Since they talked about how the bloodline of the gods flows inside them, we believe them to be descendants of the gods, she said. That sounds interesting. Please continue researching, Oriana. Of course, I want to try to sneak inside the treasury and look for more clues about the so-called gods. Now seems to be the perfect moment anyway. Why is that? He asked curiously. The support of theocracy, its 6 scriptures are all discarded at the moment. The sunlight scripture was killed by us. The windflower scripture is currently hunting a traitor named Clementine. What Clementine? He exclaimed in surprise. You know her? His friend asked, interested. Yes, a woman who kidnapped the young man who hired me. She was wrong in her head, that I am sure of. Well, that is not important right now. Sorry for interrupting you, please continue, Oriana, he apologized. Well, where was I? Ah yes. The Clearwater scripture is an espionage unit and therefore rarely travels around the city. The Holocaust scripture is currently repelling the Elven invasion, and the Black scripture is preparing to move out, as just mentioned, to prevent the resurrection of a dragon lord. For this reason, I will use the chance to break into the treasury, Oriana replied. It seems we are really lucky. That's true. Well, it was good to see you again, Ainz, but I have to hang up now. This plan requires my full attention. See you soon, and say hello to Narbril for me when you see her, Oriana said. Yes, I will do that. Good luck with your endeavors, he said. The projection smiled at him and began to disintegrate. The fog cleared and he stared at the now empty room. I should try harder too, he thought, and left the room after putting on his helmet again. Oriana POV. I sighed and leaned on the comfortable sofa. It had been over a week since I arrived in the city, and since then things had begun to get interesting. The Slain Theocracy was, according to my information, the most advanced human nation. This might have something to do with the past influence of the gods, the items they left behind, or even their bloodline, but in my opinion it was also religion. Religion was not only a spiritual support, but above all a weapon. With the tool of belief it was easy to control the crowds, and because of that it was not to be underestimated. I was not going to become arrogant just because it was almost impossible for these humans to harm me, and although the most important type of power is physical power, being careful was always the better move. I sensed a movement besides me. After I turned my head around I could see a Hanzo kneeling on the ground. Lady Oriana, I am back from the mission you entrusted me with, the Hanzo exclaimed. And? I asked, interested. I was able to locate the treasury, but as you suspected it is heavily guarded, the Hanzo replied. And how many opponents can we expect? I asked. Only one, but she is very strong for a New Worlder. I alone would not be enough. She must be a godkin, my lady. Has this godkin a name? I am not completely sure, but her appearance suggests that it is Zesshi Zetsumii. She is the extra seed of the Black Scripture and the most important weapon of the Theocracy, he stated. Isn't that interesting? We should soon visit the treasury, but first tell me everything you know about that, Zesshi Zetsumii. Zesshi Zetsumii POV. Her steps echoed through the big hall as usual, the hall she had been protecting from intruders for as long as she knew. It was a very important task. She knew that, but it was also tearing. For decades there had been no one who came even close to entering this place, and even though she was the extra seed of the Black Scripture, the only time where she was allowed to go outside was to beat some sense into the newborn godkind, to break their arrogance and show them the difference in strength. According to the cardinals there were several reasons for her ban to go outside. The most important one was the fear of the dragon lords. They hunted down anything that was connected to players, and since she was a descendant from the great gods, she was obviously a target. Just let them come, she thought, and stroked her hair. Anything was better than staying in this prison. Yes, it was a prison. Sure, she could go whenever she wanted, but something was holding her here. A promise to her mother, to kill the elf king who had raped her. Since she could not kill this bastard alone, it was also not possible for her to leave still. The war with the elves had been going on for a long time and there was no imminent end in sight. She really hoped it would be over soon, so she could leave this place and finally do what she wanted. Clack. 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 She heard steps coming closer to her. That was nothing too unusual per se, but she could feel it, the force, the power behind them. There was no one in a theocracy who had ever made her feel that way. She got exited in her long years of protecting this place. She had never been so happy. Finally, something new, she thought, and turned around. Two hooded figures immediately caught her eye. One figure was far larger than the other and towered over her by almost half the length of her body. Despite the difference in size, the larger figure behaved almost deferentially and walked almost a meter behind the smaller one. Both wore bone-white masks which covered their whole faces, and the capes they used to hide their bodies dragged across the floor. The masks had red slit-like eyes, and the mouth was painted like a mouth filled with sharp teeth, and red ran down the cheeks so that it looked like the masks were crying blood. The smaller of the two galloped like a small child imitating a horse. At the same time the figure happily whistled a tune and trotted towards Zesshi. After a short period of time both figures stopped in front of her. The ridiculousness of the situation was hard to beat. She had been guarding this place for decades, and the first person to enter was this strange duo. The only thing that kept her from laughing was the power that she could feel from that small person. She made her scythe ready and prepared for the worst. "Hilu," the small person shouted. She sounds like a little girl barely 10 years old, Zesshi thought. The smaller person walked towards her, making her grip her scythe even harder. She was ready to swing, but the child made a sharp curve around her, seemingly studying her. "Hia, it seems our information was correct. She's not that bad," she said. "It seems so, my lady," her companion replied, sounding like a woman in her 30s. "So you are that secret weapon the cardinals have been talking about?" "I am." "Woo, this place is huge," the little figure interrupted herself and began to admire the architecture of the treasury. "Who are you?" Zesshi curiously asked, but the little girl ignored her and continued looking around. "You," the confusion from her face vanished and she started to feel angry. She had never been so disrespected. She was the strongest person of the theocracy, and that little girl dared to ignore her. "I apologize on my lady's behalf, she is sometimes a little bit childish," the woman said and made a small but polite bow. "My lady," the woman exclaimed, "wasn't there another reason why we came today?" As if reminded of something, the girl instantly turned around and looked towards her. "Oh right. You know, originally, we just came to this city to gather information and maybe steal one or two little artifacts. But while we gathered some information about that, we heard the cardinals talk about a very special person. They said she was the strongest. Of course that got me interested." The girl explained in a much more serious tone than before. Her childlike demeanor was gone like it had never existed, but a little playfulness remained. "And what do you want from me?" Zesshi asked. The girl exclaimed. "You see, we are strong, right? And although there are few who can contend against us, there is always another one out there that could be dangerous. Because of that reason I have started to form an organization of equal strong individuals." "That is of course not the only reason," she said. "And what would that be?" she asked. "Well, wouldn't you agree that it makes much more fun to play with a playmate?" the girl added in a childlike tone again. "So, you want me to join your organization as your playmate? But what do I get out of it?" she asked. "Already negotiating? Well, you would certainly benefit from it. I mean, how long have you been here? 10, 20, 30 years. Maybe even more, and you haven't even come close to achieve your goal." "What do you know?" she snapped. "I know enough. You want revenge against your father because he raped your mother, am I right? So, you would help me kill him?" she asked hopefully. "To be honest, no, I have no interest in your father or his kingdom. I have my own playthings to keep me entertained," the girl answered coldly. "So are the other members of the organization going to help me?" "Well, maybe, but I seriously doubt it. Why should they? As you are now, you have nothing to offer. Don't you know that the saying goes, one hand washes the other? We will only help each other if one of us needs help, otherwise it's every man for himself." "Why should I even join if you are not going to help me?" she asked, frustrated. "Don't you see the advantages? Protection against your enemies, a safe place to grow and build your own kingdom and army. After you have connections and wealth, information and might, the other members will be more willing to help you. That sounds rather generous for me. I have no enemies other than my father." "Ehehe, oh yes, you do, just the fact that you are a godkind is enough to paint a target on your back, and that is not just because of the dragon lords. Fine, let's say I join. How will it work, what are the rules, who is the leader and what are the obligations, she asked interested. HNGR, the girl groaned, obviously back to her childlike personality. Rules, there are always rules. I hate them, they make me feel sick, the little girl shouted and stomped her food on the ground like a little child having a tantrum. They should not exist, they are wrong, yes, wrong, away with them. My lady, the woman interrupted the girl again. Hiya, she breathed out to calm herself. Fighting each other is not allowed, so is getting in each other's way or betraying our little group, but all that is not as important as my property, the girl said, and dark aura started to form around her. One thing I hate even more than rules is when someone touches my toys. My toys belong to me, if you touch them, you are dead. I don't care whether you know the individual, whether you want to kill them or save them, my playthings belong to me, and only me. Do we understand each other? The masked girl asked in a threatening tone. Yes, I understand, no touching your playthings, Zesshi answered quickly, sweat forming on her back. Good that you understand, the girl said, and the aura disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. To get back to the topic, after careful consideration I decided to join the organization. If what you said is true, it will most likely be the fastest way to my revenge, she said and looked at the masked individual. Alrighty, the girl snapped her fingers, showing a violet ring with a strange symbol on her finger. Following the gesture, the other hooded woman stepped forward and handed her a small box. She took it and opened it. Inside was a small ring. Almost like the one the masked girl showed before, except it was green and had a different symbol on it. This ring identifies you as a member of our organization, the Sin Council. It serves as a means of communication and teleportation and will not only allow you to communicate with other ring bearers but also teleport you to our meeting place if that is needed. Well then, with the authority of the founder of the Sin Council, will I, Elizabeth Hidoy Thorn, bearer of the title, Sin of Gluttony, grant you Zesshi Zetsumii the title, Sin of Lust. I welcome you to the council, Lust, said the girl now known as Elizabeth. Alrighty, that's it, enough serious stuff for today. Come on Marie, I wanna play, come on, Elizabeth whined back in her child personality. At once my lady, the woman now known as Marie answered and followed her mistress. See you soon, Lust, the little girl shouted and waved while she hopped backwards. She watched as the two silhouettes disappeared into the darkness again. She looked at her green ring and shook her head. What a day, who could have thought that a boring day would end like this? Who could have thought? Oriana POV. Pooh, I am done. I sighed. But you did great my lady, your acting was almost flawless, Mariana tried to cheer me up. It was incredibly embarrassing to act like a child, but I had to do it. I don't want my real identity to be confused with Elizabeth, and I even had to change my height as well as my voice, I answered. I think it was cute, my lady, Mariana insisted, showing a small blush on her face. Come to think of. I wanted to say, but a fast movement caught my attention. I spun around and prepared myself for a fight, but it was just one of our Hanzos. My lady, I am sorry for disturbing you, we tried to communicate with you, but you did not respond, the Hanzo reported. What is it, Hanzo? I asked. Shalltear Bloodfallen started a rebellion against Nazarick, mistress. What? Oriana POV. Explain. Everything. Now, I ordered, trying not to lose my temper. Lady Albedo was the one who noticed first and immediately ordered to execute every safety protocol, starting with informing the supreme beings of the immediate danger. Unfortunately, we were unable to contact Lord Ainz, which led to every alarm level in the tomb being set to the maximum level. Since she was not able to contact you or Lady Mariana either, I was called to explain the situation. With the help of Lady Negrito, the search team was able to locate the whereabouts of her. She is currently near her last reported position, seemingly unmoving, the Hanzo explained. I slapped the face with my palm and tried to calm myself down by regulating my breathing. Having calmed down, I asked the Hanzo a question. Why is Albedo so sure Shalltear has betrayed us? Do we have any evidence? Lady Albedo has checked the guild administration. As you know, every name is highlighted in white. When someone dies, the name disappears. However, for hostile individuals, the name is highlighted in red. So, it's clear then, a crack appeared on the glass I was holding. She betrayed us. My anger boiled up. Why did she betray us? No, why did she betray me? That was inexcusable. She wasn't just disobeying Nazarick or Ainz. No, she betrayed me, her superior, her master in any way. I was the first vampire and as such it was my birthright to rule every vampire in existence. My nails started to dig into my hands and I felt the anger inside me. It twisted as I thought about the disrespect I had been given. It became harder to control every minute I thought about it. The cracked glass in my hand shattered as my pale arm started to change color. Black, slimy mud crawled up my arm and seemed to fight for every inch of pale skin. Treason. A small eye opened on my arm that the black mud had taken over. Disobedience. Another eye opened and began to look around as if trying to examine the surroundings. Disrespect. RARR, I punched the wall and used the destructive force to try and calm myself down. After minutes of intense breathing the eyes closed on after another and my arm regained its pale color. That was close. After coming to this world, I quickly learned that being a vampire was very different than in Yggdrasil. Even though I never really cared about people other than my friends in the old world, which was probably due to the state our Earth was in, I still felt compassion, but as a vampire it was different. Already against the knights in the village of Karn I noticed that I not only felt apathy but also disgust. I was disgusted by these people, their blood, their goals, their beliefs, everything about them seemed unimportant and inferior. They were like worms or maggots and only some, like the girl Zesshi or my newly transformed servant, made me feel like I was talking to something other than vermin. Of course that was just the beginning. Over time I noticed a few other changes. Bloodlust was, strangely enough, the least of my problems. On the contrary, most people's blood smelled more disgusting than appetizing and only certain individuals aroused my appetite. But my biggest problem was my anger. I was actually the most relaxed person ever but there were a few things that upset me, disrespect was one of them. But what upset me the most was when another vampire didn't obey my orders, something that came from me went against me. Unforgivable. And with the anger I quickly learned to know something else. Like Shalltear, who transformed into her true form when her bloodlust reached a certain point, the key to my transformation was rage, which allowed me to shift into my true form. Still, I didn't like my true form that much. Not because it was ugly, but because it seemed to rob me of all consciousness. It was not nice to lose control, because unlike back in the game, I really lost control. Here instead of just having a somewhat limited red and blurry field of vision it also had an impact on my mind. "My why lady is everything fine?" stuttered Oriana trying her best to stop her shaking. My rage seemingly affecting her deeply. "Hiya," I sighed. "Yes, I feel much better now. The situation has changed, I should go back to Nazarick immediately. This matter requires our full attention, you will accompany me but you," I pointed at the Hanzo, "will stay here and watch everything carefully. Tell the other Hanzo and the boy to lay low if the situation is resolved I will come back, but until then I expect you to hold your position here, you are now in command. I expect you to inform the others about the news as well." "Mariana," I called out and retrieved a gate scroll out of my inventory. "Yes, my lady." "Follow me." Gate, a small obsidian portal quickly formed and as we went through, I thought about Shalltear's betrayal. "Wait once I get my hands on you." Third-person POV. The 6 cardinals of the Slain Theocracy sat in their usual meeting room, around a table they used to discuss important matters. Even despite each of them leading their own sect they still worked together. That was because humanity was weak if they fought alone and in order to guarantee their survival, unity was the best course of action and it wasn't as if their beliefs contradicted each other's. They were not the only ones who ran the state, but their opinions still had great weight. Although the position of a cardinal was important, they received no wages other than the basic necessities of life. This was, of course, to prevent greedy individuals from ascending to the cardinal's position and to prevent corruption. They were just about to talk about the mission on which they had sent the Black Scripture, humanity's trump card, when the return of this same scripture was announced. The captain of the Black Scripture asks for an audience with the cardinals. "Let him in," spoke the Pontifex Maximus. "At once, Your Excellence." "Captain, I hope you bring us good news," asked the Cardinal of Darkness hopefully. "I'm afraid not, cardinals," the captain answered. "What happened? Were you not able to find the Dragon Lord?" asked the Cardinal of Earth, Raymonsrag Lorensan. "We had just arrived in the forest of Tob when we were attacked by vampire wolves. After we defeated them, a vampire appeared. It was so powerful that we had no choice but to use the god's artifact. Unfortunately, the monster was able to mortally wound Lady Care before it could fully develop its effect. For this reason, I preferred to move back. This are bad news indeed, Captain. What about the vampire? Asked the Cardinal of Fire. The vampire was not fully gone. The captain tried to answer, but he was interrupted by a messenger rushing in. Who are you? We are in the middle of an important meeting, asked the Cardinal of Water, enraged. I am sorry, Excellence, I would not dare if it was not an emergency, replied the messenger, out of breath. Then speak now, said the Cardinal of Wind. The extra seat of the Black Scripture, answered the messenger. What about her? Asked the captain. She is gone. Ainz POV. I appeared in front of the throne room. Due to certain settings it was not possible for me to teleport directly inside. Before I received the message, I was very busy and was therefore unable to respond. A thing I now regretted. If every NPC was able to betray Oriana or me like Shalltear did, Nazarick was in a dangerous situation. The worst enemy ultimately came from within. I gathered my courage, slipped into my ruler personality, and opened the door. Every guardian was already present and kneeling in front of the throne, as was Oriana, who nervously paced back and forth in front of the throne. Her face looked as beautiful as ever, but I could see the rage behind her calm facade. My arrival seemed to have caught her attention. She lifted her head and a hint of relief appeared on her face. There you are, finally. I was wondering where you were, she said. Sorry for making you wait. I know that in a situation like this it is very important that I am present, but I came as fast as I could, I answered, but my friend did not reply. Ignoring her strange behavior, I shifted my attention to Albedo. Albedo, I said. Since you have discovered Shalltear's betrayal, you should start and tell us what we know. At once, my lord, she answered me. I was checking Nazarick's administration like I do every day when I noticed that Shalltear's name had turned red. After I checked for errors, I immediately tried to contact you and Lady Oriana. Because you two did not reply, I ordered my sister Nigredo to find this treacherous vampire. She was able to locate her in the forest of Tob, but because of no further orders I did not engage in any way with her, reported Albedo. And where is she now? I asked. At the same location where she was before. She does not seem to have moved in any way, Albedo answered. Shalltear has not moved. Why? Is she maybe not able to? But what could make her, a level 100 guardian, unable to move? Mind control maybe, I thought out loud and regretted immediately. As much I regret to contradict you, my lord, Shalltear is an undead and as such unable to be mind controlled, Albedo objected. That is correct, except. World items, Oriana interrupted my train of thoughts. What? I threw a glance at her, but she was still looking at the ground, not meeting my eyes. Do you know something? Everything could help, I asked cautiously. She seemed to know more than I did. I was a fool. A fool to not notice anything. I was in the Theocracy and despite everything, I didn't notice it, she said, showing her anger in her voice. What do you mean? What has the Theocracy to do with that? I asked, confused. Ha 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 ha, she laughed. It makes me happy that you forgot it, too. At least that makes me look less stupid. Forgot? What do you mean? Oriana, now is not the time for games. Ha, the Black Scripture, you remember. I contacted you and talked to you about their mission, that I had found out about. That they had been ordered to use the divine artifact to control some dragon lord. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. Damn it all, I cried out, letting my anger flow freely. We had been played. How could I have been so blind? My mind was in overdrive. Why hadn't I noticed it sooner? A divine artifact? A theocracy? The bloodline of the gods? Clear indications of the intervention of players, like Oriana had said. Why wasn't it also reasonable to assume that a world item had somehow found its way into this world? But as soon as I felt the anger, it was already gone, and my mind was clear enough to think of our next move. It's too late to cry over spilled milk. We need to take countermeasures immediately, I said. Oriana, Albedo, Shizu and Yuri, let's go to the treasury. Oriana POV. We followed Ainz to the treasury. I was curious about what the treasury looked like, as I had little interest in it before and had never been there. I was too busy playing around with my new building back then. Of course, it was clear why we went to the treasury. Because the enemy used world items, we also had to equip our most important NPCs with them. Luckily, me and Ainz each already owned one. He had his red orb and I had my black scythe, Death's Favor. After we had entered, and I had memorized the password of the treasury, for personal uses, we came into a kind of reception hall/waiting room, and then I saw, me. No, that person, whoever that was, wasn't me. The person was perhaps able to copy my figure, but not my status. I was the ancestor of all vampires. That wasn't something you couldn't just copy. As such, I felt that this me wasn't even a vampire. It must be Lady Oriana, called Albedo out. No, perhaps you can copy her appearance, but I know it is not her. Who are you? Speak, Albedo demanded, but she got no response from the mysterious me. You don't want to talk. That's fine, Yuri, kill her. Stop. Ainz's voice echoed through the halls. May I introduce Pandora's actor? Pandora's actor, change into your real form, said Ainz. The face of my fake melted like wax, the dress disappeared, and a military uniform appeared in its place. The face became round, and instead of the eyes and mouth it melted into 3 holes. I see, you're doing well, Pandora's actor, said Ainz. Jal, Lord Mamanga, ich melde gehoorzaamst, Freie Michigan bester Gesundheit, the actor shouted in a foreign language and saluted. Yes, Ainz muttered sheepishly. Hi, I giggled and tried to hide it behind my hand. Although I wasn't particularly interested in the treasury at the time, I still remembered Ainz's experiment with creating an NPC. Ainz gave me an accusing look and turned back to Pandora's actor. I am here to retrieve some of our world-class items. Woolworld items, has the time finally come to unleash their power, said Pandora's actor in a mysterious tone while making a dramatic gesture. Oh, winced Ainz quietly. That's right, I intend to take greed and generosity, Hygiea's chalice, billion blades and depiction of mountains and rivers, he said after he had caught himself. And what of the other 2 items, my lord? His creation asked. Leave them, since they are part of the Big 20 it would be unwise to use them. When es means Gots will ist, shouted Pandora's actor, again in a foreign language. That's enough, said Ainz and slammed his hand against the wall right next to Pandora actor's face. No more German, and leave out the stupid salute. Also, I've adopted the name Ainz Olgaun, so please call me that, too. As you command, my lord. You could not have chosen a more befitting name for yourself, said Pandora's and tried to salute, but his hand got stopped by Ainz. That should be enough, we will go the rest off the mausoleum alone, said Ainz and tried to hide his embarrassment. After we had left Shizu and Yuri behind, we made our way through the treasury, but I stopped. Ainz, is that so, you noticed, too, Oriana? Albedo? Yes, these statues represent our former comrades. They look a bit ugly, but I wanted to preserve their images, he said. I know what you mean, I miss them, too, I said as I remembered my former friends. My lord, my lady, does this mean the rest of the supreme beings have died? Yes. No. Ainz and my voice said at the same moment. He looked at me, but I just shook my head. Yes, in a way they died, Ainz finally admitted. It was true, yes, maybe somewhere they were still alive, but there was no way we would be able to see them again. We lived in different worlds now. You see, those 4 empty spaces, Albedo. After we die there is still enough place for both of us. Ainz joked. Ha, there is no way I am going to die. Before it comes to that, you are going to get laid, I said with a smirk. Ha, very funny, Ainz replied. You can't. Albedo sniffed. Please, you can't leave us, we need you, what should we even do without you, Albedo blurted out in tears. You misunderstand me, Albedo. We are not preparing to die, but to protect us from the use of world items we need to use world items as well, Ainz said. I understand now, we are here to get these world items, said Albedo and wiped away her tears. That is correct, and I will get myself ready to face Shalltear too. No, I interrupted Ainz. What? Said Ainz. You understand me, I said. If it was every other guardian, I would not argue with you, but Shalltear is a vampire who has disobeyed me, that means it is my responsibility to punish her, I said in a firm voice. Oriana, I am the guild master, it is my responsibility. My point stands. Shalltear has not only defied you or Nazarick but also me her mistress directly. This is an insult for which she will pay. And even if she is under the influence of a world item, she shouldn't have come into contact with it in the first place. Her orders were clear. Let me go, Ainz, I won't argue with you about that, I said. If it was any another guardian, I wouldn't have been so angry, it was just that Shalltear was. I felt my anger flaring up again. Fine, if you really want to do it. I won't stop you, Ainz said. Thank you for understanding me, I said with a soft smile on my face. I will make that disobedient bitch pay. Oriana POV. Oriana made her way through the forest. She pushed aside smaller branches and broke away the larger ones to make room for herself. Although she could have flown, she decided to walk to think about the battle that was about to come her way. Luckily, Ainz had realized how serious she was and had given her the right to fight Shalltear because she didn't feel like arguing with him about something like that. He was her friend, so it was good that he understood and let her do it. Besides, she was a better option for the fight anyway. Since Shalltear was a vampire, she had a natural advantage against her. Her stats were another advantage. Because of the uniqueness of her race, she had slightly higher stats than normal level 100 players. Unfortunately, that's where her advantages ended. Like Shalltear, she was a battle mage. However, while Shalltear's build was more balanced, she focused more on magic, giving her an advantage in ranged combat but a disadvantage in close combat. However, she was a blood mage, which gave her another disadvantage. The blood mage class was very unpopular in Yggdrasil and for good reason. The biggest problem was that casting used your own blood instead of normal mana, and the mana bar was no longer available, which made the blood mage class completely incomparable with all other magic classes. Big spells not only used your own blood but also consumed it, which with a high damage build quickly brought you to the brink of death. In short, even if you did damage to the opponent, you would hurt yourself, since it was impossible to heal yourself with spells because the blood mage class had no healing spells and it was not possible to learn other magic with this build. You were faced with a big problem. The only races that used this class well were those that had good self-healing abilities, which at least made the class playable. Of course there were some advantages, too. Because blood magic worked differently than tier magic, it reacted differently as well. It was for example not possible to block teleportation spells that worked through blood magic. Shield spells created by tier magic were also unable to block blood magic due to the difference in the magic systems. In addition, as a blood mage, you were not able to learn super tier magic, which was considered a magician's greatest trump card. Luckily, blood magic had its own trump card. A blood seal art that used one's own blood as a catalyst and thus manipulating people and objects by exchanging, deleting, or adjusting their data by adapting the laws of the world. Of course, this method was not invincible either, it always depended on how significant the target was that you wanted to influence. Like blood control, the strength of the opponent played a major role here. To change the data of something, be it an object, a body or someone's mind. At least that's what it said in the description. In the game, you could only choose from several options what you wanted to influence the target with. This could range from debuffs, forced teleportation, the sealing of areas to complete control of one target. You could also give objects properties and create powerful traps, but in the end, it was just a cheap imitation of the super tier magic. At least that was the case in Yggdrasil. In the New World, you could freely choose the effects, but they still had to work. A target that was too large or powerful could still cause the seal to fail or not work at all. Oriana looked around. She had reached the point where Shalltear was. She stood with her head bowed in a small crater, completely motionless, just as she had seen in the divination spell. She approached it cautiously, but Shalltear's stillness confirmed her suspicions. Since she did not attack, it was likely that Shalltear had received no further orders from her new master. TSCH, she only has one master, Oriana thought possessively. She stretched her arm and then dragged her nail across the pale skin. Blood oozed from the fresh wound and dripped down her arm. A quick movement with her finger ensured that the precious red liquid wasn't wasted. Then she knelt and began to paint symbols and signs on the floor with her blood. She quickly created works of art that looked like abstract pictures. After she was finished, the symbol slowly faded, and she set about painting another one. After a few more pictures, she sat up, stepped back and looked at her work. She actually wanted to paint some seals directly on Shalltear, but this would probably count as an attack and negate the valuable chance of the first strike. She got ready by taking out her red scythe, Volnus, her trusted weapon with a very unique play style. Despite its flashiness, it offered poor offensive stats. That was because her physical damage stat was very low to begin with. That's why she as a battle mage couldn't do enough damage in close combat to make a difference. For that reason, she completely neglected the attack damage stat while upgrading her weapon and was therefore able to add 3 special abilities to it, which she used to find a way around her dilemma. The most important ability was, Bleed, that allowed her to turn a small scratch into a fatal wound and slowly inflict more and more damage on the enemy. Corrosion, offered even more damage over time, and finally, because her weapon offered little attack damage, it was easy for the enemy to resist her attacks. Lucky Hit presented a way to circumvent such a case by granting her a hit now and then if she was lucky. Of course, this build had one major weakness. Most bosses in the game were immune to such abilities and players could still completely remove their negative status effects, which is why she didn't use the weapon often. To further strengthen herself, she started to cast some of her blood spells. Blood Echo, Greater Blood Echo, Vampiric Power, Prey on the Weak, Terror, Noble Blood, Pure Blood, Blood Drain, Greater Blood Drain, Blood Amplifier, Vampire's Heart, Blood Barrier, Greater Blood Barrier, Vampire Vision, Blood Seeker, Blood Thorns, and at last Blood Art, Ancestral Blood. Now then, Shalltear, I am ready when you are. Prepare yourself, Oriana said out loud. She cut another deep wound in her arm. But instead of dripping to the ground, the blood floated into the air and began to form a ball. More and more blood flowed upwards and joined the dark red sphere, which quickly grew in size. A feat considering that all the blood came from a little girl's arm. After some time, the sphere seemed to have reached its maximum size. Oriana's arm had healed, and she threw a glance at Shalltear and then, "Take this powerful spell, Blood Sacrifice, Blood Sphere," she shouted, and the sphere was launched. Third-person POV. An explosion of gigantic proportions shook the forest. Earth and dust were kicked up, blocking the vision and hiding the destruction from the bare eye. Even with her enhanced vampire vision, that was able to see in the darkest night was not able to see through the cloud of dust. She tapped her foot up and down impatiently. Even though she wanted to teach that bitch a lesson, she had to be careful. Close combat was one of Shalltear's specialties because her sput lance allowed her to heal as long as she was hitting her opponent, which made her even more dangerous in close quarters. Here 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 hi ha 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 ha. A high-pitched giggle which soon changed into a laughter boomed through the dust cloud. The dust slowly cleared and settled on the floor again. A creature like Oriana was already able to recognize the outlines of a person. She cleaned her weapon tightly, and excitement flooded through her body. The last bit of dust cleared up and finally revealed Shalltear's in all her glory, standing directly in the middle of the huge crater. She was almost completely unharmed and also seemed to be in high spirits. "Ah, Lady Oriana, that really hurt." "Did you try to kill me?" said Shalltear and showed a fake pout. "Silence, traitor, I have no more patience for your games. I will make you suffer for your disloyalty," replied Oriana, angry. "You really think you can kill me? You're nothing but an outdated fossil, and I will destroy you." Hemomancy. Oriana opened with a basic blood spell that dealt physical damage based on your character's HP. Shalltear tanked the spell with her armor and immediately tried to close the distance between them to attack in melee, but of course Oriana was not going to let her do that. She stretched out her hand and Blood Spear, a thick red spear shot out of her hand and towards Shalltear. Greater Teleportation, Shalltear yelled and disappeared, only to instantly reappear behind Oriana. "Arg, what's that? I can't move," Shalltear uttered from between her teeth. "Neat, isn't it? I have sealed the area around here with my blood seal art. That means no more teleportation for you, I believe," Oriana said, and she extended her hand just to slowly caress Shalltear's cheek. Accursed touch. Oriana shamelessly took advantage of Shalltear's helplessness to cast a close contact spell in order to curse Shalltear. This spell did not do damage, but most of her other blood spells did more damage to cursed targets. Because of that, it was always a good move to begin a fight. Unfortunately, this spell required touching the enemy, which made it sometimes impossible to execute. Hit by the curse, Shalltear was freed from her paralysis and jumped back. "You are way too hasty, child, come let me teach you how you are supposed to do it," taunted Oriana. "Shut up." Shalltear's calm, collected, almost playful demeanor vanished, and she stormed towards Oriana. As predicted, she is very easy to anger, but I have to be careful too. If I get angry, this will end very badly. Blood mist, Oriana turned into a red mist to evade Shalltear's attack and reformed a few meters away from Shalltear. She wanted to use another spell, but... I have enough of you running away, Vermilion Nova. Shalltear said, and a giant pillar of flame appeared exactly where Oriana was standing. Hagen. Even though Oriana was more resistant to fire than a normal vampire, it still hurt. Serves you right, now it's my turn. Holy Spear of Purification. A skill that allowed Shalltear to create a weapon out of her holy energy and that could be enhanced to hit with a chance of 100%. Damn it, the spear ripped through Oriana's defense and caused an incredible amount of damage and pain. Ha ha ha, laughed Shalltear. HNNG, blood slash, Oriana took advantage of Shalltear's inattention to throw another spell at her, but Shalltear had the appropriate answer. Negative impact shield, Oriana's spell hit the barrier, and as if it had never existed, the blood spell disappeared. TCH, annoying meta build, muttered Oriana, and she prepared another spell. She poured more of her blood into the spell and used her HP to further increase the damage. Blood sacrifice, blood projectile. A hole was ripped into Shalltear's body, but after a second, the wound closed as if it had never been there. Ha 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 ha, cackled Shalltear, I have gotten this skill from my creator personally, and with it, I can make any damage I receive non-existent. You should give up, my queen. Flowing veins, Oriana shouted. It was a spell to deal damage over time, a good way to counter Shalltear's negative impact shield and damage erase skill, but unfortunately not her regeneration. PFFF, we're getting desperate, aren't we? Shalltear scoffed and extended her hand. Holy Spear of Purification. Ah, red evening, the world turned red, and it seemed as if it wanted to paint Shalltear red as well, but that was of course not possible through her resistance. Still, she suffered damage. Holy Spear of Purification, again, the white holy lance appeared in her hand. She aimed at Oriana's body and sent it flying. The target, which was Oriana, exploded like a water balloon. Blood soiled the ground and painted it red. Ha! Shalltear exclaimed. Splash! Erg, a red, blood tentacle looked out of her torso. Damn, I wasn't expecting a melee attack, said Shalltear. Too bad, you should have expected that I use a blood clone as decoy, and now. Blood drain, Shalltear's blood, and with it, her HP was sucked out. Of course, it was impossible to take all of her vitality since she was level 100, but Oriana's HP was full again. Rah! Shalltear swung behind her, and Oriana jumped back just to instantly cast a spell. Blood Spear. Earth Wall, Shalltear tried to counter and expected to feel the hit on her wall, but the impact did not come. Instead, she felt the familiar feeling of a blood spear stabbing through her torso from behind. What? How did she create a spell behind me? Was it the remaining blood from her destroyed clone? She used her skill to undo the damage and flew over her earth wall. Fuck. Oriana was still behind the wall, but she had used Shalltear's confusion to charge another blood sphere. This time she sacrificed even more HP to power her spell. Kaboom. Shalltear was too late to defend herself and was hit point blank. She was thrown back and fell to the ground. After rolling over a few times, she stood up and looked at Oriana angrily. Call familiar. Here it comes. Anticipation, ravenous, resilience, bloodbath, Oriana knew what would come, and because of that, she started to increase her resistance and melee capabilities. Einherjar, this is the end for you, announced Shalltear. Come and get me. Moonrise. Oriana POV. A white light appeared next to Shalltear and immediately started to grow in size. The edges of the white light stretched out just enough to form arms and legs. The white humanoid gained more details until it resembled Shalltear. Einherjar, Shalltear's trump card, a skill that allowed her to create a copy of herself. This copy was, unlike one of Oriana's blood clones, that she had used earlier, exactly as strong as Shalltear. However, this only applied to the stats. The Einherjar was unable to use magic or skills to attack, heal, or buff herself. Despite all this, it was still a dangerous component. The ability to turn a fight from a 1 versus 1 into a 2 versus 1 fight made Shalltear a formidable opponent even without her previously demonstrated skills. The Einherjar charged towards her, and Oriana parried her attack. Since she was statistically superior to Shalltear and she had buffed herself beforehand, Einherjar was less of a problem than Shalltear. She couldn't heal, buff, cast spells, use skills, or use the abilities of her equipment. The previously dangerous Sput Lance was not a problem here. She had her scythe out and dealt a powerful blow to the Einherjar. Due to the previously used ability, Moonrise, her attack speed and damage increased enormously with each successive hit. However, the buffs would disappear if the combo was interrupted or the opponent was destroyed. The ability would then be put on a cooldown and not be able to be used again until the next day. The Einherjar tried to attack, but Oriana dodged, delivered 2 more blows, and glanced at Shalltear. She had expected an attack, but Shalltear apparently had all the time in the world. While Oriana fought with the Einherjar, Shalltear calmly killed her previously summoned pets. Oriana grunted and turned back to the Einherjar. She could practically see Shalltear's HP bar filling up again. Another blow, and the Einherjar staggered back. The situation looked anything but good. Shalltear had her full HP, and even if it wasn't any different for her, she would still be clearly outnumbered in a direct fight. There was only one option left. She used her increased speed and charged towards Shalltear, an unusual decision. Her Moonrise buffs would disappear after 5 seconds if she did not hit her combo target, but 1 hit was all she needed. Shalltear, who had not expected something like this, was unable to repel the attack. Slush! A large wound appeared on Shalltear's stomach, and Oriana jumped back. Her buffs had disappeared, and she still looked at 2 battle-ready opponents. Ha 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 ha, what a desperate move, taunted Shalltear, who pointed at her already healed stomach. I'm afraid you lost. I still have my Einherjar, and you're no match for both of us now that you've wasted that ability. And you call yourself the Primordial Vampire? Pathetic, scoffed Shalltear. Idiot was all Oriana said. What? You heard me, this battle has been under my control since the beginning. I manipulated the environment with seals of blood magic. Here, look, said Oriana, snapping her finger just to make Shalltear freeze in her tracks. Aihihihihihikai, do you really think something like this is going to hold me for long? I am level 100, I will not be held by your little magic trick for long, giggled Shalltear. Any moment now. What seems to be the problem? Oh, wise and powerful vampire who supposedly surpasses me, Oriana replied, her voice practically dripping with sarcasm. What did you do? Well, you are right about one thing, this seal on the ground should not be able to hold you for more than 5 seconds, but, I have placed the seal not just on the ground, replied Oriana. What? Replied Shalltear and inspected her body. Well, you can't see it because it's on your back. I took the liberty of placing it during the fight. It's a simple task if you think about the fact that you stupidly turned your back on me during the fight, explained Oriana. And now, rejoice, Shalltear, for I will show you my greatest AoE spell. Bought by blood, Oriana casted. You truly are lucky, Shalltear, this spell is similar to Ulbert's Grand Catastrophe. It should be an honor for you. The spell, Bought by Blood, was an AoE spell that was able to one-shot players immediately. It cut through defenses and immunities, an incredibly powerful spell. There was only one catch, or rather 5. There were 5 conditions, all but one of which was optional but had to be met in order to fulfill the full potential of the spell. The conditions were: 1. The caster has to give up 99.9% of his HP. 2. The opponent has to stand still completely. 3. The caster had to stand still completely. 4. The caster had to be in a fight with the opponent. 5. And the opponent had to be affected by the bleed and curse status effects. Each condition added 20% damage to the spell. In order to be able to defeat the opponent with a single shot, you had to meet all the requirements to achieve the desired effect. A feat that would be nearly impossible in a normal fight. Standing still was difficult, but expecting the enemy to stand still was even crazier. Still, the range of the spell was very high, and if you could perform it under the conditions, it was technically possible to kill multiple level 100 players. It was an all-or-nothing move that gave you a miracle, but it had to be paid in blood. Just the activation costed 99% of your HP after all. But Oriana did not have this problem right now. Shalltear was not able to move thanks to the seals, it was a fortune that she had not destroyed them. Seals became stronger the longer they existed, but they could be harassed instantly while still weak. Even now, they could only hold her for so long. Oriana made herself small and hugged her chest as she kept something inside her. She tensed her muscles and looked at the still frozen Shalltear. Her body began to glow in a red tone, which slowly grew brighter and brighter. She slowly stood up and raised her arms to the sky. Following their movement, the energy was thrown into the air. A powerful red shockwave that hit everything within its reach rolled across the landscape. Birds, insects, grass, sand, earth, trees, and Shalltear, everything that met the conditions was swept away with the shock wave and destroyed. A huge crater formed itself, and in its center stood two figures. Ha ha ha, I really didn't think you had such an ace up your sleeve, really impressive. However, that's where it ends. I can see it, your HP is so close to zero, your life is practically hanging on by a thread, replied Shalltear to the now unmoving Oriana. I really would have been killed by that, if I did not have that revival item Lord Perorankino gave me, I would be dead by now. But still, you did really well. Praised Shalltear. Hey, what the matter? Are you so worked up that you lost? Asked Shalltear, but Oriana was not responding and kept looking to the ground. Hey! Shalltear exclaimed, still to no avail. Clap. 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 Shalltear heard a loud, slow, almost provocative clapping sound. However, it didn't come from Oriana, who was still standing there with her head looking at the ground. It came from behind her. She spun around to confront the person and froze. Hello Shalltear, did you have fun? Oriana POV. I looked at the now dumbfounded true vampire, her eyes popped out as if she could not believe what had happened. It was clear why she reacted that way. In front of her stood my body, whom she had fought with for several hours, standing there completely still, with the head pointing to the ground, and behind her another me that had just appeared, probably having the most satisfying grin on the face. How? That should not be possible. Oh, but it is true, my dear Shalltear. Impossible, it must be a clone. If you concentrate enough, you should be able to recognize the authenticity of the body. I interrupted her. That can't be, how? Ha, you stupid child, so you really haven't noticed. Did you really think I would enter this fight unprepared? How did you do it? Tell me. I know it was you who I was fighting. How could you come out of this unharmed? Well. I think I could tell you to satisfy your curiosity, but I see no reason to reveal anything to a dead person. You have already lost, you just don't know it yet. I taunted Shalltear, which seemed to snap her out of her confusion. What are you talking about? I can see that your HP is full again, but mine is as well. I admit I am in a tough spot, but I am still superior in close-quarter combat, and though I have used all my mana and skills, you have used many of your skills as well, despite your blood being fully restored now, Shalltear said with great conviction. Stupid child, I said, opening my inventory. My hand disappeared in the pocket dimension, and I pulled out a large scythe. It was my other scythe, which I only used in tough situations, but this time it was just to give Shalltear the coup de grace. I had already won this fight, and because of that, I had no further interest in it. Slowly, I started to walk towards her, dragging my scythe threateningly across the floor. The only thing you could hear was the crunching of my shoes and the rustling of the scythe in the sand. Shalltear made herself ready, but I kept my 2-meter distance from her and walked past her in the direction of the other Oriana's body. What are you doing? Shalltear asked. Finishing it, I said, and I swung my scythe. Splush. The scythe entered the body of my other self and tore a huge hole in the torso. Black steam streamed out of the wound, and the scythe began to glow black and suck in the steam. Soon, the whole body was turned into black smoke and sucked in by the scythe. However, the black glow of the blade remained. I turned around and started to walk in the direction of Shalltear again. I am sorry to make you wait, but don't worry, now I will take care of you. Splush. Just like before, the scythe entered the body with no problems, it tore through the armor like butter and got stuck in the middle of Shalltear's stomach. I could have hit with more force, but in this case, it wasn't necessary. Ha, do you really think that is enough to kill me? I am resistant against weapons you. Blurg. Shalltear spat blood into the sand and started coughing. Cough. 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 What is that? Poison? She asked, but I just gestured to her wound. What? Her wound began to turn black and dissolve around the scythe. Like a piece of paper set on fire, her black flesh crumbled into ashes and was carried away by the wind. Although the phenomenon only affected her stomach and legs, it quickly spread to her other body parts. No. No, 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 no. This cannot be happening. What is this? No, let me alone. Shalltear panicked and tried to reattach her ashes to the body, but it didn't work. Her body continued to crumble and turn into ash. It is pointless, Shalltear, I said, and she stopped her outburst. You are going to die, it is already decided, I said, and Shalltear let out a quiet whimper. Goodbye, may this be a lesson to you, I said, and with this, the rest of her body was turned into ashes and blown away by the wind. The only thing that remained in place was my scythe, which had stopped glowing. Ainz POV. What? How can this be? Asked Demiurge again. In the last 5 hours, all of the guardians who were in the room, watching the battle with Oriana and Shalltear through the remote viewing mirror, had made similar statements. Again and again, they had been stunned by the things that they had seen in this fight, and more than once they asked him to explain what had happened, but he had always promised to explain it later. Still, like little children who could not wait for a treat, they asked again regardless. Well, I think now is a good time to answer your question since the fight is over anyway. I said. You already know this, but Shalltear is our strongest guardian, if we don't count Albedo's sister. Because she is our first line of defense, it is necessary for her to do as much damage as possible until she is taken out. You could say she is a pawn sacrifice, and though that sounds cruel, she has one of the most important jobs in Nazarick. With her build, if used correctly, she should be able to fight against multiple level 100 players and survive for a short amount of time. I explained. She should be launched like an arrow to do as much damage as she can in this fight. However, she decided to rather play with her opponent, which was a critical error. Oriana is not an endurance fighter, but wasting time in a fight does benefit her if she has placed some seals around the battlefield. The longer a seal exists, the more potent it will become, and even though she should not waste too much time because her health will run out quickly, wasting some time is still viable. Apart from her seals that are part of every blood mage's arsenal, she has 4 special skills that can be considered trump cards. Trump cards, my lord? Asked Albedo. Yes, I for myself have a few up my sleeve. For example, my Dark Wisdom, or my Eclipse, class can be considered trump cards. Oriana used 3 of her special skills in this fight, the only one she did not use was her True Form, because it is not that useful against Shalltear. The first she used was Moonrise. It is a skill that lets you, when activated, gain speed and attack damage to a certain extent as long as you hit the opponent, but the buffs disappear if you don't get a successful hit on the same opponent for the next 5 seconds. If you hit something else, or if the opponent is killed, in this case, the skill switches on cooldown and cannot be used on the same day again. So it is a one-time use skill, my lord? Asked Demiurge. That is correct, the same goes for her most powerful AoE spell, Bought by Blood. Theoretically, you are able to kill 100 to 1000 players. Theoretically, my lord? Asked Albedo. Well, first of all, there is the long charge time for the spell. It also looks very flashy, which often results in the caster being attacked. An attack on the caster results in the failure of the spell, which would be a tragedy for the caster. That brings us to the first cost of activating the spell. Just to be able to activate the spell, the caster has to sacrifice 99.9% of his HP, and now the spell is only taking 20% of the enemy's HP. To further enhance the spell, you have to fulfill certain conditions to add more % damage to the spell. If you are hit while casting your spell, it will fail, but you will still lose your HP. The only advantage this spell has is the range and the fact that you always do % damage on the opponent's HP. The spell ignores equipment or immunities and directly targets the user's HP. To still use the spell, one has to use their own HP and bring themselves to certain death, which makes the spell more of an all-or-nothing trump card, which most of the time is not even able to kill a single enemy. Her last skill is her magnum opus, her pride and joy, and her greatest trump card. Blood Puppet, a skill that allows the user to create a puppet with the same levels available to the user at the moment of use. That means the user can create a puppet that is level 100 if they are max level. It is also possible to create multiple puppets, though in this case you have to divide the levels of the created bodies. With this, the user can even create 100 level 1 bodies. So, Shalltear has been fighting a puppet the whole time? Asked Cocytus. No, that is not what I think. Oriana is also able to possess the body she has created with that skill. Based on that, she has probably fought in her fake body and only switched back the moment she cast her spell. That is one of her favorite tricks, after all, because she can't die as long as she still has a body she can possess. The only condition is that it has to be a body created by that spell. A normal clone would not be enough. Still, it is also possible she did not fight Shalltear. In Yggdrasil, she could change the body to a certain extent, the body's appearance, size, and skills were adjustable to a certain extent, but she was unable to change her gender or race. The flavor text was also customizable, which could theoretically give her doll a similar awareness to that of an NPC. But how was she able to kill Shalltear at the end? If I remember correctly, Shalltear still had almost full HP, asked Demiurge, and he adjusted his glasses. Oh, that scythe, right? It is her personal world item. Normally, the guild places every world item in the treasury, although there are exceptions. Either because the world item is tied to the user, like with my red orb, or, like with Oriana's, it has to be used under such special conditions that only she is able to use it correctly. The name of her item is called, Favor of Death. If the special effect is activated, you are able to use the scythe's special ability, a soul for a soul, which lets you kill the next target instantly and with a 100% chance of success. There is only one condition, you have to kill one of your allies. All NPCs in the room froze. I don't know how it works in the new world, but in Yggdrasil the sacrifice had to be one of your party. Summons and mercenary NPCs, however, were not considered sacrifices. But with Oriana, it is different, since her puppet can be customized, it technically counts as a party member. That gives her the ability to use the skill very consistently. Ha, the NPCs breathed out a breath they didn't know they had been holding. Well, I suppose we should go to the throne room now. Oriana will be back soon. Her fight is over after all, I said and got ready to go. However, since the NPCs had no intention of moving and were still staring at the screen, I decided to leave. Greater teleportation. Demiurge POV. Demiurge walked through the corridors of his farm, which was built a few months ago. He was in a good mood, like every time he worked on the farm. As always, he enjoyed the smell of fear and suffering in the air, as well as the painful screams that occasionally echoed through the hallways. But this time he was in an even better mood, and the reason for that was very simple. After Shalltear's defeat, Lady Oriana had stayed in Nazarick to personally oversee the strengthening of Nazarick's defenses and had therefore temporarily postponed their previous plan to spy on the Slain Theocracy. That's why, after careful consideration, he decided to present his success in parchment production to Lady Oriana. This particularly applied to his side project of finding a suitable food source for Lady Oriana and even breeding one if necessary. To his delight, his mistress had agreed to his invitation and even approved of his plea to discuss the upcoming plans with him. That was why everything had to be perfectly prepared for her visit. He couldn't afford even the slightest mistake when he had the honor of meeting such a distinguished guest. Therefore, the cages had to be cleaned, the prisoners had to be disciplined, and the necessary samples had to be prepared. Truly, there was no greater joy than to serve the supreme beings. He looked at his watch, and after checking the time, he made his way to his office. He was still in time, but he should hurry up, after all, it would be rude to keep a supreme being waiting. After he had entered the office, he took a position behind his desk and waited. 10 minutes later, a violet portal opened, and he kneeled down. You can stand up, Demiurge. After all, this is your office, and I am only a guest here, said the beautiful young woman who left the portal. Not at all, my lady, I am your servant, even if this is my office. I am at your command, he answered, remaining in his position. I am aware of your loyalty, Demiurge, but we are not here today for the sake of politeness. You have offered to show me the fruits of your work, so we will leave the courtesies aside. They are unnecessary when we are alone. The vampire said. As you wish, my lady, he said, standing up. Good, said his lady, who sounded pleased. I believe you told me about your recent experiment, that you wanted to find a food source for me that is long-lasting as well as tasteful, she said, and he could hear a bit of excitement in her voice. That is correct, my lady, here. He produced a bottle out of Naura and started pouring her a glass with the red liquid inside the bottle. I have found a specimen that showed a lot of potential, an elf, female, blonde, with green eyes, and possibly level 20. I hope she will meet your taste. His lady took the full glass, turned, swung it around, and watched how the blood moved in the glass. She brought the glass to her nose and carefully sniffed the contents, then took a tiny sip and moved the contents around in her mouth to try and taste the red liquid. After an eternity, she placed the glass on the table and looked at him. I suppose you want my honest opinion, right? She asked, and he nodded his head. Well, I guess for the first time it was not that bad, it was more tasty than almost anyone I have met in this world, but that is not really praise if you think about the level of this world. It tasted bland, uninteresting, and bitter, possibly due to overuse of alcohol, and the worst thing was the lack of EXP in her blood. If you try such an experiment again, I recommend you first find a very high-level elf. If possible, not just a girl from the gutter, but someone with class. I know it is difficult, but it's not like you have a time limit, just take your time, and I am sure you will be successful. His mistress answered. Yes, of course, my lady, he replied, sad that he did not fully meet his master's expectations. Well then, now that's done, all that's left is the inspection, but before that, I think it would be good if we had a quick recap of our current situation. Since we know who is responsible for the Shalltear incident and that it was nothing but an accident, the planning of our next move is much easier, said his master. Yes, I agree, but how do you wish to proceed, my lady, he asked Corius. Well, first, we will withdraw all troops from the Theocracy. They didn't notice us, but since we took one of their most important pieces, they will certainly be more vigilant than usual. It would be a shame if we were discovered so early on, and since they have more high-level Yggdrasil items than any other nation, taking more action against them would be a big risk. His lady explained. What would you suggest, my lady, he asked, feeling excited about discovering more about the Supreme Being's inner thoughts. We will first target a much weaker nation than them, of course it is possible for us to conquer them all by force, but I prefer a more elegant and refined approach, and I am sure you do too. I do what I am ordered to do, master. He answered with passion burying in his voice. Of course, Demiurge, it was not my intention to question your loyalty, but I am grateful for it. Well, where was I? Ah, yes, targeting another nation. And what better nation could there be than the Re-Estei's kingdom? Even if we consider their war with the Empire, it is practically breaking down from the inside with corrupt nobles and a crime syndicate that has almost as much power as the crown. I believe you talk about the 8 fingers, my lady. One of my spies told me about them in great detail. He concluded. That is correct, Demiurge. My new pupil told me a lot about them. Apparently, his sister was sold to them by their parents and later killed herself due to a trauma she suffered when she was transported to the capital. Well, what can I say? Animals will be animals after all. His lady remarked with a strange tone in her voice that he had never heard from her before. This is also a good opportunity to introduce our evil organization to the world in order to later use it for our purposes, his lady said. That reminds me that the new girl, Zesshi, the daughter of the Elf King, had a huge debt to settle with her father. I wonder how it will turn out. I was always a friend of family drama. His lady murmured to herself. The daughter of the Elf King. She is our newest member. So it was planned from the beginning. She went to the Theocracy just to recruit her, as she was already a valuable piece in her plan to overthrow the Elven Kingdom. Does this mean the person I was told to recruit was also part of her plan? I was already wondering why not every member of the organization is played by a person from Nazarick. So it is all part of the plan. With the Elven Princess, the organization will be able to claim the Elven territory. Sasuga, Oriana-sama, your plans truly cover everything. Why are you looking like that at me, Demiurge, with this sparkle in your eye? His lady questioned him with an amused tone in her voice. She can guess even my inner thoughts, she is truly someone to fear. The demon thought and shivered inside about the genius of the supreme beings. Well, then, enough of that. After we have collected enough information in the capital, I will order you to move on behalf of the organization. Let us make a great show for everyone to enjoy. Fufufu, I understand, my lady. I will move if ordered, he declared. I am glad to hear that, Demiurge, but first, let's do the inspection you promised me. This is especially true for the animals I left with you recently. I hope they were well looked after. Fufufu, you mean those males that interrupted your travel to the Theocracy? Fear not, I have taken good care of them. The devil said with a giant grin on his face. Ihihihihi, what's the matter? I am not normally this excited. His lady muttered. Let's pay them a visit, shall we? Warning, 18+ scene includes gore and torture. Oriana POV. A deafening scream echoed through the hallways. It was the result of my attention that I had gifted this man. He was not enjoying it much, but that was to be expected. After all, no one liked to be tormented, but as this man had done a similar thing many times, he was not the one who had the right to question my decisions. I giggled and pressed a long, pointed needle under his fingernail. Hearing his screams helped me release my stress and made it easier to control my anger. The consequence of this was another scream that this man let out. He was really not good at being on the receiving end of torture. Did he not know that you had to be as quiet as possible, so that the torturer lost interest in you? Apparently not, the fingernail that I had worked so hard on fell to the floor. I walked in the direction of the operating table to pick up another tool. My fingers flew over the displayed torturer instruments until they stopped on a strange hawk. I felt a strange feeling in my chest, it was joy mixed with confusion. Until now, I had not done something like that. The knights in the village, Nigan's man, or even the bandits that had interrupted our travels to the Theocracy. All of them I had killed sure, but at that time it was different, until now. If anyone got on my nerves, I just swatted them away, like the annoying flies they were. I had not enjoyed it, but I also did not hate it. It was like a human stomping on an insect that had disturbed them, there was no joy but also no dislike in it. I loosened his chains and pulled him up until he was half standing and half hanging in front of me. With a quick motion, I jammed the hawk in his back, pulling him up in the air on a chain. He was crying and screaming, but I did not stop. I felt joy and excitement in seeing this insect suffer, and finally, my stress left. I really did change, did I? Why did I have fun doing it? Was this truly all right? These questions were running through my head. I knew it was wrong, that was what I had learned in my previous life, but did these ideals still count in my new life? I was another person, I was in another world, hell, I was not even human, but did things really change that much? Living in my old world was also not pleasant, we, the working class, had to do everything, while the rich enjoyed the fruits of our labor. I looked at my hands, they were stained red from all the torture that I had inflicted on this hated man. This hands done all that, they had moved on my will to make this human life miserable, that was a fact. I did not feel remorse, nor did I concern myself with the screams of my victims. I was rather enjoying it. I'd really become a monster, hadn't I? I thought. But apart from these questions, there was one thing that was much more important than my questioning of the current morality system, and that was. A tingly feeling was growing inside my stomach. It had started small and was growing with each second and with each scream my prisoner let out. I want more, this unconscious thought was all my body needed to act. With a quick movement, my fingernail severed his arm, which instantly fell off. The scream that was produced by this action made the feeling in my stomach even more pleasant. No, this is wrong. Even though this person before me was anything but a sincere citizen, it was not right to do something so horrible to him. It was wrong. I should not do this. Although I did not feel any remorse, although it would not have even moved my heart if I had killed him right here, it just did not feel right. I wouldn't want the same to happen to me. Yes, that's right. I will stop. I thought about it and put the tongs that I had picked up earlier back on the table, but the moment I laid the tool down, the wonderful feeling in my chest vanished. Just once more. I do it just one more time. I stitched out my finger until it reached his eyeball and let it remain just enough before his eye to make him realize what I was going to do. Ha-ah-ah-wea, I let out a relieved sigh, as if a huge weight had been lifted from my chest. I felt so free, as if anything was fine. I looked at the suffering human and felt another giggle bubble up from the bottom of my stomach. I could feel it, there was something inside. And it wanted out, although I had fought it previously and suppressed it, now it felt all right to let it out. My fingers gently traced over his back, searching for his ribs, then stopped. I had found them. Cracks. Ah. I had inserted my finger into his back and ripped his rib out. The tingly feeling in my stomach spread, it felt as if it could cover my whole body, and, it felt so good. The black mud was back, now even more agitated than last time. It crawled over my arms faster than ever, taking over space as if it were its own, but I did not care, because it felt good. With each centimeter covered by the mud, the tingly feeling spread. It had long grown out of my stomach and spread over my entire body. With the mud came the eyes. Whereas last time there were just a few eyes, this time multiple of them opened in just one moment. I looked down, my arms had become black tentacles with razor-sharp edges on the end, mimicking claws. I felt my jaw grow along with my teeth, the mud was already at my neck, and it quickly started to cover my face like a mask. My vision became red, and I knew what was about to come, for I had already seen my real form in the game. A booming voice echoed through the hallways. I felt my consciousness slip, but I did not fight it. Red was all I could see, with the outlines like faint hints for what could be. It felt like a dream where you knew you were sleeping but couldn't wake up. Because it felt good. Oriana POV. After being ordered back from the Slain Theocracy, she started to aid Demiurge in his task of completing the base of this evil organization. Planned was something akin to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, just much smaller. Yes, it was more of a bunker than a tomb, but with enough space for a large meeting room and a few smaller rooms for storing various items, it was more than enough. It had no entrance or exit and was only able to be entered by a teleportation spell. The reason for that was that only council members were allowed to enter. A blood seal created by her mistress would then be able to block any teleportation, only the rings the Sins wore that her lady had created with her magic would then be able to bypass that seal. Of course, enough force was also able to tear through that seal, but not many in this world possessed that much power, and even if they did, they first had to force their way a few hundred meters down because the bunker was located deep underground. Thanks to this design, the Sins would be able to safely escape if necessary before the enemy could even enter the briefing room. The base was in the Ablian Hills, an area where Demiurge was currently experimenting. She was in the middle of doing some finishing touches, like adding large seats, a large table, and magical lights that gave off an ominous glow, when it happened. Something deep inside her. The connection to her mistress, it was just as usual, but there was something off. It was like that time where she had witnessed her lady lose control in the Theocracy. But at the same time, it felt different. She had felt the rage and the anger for Shalltear's betrayal, she was sure any vampire had felt it. But now it was more subtle, much more refined, and happy. Like a dam breaking, like a glass overflowing, like a caged animal let loose, and although she was happy for her mistress, although she loved her deeply and wanted nothing more than to serve her for eternity, she felt an emotion, one she had forgotten for a long time, one that was almost foreign to her. She felt fear. The Oriana POV. Darkness. She could not see since her eyes were closed. Quietness. She could not hear because her ears were deaf. Peacefulness. She could not care for her, she was cold as stone. All she knew was that she was floating. Floating in a liquid thicker than water. Floating for an eternity for as long as she could remember. There was no restlessness, no stress, or pain, all there was completeness. She felt so whole as never before, that the peace that she had lost and just recently regained was never gone. She felt as if she were sinking in this lake of perfection. Her senses were dull, her muscles stiff, and the mind was weak. There were no thoughts, no desires, and no dreams, all she cared about was continuing to float, to sink, and to wallow in the feeling of perfection. Everything was all right. With what little she could still sense, she felt herself sinking further, sinking into the dark lake of calm. She sank deeper and deeper, dark tentacles stretched out and surrounded her, embraced her, and continued to warp around her body, soul, and spirit. She could just stay here in this comfortable, warm nest, she didn't have to wake up. This was all she needed, wasn't it? How low could she sink? How far would it go, and when would it end? All these questions were not important, or where were they? Her memories were fading. There was something that her tied-up mind had difficulty remembering, but it was there. It was a memory, one out of the time where she still held the name Ash, and one she did not want to lose. It was her mother. Out of all, her mother was the only one she could trust, the only one she cared about, and the only one she did not want to forget. After all, it was her mother who allowed her to live the life she had lived in that hell, which was more pleasurable than it could have been. All this hell cared about was whether you had the funds to live in it. Just the lack of those was a death sentence, for without them, you would die in the poisoned air outside. Of course, food and water were problems too, but what good would they do if you died before you could consume them? It was her Mothet that had lived for her, it was her that had brought her to this moment, and it was her that died just to give her a chance to live on. That memory was all she needed as motivation to try and open her eyes, but to her surprise, she was not able to. It was as if her eyelids had been glued together. In a panic, she tried to move her arms to rub her eyes, but the tendrils that she had previously thought were a warm blessing now turned out to be her shackles. They were stuck, and as she tried to release them, what had been a paradise just minutes ago collapsed on top of her. The silence was gone, and in its place there was a loud screeching sound like a long nail scraping across a chalky board. The wholeness was also gone, and instead of perfection, there was pain and restlessness. Her body wanted to go back, but her mind held out. She tore at the tentacles with all her might, and even though she was able to move them, she couldn't completely loosen them. What followed was a never-ending struggle between her and the shackles that tied her down and tried with all their might to pull her into the lake below her. Her superhuman strength and her razor-sharp nails turned out to be useless when she tried to use them to break the bonds. The restraints were smart, as if they knew what she was going to do next, they anticipated her movements and reacted accordingly. She felt her strength fading, something that should be impossible thanks to her nature as a vampire, but despite everything, her strength continued to fade. It was like a bad dream in that you did everything you could to escape from a monster, but no matter how much strength you used or how fast you ran, the distance didn't seem to increase. She wanted to wake up and escape from this hell, leave this unpleasant place behind, and do everything she could to never end up here again, but the shackles wouldn't comply. She probably would have given up if she hadn't remembered her mother's face. The gentle smile, despite the intensity and honesty, couldn't hide the exhaustion. The dark circles under the eyes that spoke of long and sleepless nights, as well as the wrinkles that were not able to completely overshadow the former beauty but still showed that age, exhaustion, and tiredness. I have to get out of here. Newfound strength flowed through her, and after some effort, she was able to free one hand, which she immediately used to tug at her bonds. However, they weren't at all enthusiastic about what she was doing and tried to tie her arm, which had just been freed, back up, but now that she had freed her arm, the tentacles were still a difficult but not impossible obstacle. After freeing her second hand, she tore the remains of the tentacle from her body. Only then did she notice that these had also made her legs immobile, but since she now had both hands at her disposal, she was freed. When she no longer felt the shackles, she took a short breather to calm down. Despite the calm, she was still alert for a new tentacle attack. After this short pause in which she had caught herself again, she opened her closed eyes with the help of her hands. What she saw shocked her. She was swimming in a dark liquid that couldn't possibly be water because of how thick it was dark, probably because she was deep underwater. The only light that broke through the dull darkness was a calming red glow that was almost impossible to see because of the depth of the lake. Like a shipwrecked man on the verge of drowning, she swam upward with a decidedly animalistic urge. Dark tentacles shot out from the depths and tried to grab her, but she simply dodged. The red light became brighter and brighter, she thought she could almost see the surface of the water, only 20 meters, 15 meters, 10, 5. Snap. Something had grabbed her ankle, she tried to shake it off, but the aggressor was much stronger. She looked down just to see what was holding her and was shocked. In her shadow cast by the red light, she saw a female humanoid figure with bone-white hair. She had reached out her hand to grab her ankle, which she now held in an iron grip. When she saw the figure extend her other hand to pull herself up on her leg, she reacted quickly, almost instinctively. A strong kick to the woman's face sent her reeling and caused her to let go of her ankle, which she was clutching so tightly. She took advantage of her attacker's brief stumble and swam towards the surface as quickly as she could. With a force that was impossible for a human, she broke through the surface and landed safely on solid ground. When she looked around, she was shocked. It was dark, not a single star filled the night sky, but a large red moon provided enough light to be able to see her surroundings. What she had thought was a lake now turned out to be more of a red sea. One made of blood, there was no end to it no matter which direction she looked. Donk. 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 She looked down where she felt the vibration, the surface of the Red Sea that she had just broken through so effortlessly now turned out to be solid ground. Hidden by the cloudy red, she was just able to make out a hand hitting the surface of the sea of blood from below. However, it seemed as if the hand wasn't able to come up, which gave her a lot of comfort. Now that she was safe but seemed to be on another dead end, she looked at the red moon. He was beautiful. He was round and blood red, and it was almost as if he were calling her. The red in her field of vision blurred. She tried to concentrate on the outline so as not to lose sight of the beautiful moon, and in fact, she was soon able to make out something again. However, it wasn't a moon. The attempt to concentrate further brought further results, the red veil over her eyes disappeared, and she recognized her surroundings. She was in a dungeon where she had recently tortured the mercenary, but he was nowhere to be seen. Red decorated the walls and floor, all the furniture in the room was damaged, and pieces of meat lay on the floor. She tried to recall the events that happened here, but doing so brought forth a headache, which compelled her to stop. There was only one thing that got through her head without causing it to explode in pain. It was a question, and in a tone she would not normally use. A tone that she had used maybe once or twice after coming into this world. She spoke out. What the fuck had happened? Person POV. He was sitting in his guard post as usual, together with his two colleagues who were playing cards. Dink seemed to be winning considering the amount of copper coins piled up in front of him, and even though it looked like a lot, it was just enough for one night in the tavern. Well, it wasn't a bad return for a little game, considering how poorly paid the position was. Fod was not that lucky, and he would probably have to go without decent food for the next few days. He yawned and looked at the clock on the table. A quick look told him that it was almost time for the next round. Normally, a poor wretch like him would never have the opportunity to get his hands on a watch. This was because clocks were very expensive since they were mostly magical items, but because they had to know when the next circle was, the crown equipped every guard post with one clock. He signaled to his two comrades that he would take over the next shift and stepped out of the guard post to do a patrol on the wall. He didn't think this was necessary. In his entire 11-year career as a wall guard, he hadn't noticed anything suspicious. However, he had heard from one of his colleagues that the fortress city of Yggdrasil had recently almost been overrun by a horde of undead. There were even rumors that those responsible were Stronoff, the famous death cult, but he thought this was just a rumor. The fact that a single adventure team had settled the matter only seemed to confirm his suspicions. He leaned against the wall, and another yawn escaped him. This was probably one of the most boring jobs in the whole kingdom. It was uninteresting and poorly paid, but at least it was enough to live on. The best thing was that he was not included in the army during the annual war because the walls still had to be guarded, especially during the war. He heard a noise on the wall, probably from one of his colleagues who wanted to change with him. He turned around to greet his colleague but froze. On the wall, 2 meters next to him, stood a figure wrapped in a dark cloak, with the hood pulled low over its face so that he couldn't even see its eyes. The figure took a step towards him, menacingly towering over him. Reflexively, he backed away and tripped over his own legs, only to fall and land on his buttocks. The figure came closer and raised its hand as it approached to brush its hood from its face. He shuddered it, blood-red eyes that sparkled in the dark light bored into his. It made him want to look away, but there was something hypnotic about them that made him keep staring into that endless red. "Forget what you saw today," said the figure in a dark and masculine tone. He wanted to say something back, call his colleagues, or even attack the intruder, but suddenly he couldn't remember why. Where was he? He looked around, the familiar image of the wall seemed to calm him. He remembered the noise he heard right next to him on the wall. Had he slept? Really, his colleagues would make fun of him if they found out. "Ha, it must have been the wind," he murmured, and he started to move back inside the guard post. Felix POV. He landed on the other side of the wall and pulled his hood over his face. That really was close. The guard had almost discovered him, but fortunately he had acted quickly. It would really be a shame if he had already been discovered. Of course, he could have killed the guard, but that would have attracted too much attention. Furthermore, he still felt hesitant when it came to killing innocent people since it had not been that long since he had been turned. He wasn't like his mistress, who could wipe out hundreds, if not thousands, of people without batting an eyelid. He hadn't seen her in a really long time, not since she left him in the Theocracy to continue gathering information. It hadn't been long since he had received new orders and been honored to follow them, and still, despite his new mission, he had no illusions about his place. He was far from the best option she could choose from. Spy, bodyguard, or even a lowly servant. She commanded people who were more powerful, skilled, or even clever than him, but that was all right. He was probably only given the task of finding out more about the Eight Fingers because he still had a score to settle with them, and she had promised him revenge if he followed her. Still, he didn't resent her for it. It was only fair that she was paid for the effort of transforming him and granting him his revenge, and after all, she hadn't hidden the price for this from him. The price of his humanity and his eternal loyalty seemed so small compared to what he got in return. He wandered through the streets. In fact, he already had an idea where he would start. After all, the best place to find out about an underground organization was from those who worked closely with it. The further he walked, the more run-down the houses became. Neglected and dirty people lined the side of the street. It smelled of sweat, alcohol, sex, and rotting meat. A smell that was not unusual for a slum and that he was used to, thanks to his background. He stopped and looked up. He was standing in front of a dilapidated inn that looked like it would collapse at any moment. On the large sign above the front door, it said in large letters, "To the Dead Dog," a pub in the slum that he knew his father had often visited. He pushed the doors open and entered the bar. The atmosphere seemed to have changed immediately. The other guests started to look at him, and their conversations became noticeably quieter. Without paying any attention, he made his way to the counter to talk to the host. "What do you want?" grumbled the innkeeper. He looked like a large bear with a thick, long brown beard and large arms that gave the impression that he could break a desk if he hit it hard enough. Of course, you couldn't always trust looks when it came to strength. Just because someone looked weak didn't mean they were. Magic casters were a good example of this, and even other species sometimes looked weaker than they were. He ignored the innkeeper's feeble attempts to intimidate him and reached into his cloak to produce a jingling bag. "Information," he answered. The innkeeper opened the bag, gave a satisfied grunt, and let the bag disappear into his pocket. "What can you tell me about the Eight Fingers?" he asked. As if it had been a signal, all the people in the tavern twitched, even the innkeeper, and a scowl spread across his face. "Listen kid, there are things in this world you shouldn't bother with. This is one of them." He could hear two men standing up behind him and creeping towards him. He heard the metal end of a knife being pulled from a belt. Steps came closer, and they were now directly behind him. Without warning, he spun around and kicked one in the stomach, just for the thug to stumble back, hitting a nearby chair. The knife of his other attacker was ripped out of his hand, and a hit threw his opponent against the counter. With a quick motion, he drew the knife through the drunken man's hand so that it got stuck in the wood, resulting in a cry echoing through the bar, but nobody made any arrangements to help. "I paid for this information, give it to me now," he ordered menacingly. "Suit yourself," grumbled said, pulling out a piece of paper. "I don't know much, but I know a guy, he can tell you what you want," replied the bear, who handed him the piece of paper. He pulled the knife out of one man's hand, ignored the cry the insect let out, and slipped the blade into his robe. Then, as if nothing had happened, he made his way out of the bar. The thugs in his path scatter and quickly rush to make amends for him. After he was some distance away, he took out the paper and looked at it. In scraggly writing, he could make out an address. He snorted and, without hesitation, threw the paper in the trash. The innkeeper really thought he was that stupid. They were in the slums. He had grown up here and knew how things worked. The Eight Fingers had control over everything here, so it was very likely that the address was a trap. The inn owner was most likely an informant for the Eight Fingers and would therefore probably come into contact with one of their agents soon. All he then had to do was follow him. Really, sometimes it was just too easy. Oriana POV. I was lying in a dark, windowless room, with the soft sheets of my bed beneath me. The only source of light in the room was a red fire crackling in the fireplace. I rolled onto my side and stared into the purple fire, the flames flickering animatedly and casting shadows that covered the entire room like tentacles. It took me back, and I remembered what I had experienced at the happy farm. It had been a few days now, but I hadn't left my room since the accident. It took me some time to think about what had happened, what I had done to the people, and what had happened to me. Of course, I asked Demiurge what I had done, as I was having a hard time remembering what happened during my little freakout. Just trying to remember gave me a bad headache, and so I decided it wasn't worth it. Demiurge was, of course, more than happy to provide answers. Apparently, after I transformed into this eldritch horror, I went completely insane and tortured these people to insanity. I had fed them their hearts and kept the blood pumping with my abilities. Like a nerd, Demiurge had praised my methods as I tore out their arms and turned them into limbless torsos, how I made them count down from 10 and make them suffer immeasurable torment at 0. I had torn out their eyes, and so their only indicator was the time that they themselves were counting down until they suffered again. Every time they stopped counting or slowed down, I let them experience hard failure by stopping the blood flow, which made them feel like their blood was turning to viscous tar. Of course, I kept them alive for the time they were exposed to this treatment. Demiurge had told me with a proud grin that he had even been taking notes, and like a proud student, he had shown me his notebook that contained every single second of this dark event. Some people would now be thinking that they knew why I was locking myself in my bedroom. They would think I did this because I felt bad and couldn't live with myself and the horrible deeds I had committed. But I really did not care. It was not different from the other humans I had killed, with the only exception being that they had suffered more pain before they were allowed to die. I had not cared for the deaths of humans before, why should I have cared now, even if they did die more painfully? No, that was not the reason I was staying in this room. I had another motivation for this self-disciplined lockdown, or rather, two. The first reason was very simple. I had used the time alone to think about what had happened, not during the torture season. Of course, I was more interested in what had happened, in what had presumptively been in my head, or rather, my subconscious, and thinking about that had brought me several conclusions. The euphonic feelings I had felt when I tortured the humans were in no way triggered by the torture itself, at least not directly. The feeling of happiness was more of a byproduct that I felt when I transformed into my true vampire form. My form was accessible at any time but could only be brought about through strong emotions, and torturing a person who was getting on my nerves was definitely very satisfying. Oh, and how good it felt. The transformation brought an almost addictive feeling with it, one that urged me to transform, to let it all out. But I knew better. I had felt the influence on my mind, the first subtle control of the almost comforting tentacles that, after securing their control over my mind, revealed their vicious nature. They had bound me, flooded my mind with pleasure, and controlled my body like a puppet. It was a horrible feeling, and at the same time, it felt strangely good. Of course, I had talked with Ainz about this macabre event. I had told him about the pleasure I had felt, the loss of control, the white-haired woman, the strange red dimension, and my greatest fear. It had been born after I saw what had happened in that basement and what I had done without sense. Of course, I had not cared about the humans or the furniture that had been damaged. That was something that I had completely overlooked. No. What scared me was this loss of control and my lack of ability to regain it. It had felt so easy to let go and let this pleasure control me, release those unwanted memories of my past life, and forget them forever, but the moment I remembered my mother, my resolve staggered. This single person had done too much for me, there was no way I would forget her like this. After I told Ainz everything, he also appeared concerned and encouraged me afterwards. He told me not to worry and that I was strong enough to resist this siren song. And it felt good to talk to him. He showed that he believed in me and that even after coming to this world, we had remained friends. I remembered thinking that I was never good at social interaction. Sure, I had more friends in the guild, and we regularly did things together, but I was never this, let's do this, guy. In this aspect, Ainz and I were more similar than every other guild member. Still, even the encouragement from my friend was not able to ease my worries this time. Too much had happened in this new world that was out of my control, my emotions were just the tip of the iceberg. I turned around in my bed, messing up the sheet while rolling over, and stared at the wall. It was too dangerous to go outside right now. I wanted to protect my friends and not endanger them. I was out of control, unpredictable, and feral while in my frenzy. It was a danger I was not willing to risk. After all, what I had shown Demiurge was not even my purest form. I had experienced it only once while I was in the game, and that was only by accident. It was something dangerous, not just for others but also for me, a mortal would die even seeing it. While my form that I had shown Demiurge looked even remotely humanoid, my truest form was a living nightmare. It did not enhance my combat potential in the slightest, but it did make other things that I had no intention of experiencing outside the game after seeing what just my normal true vampire form did. I sighed and held out my hand. As if on command, blood began to pool on my outstretched hand. It began to move, turn, and shape, and soon you could see the first outlines of a human figure. The humanoid's chest began to protrude slightly but stopped before it could even remotely reach my size. The white skin was very noticeable immediately, as was the soft white hair that flowed over the shoulders of the little doll-like girl. Her nails even grew longer than mine, but her head barely reached my chest. I snapped, and the little, sweet creature's eyes opened. We stared into each other's reassuring red eyes, but hers looked dead and lifeless. Blood Puppeteer. An admin window opened and gave me access to the status of my sweet doll. I could see her level and skills, but that didn't interest me much. My attention immediately turned to the flavor text. It was empty, but thanks to my rare class, which also allowed me to create this little miracle, I was able to change it with a spell. It was like programming a living being. I could write what she liked, disliked, hated, or enjoyed. It was like I was creating life. After concentrating on typing for a few minutes, I closed the window with satisfaction. I wasn't able to go out until I got my feelings under control, but the plans had to go ahead. Especially, the meeting of our organization that was supposed to take place in a few days couldn't be postponed, but with the personality that I had given my little doll, she was well equipped and would make a wonderful figurehead for an evil organization. Yes, what a lovely little monster she would be. POV Zesshi Zetsumii. Zesshi opened the door to her domicile, where she had been living for the past few weeks. It was a room in an inn in the Empire, a rather fine inn for her standards, but with the gold she had stolen from the treasury, it was possible. After closing the door and dropping down on her bed, she stared at the ceiling. She thought about the incident that had brought her to this moment, the small girl who had invited her to the organization. The 7 deadly sins. She snickered. Lust was her sin apparently. It was rather fitting, thinking about the fact that she was obsessed with bearing the child of a strong man. The young girl and the leader of the organization had called herself gluttony, but looking at her little figure, that didn't seem to look right. The organization was, as Elizabeth had described it, more like a community of convenience than an organization with a common goal. Sure, they had to look out for one another, but they did not need to help each other if their colleagues were not in trouble. She had thought very long about what she was going to do once she was introduced formally. The best approach was to ask another member for help since she was not sure that she could kill her father alone. What could she offer in return for her help, and what was she going to do once she had achieved her goal? Was there anyone who would help her? Fortunately, these questions were going to be answered today. Marie, the masked woman who was with the small girl, had contacted her earlier through the ring. She had informed her that the Sins were going to have a meeting today at 1600 hours o'clock. According to Marie, it was just a small meeting to introduce the new members, but she was still very curious. The members were apparently as strong as her, if not stronger, something that she had thought impossible a few months ago, but she had never seen the world since she had not left the treasury. Even though she knew the organization was filled with many strong individuals, she still felt confident. Yes, maybe she was not the strongest, as she had previously believed, but she was definitely still high in the food chain. Just her strength alone was enough to get her to the top, but her talent, her trump card, was what made her really dangerous, and she had even been able to take some of the equipment left by the 6 gods, which enhanced her combat potential even further. Still, according to Elizabeth, strength, although an important and necessary factor, is not always the most important boon. She had talked about connections and wealth, and since the members were not actively working together, those traits were also necessary to motivate cooperation. One hand washes the other. She looked outside. It was almost time. She glanced at her ring finger. The bright green stone glowed, and a funny feeling washed over her. It almost felt like a shouter, and with a red light, she vanished. After she was back on solid ground, she looked around. She was standing in a large windowless room, and even though it wasn't exactly lit as daylight, some magic lamps provided enough light to see every corner clearly. The room was not only adequately lit, it was also very tastefully decorated. A large table graced the center of the room, large and dark, and instead of being round as expected, each side had 7 corners. Giant, majestic chairs stood in front of every corner, giving the table another level of authority. At one end of the room was a large bar whose back wall was lined with many expensive-looking bottles. A tall, pale woman with long, wavy red hair stood right next to the counter. "Lady Lust, I am pleased that you accepted our invitation. Please take a seat, Lady Elizabeth will be here shortly," said the tall woman, and she gestured to one of the chairs. Only then did she notice that each of the chairs seemed to have a different color. As if to confirm, she took a quick look at her forest green ring and then, having confirmed her suspicions, sat down in the large chair. "Lady Lust, can I offer you something to drink while you wait?" The redhead asked, her voice having a familiar tone. "No, but thank you," she answered, tilting her head. She was sure she had heard the woman's voice before, but she couldn't quite place her face. The woman nodded silently and left for the bar area. Zesshi sat down and looked around the table. Along with her seat, 2 other seats were occupied. A covered figure sat in one of the chairs directly across from her. The figure had pulled the robe deep into its bony face, and 2 rings glittered on its fleshless hands. One of these rings was similar to hers and only differed in the color and the symbol that could be seen on the ring. It was pitch black. This creature was definitely not human, probably a subspecies of an elderlich, perhaps even a further development. The 2 undead standing behind the chair of her colleague only increased the feeling of unrest. They were not a problem in terms of strength, but in order for them to obey without protest, their master had to be far more powerful than she had imagined. What reassured her, however, was the fact that the person sitting next to her hadn't brought any subordinates with him either. And anyway, he looked very strange, she had never seen such a creature in her entire life. His skin was pale white, and he had neither hair nor any birthmarks, so his head looked like a large oval egg. In the middle of his face, where his eyes and mouth should have been, there were only 3 black holes. Instead of 5 fingers, he only had 4, and they were long, thin, and bony like a skeleton. A noise broke her out of her thoughts. She looked up and saw a huge, glowing blue mass slowly crawling across the floor towards one of the chairs. It looked like a great feat of strength as the creature slid up the chair and collapsed with a lazy splash on the side of her table. A slime, it was a slime. What did that mean? Was a slime, one of the weakest monsters, really a member of this organization? "Welcome, Lord Sloth," offered Marie, and she answered her unasked question. Still the slime didn't answer, it seemed the newcomer feared to keep quiet. A distant noise caused a stir when 2 figures with entourages appeared at the end of the room almost simultaneously. One figure was a tall man wearing something like a red suit. The suit was of impeccable quality, so much so that it would have made even kings jealous. His outfit was rounded off with fine silk gloves and freshly cleaned black dress shoes. In addition, a dark blue simple mask hid his face and made a very incongruous impression compared to the rest of his outfit. Behind him were 2 demons that followed him like 2 shadows. This man was probably a demon, as were his 2 subordinates. Know that she thought about it, some of the members had brought subordinates. The undead, the demon, and even Elizabeth had brought them, probably to show their might. Although she was pretty sure that Elizabeth only had Marie as a babysitter by her side since she didn't make the impression, she could deal with most of the administrative duties of the organization herself, even if she showed moments of maturity. "Hello." An innocently high voice broke through her thoughts, she almost winced, and her attention snapped to the other person. A little white-haired girl with red eyes wore a cute gothic dress with matching black shoes. Her hair was tied to the side in 2 innocent ponytails. She had worn a mask the last time they met, but she was sure, this was Elizabeth. "Good to see you, my lady, Lord Wrath," said Marie, and she nodded respectfully toward the 2. "Oh Marie, good to see you," said the girl with glee in her voice. "Although it seems pride is not in time as usual," the little child added, and her beautiful face darkened into a frown. "Yes, you are right, my lady," answered Marie, who tried to look like anything but was exhausted. "Hatch, I really should teach her a lesson next time. She seems to have forgotten who is in charge of this playground." The small figure giggled with a sadistic undertone in her voice, and Zesshi shuddered. Her first opinion about this girl was right, she was dangerous, they all were. Really, what had she gotten herself into? Zesshi Zetsumai POV. She sat quietly in her seat, her posture brimming with confidence, but inside she felt doubt. Showing weakness in such a situation would be a serious mistake. Her inner instinct was warning her of danger, every person in the room seemed to radiate it. Of course, some were less dangerous than others, but the two biggest problems were definitely Elizabeth and the man in the red suit. Unlike Elizabeth, the man felt dangerous, but not overwhelmingly dangerous. His power was very subtle, not like his strength was a lie, but different from the package of brute force in the form of the little girl. Maybe that meant he was a wizard or something else, after all, he was still strong. The man in the red suit, whom Elizabeth had called the Sin of Wrath, raised his arm and glanced at his expensive-looking watch. He clicked his tongue indignantly and shook his head angrily. Such a disgrace, how dare she be late again? Even Sloth came on time, this girl is an insult to our group, ranted at the man dressed in red. It's okay, she's obviously under the illusion that she can behave as she sees fit here, but that's over now, I'll take care of her personally, answered the little girl with a surprising amount of sadism in her voice. She shuddered and stole glances at the small girl. Her arrogant posture matched her tone. She was by no means someone who was easily intimidated, but hearing promises of violence come from the mouth of a small, innocent-looking child was just something different. The room became bright again, and a figure emerged from the red light. When the light faded again, she could see more. It was a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her hair was so long that it flowed down to her back, and her body, from her breasts to her ass and her killer hips, was covered by white robes. This body immediately made her think about why this woman had not become the deadly sin of lust. Apart from her, most of the others showed little interest in the newcomer. Elizabeth still had her feet on the table, the man in the red suit pointedly ignored her, the blue slime flowed half over the table so that it looked as if he were sleeping, the strange egg creature next to her was calmly inspecting a gold ring in his hand, and even the undead had shown no further interest after a quick look. The white-clad woman strode forward arrogantly as if the room belonged to her, only now could she see two more figures behind her. There were two people who were also dressed in white robes and had their bright hoods pulled low over their faces, but despite everything, you could see that their faces expressed adoration when they looked at the brightly dressed woman. Pride, it seems that you are finally honoring us with your presence. Was the trip good? I hope so, since it took you so long to join us. The man in the suit spoke with suppressed anger in his voice. Shut your mouth, demon, it should be an honor for you to bathe in my divinity, answered the white-clothed woman. HNGG, the demon grunted, making even such a crude action look elegant. I won't pretend you understand because your arrogance is only trumped by your limitless narcissism. However, despite all this, it would at least be appropriate to act as if you were sticking to the rules. The demon replied. Ha, as if someone as great as me had to play by the rules, and as for your other dissatisfaction, it had nothing to do with arrogance or narcissism. I'm just as great as I said I was, and I take great pride in it, the white-clothed woman boasted. That's exactly what I mean, but what else can you expect from an insane person? You're not a god. You're not even close, replied the man in red. Is something like that supposed to offend me, demon, because if so... Enough. Elizabeth interrupted the argument. Her otherwise sweet and playful voice was replaced by one that once again made Zeshir's blood freeze in her veins. She had heard it before, in the treasury, when Elizabeth was freaked out by the idea of someone taking her toys. I don't care much about your little quarrels, but you also came too late. I didn't set up rules without reason, and since I hate rules, I didn't introduce many. But the few that do exist are either self-serving or self-explanatory, like this one. Anyway, we've wasted enough time, we should start now. The little girl explained. Ah, and one more thing. You won't be late next time, said Elizabeth with absolute certainty in her voice. Now that we've got this unpleasant mistake out of the way, we can finally officially begin. Marie, it's your turn, the little vampire exclaimed happily. As you wish, my lady, answered the attractive redhead with a polite bow. Since this organization has gained a lot of new blood, I will now introduce all members once again. Please remember that each member of the Sins is independent but does not have direct equal rights when it comes to internal matters in the organization. You are expected to discuss major operations in this circle, which is primarily intended to prevent internal disputes. As far as status in the organization is concerned, it can happen that more influential members are preferred over less influential members when it comes to ownership claims or other things. Promotions and demotions are possible if you behave accordingly, and now, your rank will be determined by the order in which I introduce you. The plague. Representative of the deadly sin of envy. Kuro mortem. The elf princess. Representative of the deadly sin of lust. Zesshi Zetsumai. The dreamer. Representative of the deadly sin of sloth. AFOs like. The thousand faces. Representative of the deadly sin of greed. Zelon. The harbinger. Representative of the deadly sin of pride. Jail EBT Win. The second in command. The demon emperor. Representative of the deadly sin of wrath. Jaldabaoth. And finally, the leader of the organization. The unbridled one. Representative of the deadly sin of gluttony. Elizabeth Thorne. Thank you so much, Marie, that's super duper helpful of you. Elizabeth thanked her and received a polite nod. Fine, I would be done then. If no one else has anything to say, I would break up this little get-together. To be honest, there is really something I would discuss with everyone, and now that we are all together, said the man in the red suit who had just been introduced as Jaldabaoth. Really? And so soon, you surprise me again and again. Come on, share it with us. But of course, in the near future, probably in a week, I plan to launch a small attack, the demon answered. And where? On the kingdom of Ainz. Zesshi Zesumai POV. It remained quiet around the table, no one spoke. It was as if the news had left them all speckless. Well, maybe all except for one person. The Ainz kingdom? What an interesting choice. Still, why did you choose specifically this kingdom? There are many more to play with. Elizabeth inquired curiously. Well, started the demon, seemingly thinking about his next words. One of my spies in the kingdom has found out that the local criminal organization, called the Eight Fingers, has received a shipment of stolen magic items. One of them is not only extremely powerful but seems to be demonic too. It is said to be able to summon vast quantities of us. Such an item is indescribably valuable to me, because of that, I am going to claim it. The demon spoke with conviction in his voice. So the only reason you are going to invade the kingdom is because you want that item? You are more ruthless than I thought, Jaldabaoth the little vampire giggled. That has nothing to do with being ruthless, it's just business, nothing more, nothing less, answered the red-clothed demon, fixing his tie, which Zesshi had to admit looked pretty stylish. So, you are only interested in that item, then? Does that mean you are going to leave all the other valuables behind? Asked the egghead known as Greed. He sounded concerned, but she was not sure about that. The unknown had not talked much after all, and his pale, empty face displayed no emotions whatsoever. Of course not, who do you take me for? This operation promises to be costly already, even if the kingdom is weak, low-level demons are going to be slaughtered in the hundreds, that I am sure of. It is in my best interest to help myself with the spoils of war, to compensate for the losses I will suffer, said the red-clothed businessman, his voice sounding offended. HRMGF greedy demon, commented the blonde lady. I was not talking to you, pride, said the demon with venom in his voice. Whatever. Back on track, since the item is probably housed in one of the many warehouses in the store district, I suggest we simply lock the whole area off and take everything that is in that district, be it food, valuables, or humans, everything can be useful later on, exclaimed the demon. Taking, people. Wait, what? For what reason are you going to abduct humans? She asked, confused. Well, you see, Lust, even if you don't believe me, humans are quite valuable. There are many ways to put them to use properly. They can be used in sacrifices and experiments. Some of my acquaintances would even consider them food, but lately I have had this grand idea about breeding powerful half-demons with the help of human females. It has not yet shown results, but I am certain that it will bear fruit sooner than later, said the demon. He sounded incredibly agitated, and that made her fall silent. They were still talking about humans, right? Very well, then her thoughts were interrupted by the squeaky voice of the childlike vampire. You have made your intentions clear, Wrath. I will now give anyone the opportunity to speak up. If you want to take part in this operation, for my part, am quite excited about it and happy to give you a hand. The thought about it makes me so giddy, exclaimed Elizabeth happily. I would be happy with your assistance, but still, a question remains. What do you want in exchange for your help? The demon asked. So that's what Marie and Elizabeth had talked about. One hand washes the other, since Jaldabaoth got help from her, it is expected of him to give something in return. But what could this ancient vampire in the form of a small child want? She thought. Maea, I don't really care, I just want to go and stretch my wings a bit, spread a little chows here and there, and maybe play a little with these mortals. That reminds me. If he shows up, I expect you to let me know immediately and leave it to me. He is mine to play with, said Elizabeth with madness in her voice. Well, alright, as long as you are not going to get in my way and the item I am not going to get into yours and your plaything. What do you say, do we have a deal? The demon asked and offered a handshake. You are as sensible as ever, Jaldabaoth, said the vampire, and answered the handshake enthusiastically. But enough of all the boring stuff. I almost fell asleep. We should really go and have some fun, whined the little girl. If no one has anything more to say, I am going to break up our little meetup. Nothing more to say. Good, 1, 2, 3. The last who leaves is a smeely troll, Elizabeth announced, and disappeared in a red light. Ha, my lady, you really are a special case sometimes. Excuse me, gentlemen. Marie said and followed the little girl. I guess these meetings are going to be like that, aren't they? The undead said with his raspy voice and shook his head. Oh, you have no idea, said the egghead. Isn't that right, Pride? Pride? Ha, she already left, talk about manners, he said, and disappeared in a red light, as did the undead. Still sitting in her seat, she looked around. Almost all the members had retreated, only the red-clad demon and the slime were still present. Zesshi Zetsumai, was it, right? Asked the Sin of Wrath. That is correct, Wrath, she answered and looked him into the eyes, or at least where his eyes should have been since they were covered by a mask. Call me Jaldabaoth, please. All these titles, at some point it becomes too much to remember them all. Which reminds me, you were called the Elf Princess, isn't that right? Asked the demon, and she swore she could see the outlines of a smirk behind the mask. Why do you care? Her answer was sharp, much sharper than she wanted it to be. But if the demon was offended, he didn't show it. Instead, he stood up and moved towards the bar. Could I offer you a drink? Unfortunately, our dear Marie is not here to serve us, but I am confident in my ability to prepare any drink that would come to mind, said the demon, and started working behind the bar. I don't know. She started. Of course she had drunk before, but that had just been an ordinary wine, and since she knew nothing else, she chose to remain silent after all. She didn't want to say something embarrassing. I will just prepare the same as me then, said the demon, and he continued his work. That sounds good, she answered. Back to the topic, started Jaldabaoth and broke the uncomfortable silence. You asked why I care about your title. To be honest, I have heard about you. And your father, finished the demon. What do you know? And why are you so interested in it? She asked with anger in her voice. Well, it is quite simple, said the Sin of Wrath, and he returned to the table with 2 filled glasses in his hand. But first, let me also ask you a question. What would you say if I offered you my help? The demon said that, and he placed the glasses on the table. What for? She asked, taking a sip from the offered drink. To kill your father, of course, the demon answered wickedly. Her eyes budged out, and she almost spilled her drink. What? She was able to bring out. Resources, troops, information, intellect, and pure power. These are the things I can offer you. My influence among the sins is also not small, it would be easy for me to support you. If you take my offer, your father is as good as dead, bossed the red-clothed archfiend. On the outside, she was calm, but on the inside, she was completely in turmoil. Why not? Here, she was offered a solution to the problem that she had been looking for all these years. All the years she had spent in slaying just for the tiny chance of possibly killing her father at some point were now meaningless. What do you say? Asked a deep voice right behind her. The frightening closeness of that voice behind her snapped her out of her thoughts. Her heart was racing, and adrenaline was pumping through her body. Her gaze fell on the place where the demon had just sat. The empty glass was the only thing that seemed to attest to his brief presence on the chair. When did he finish drinking? When did he get up? And more importantly, how did he get behind her? Why would you help me? Was the question she decided to ask in the end. Ha, now you are asking the right questions, little princess, whispered the demon into her ear. It was uncompetitive to have a strong individual behind you. I have nothing besides my armor and my weapon, and I will not give them away, she stated firmly. You know, you are much more valuable than you think. There are many things that you have that could interest me, but I guess the thing that I really want is your rightful claim to the elf throne, finished the demon. You want to marry me? She brought it out. Ha 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 ha, as amusing as that would be, no, laughed the archfiend. If I help you kill your father, I want you to claim the throne. It is as simple as that. This will also be good for you, the resources and riches, as well as the elfin labor, will be yours. The only thing that I want is that, above all else, the kingdom will answer to me and me alone, said the demon. So you want me, as a puppet queen, to reign over the elf kingdom? She asked again. That's pretty much it, you will be allowed to do as you like with the kingdom, but if I make a call, it is absolute. Sin of Wrath stated. Why all the shenanigans? Why can't you just take the kingdom by force? She was confused. Of course I can, but isn't it easier like this? I would lose much more if I attacked head-on, and I could even clash with Slain. No, it is much more efficient that way. I was looking for someone who could reign the kingdom for me regardless, since I have much more important things to do than drown in politics, explained the demon. How can I trust you that you don't betray me after you killed my father? She asked with suspicion in her voice. After all, demons were known for their wicked nature. Aren't you an interesting one? But rest assured, as members of the Sins, it is not allowed for us to fight, and besides, why should I kill the golden goose? Alright, I understand the point you are trying to make. Can I think about it? She asked. That would unfortunately not work, it is a vital part of my future plans, which I want to secure as soon as possible, the demon stated. I don't know, she stuttered. What was this? She was not normally this nervous. Now come on, Lust, what I'm offering you here is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, agree to my terms, and I promise you that I, Jaldabaoth, will help you kill your father as soon as I'm done with Riasdies, promised the demon and offered her a handshake. She hesitated, she thought, she argued with herself, and then she took the offered hand. POV. She scurried through the field like a shadow, and the tall plants that grew on it provided an excellent cover for prying eyes. Furthermore, it was night, and the few guards who were stationed on the field did not have the skills to recognize her in this darkness. A look ahead confirmed that she was only a few hundred meters from the wooden hut she had spied out in advance, but with her almost inhuman body, it was nothing more than a stone throw. She remembered the discussion she had earlier with her team. The plan was to infiltrate first, look for evidence or other incriminating documents, and then, only afterwards, burn both the field and the hut down. Her heightened senses picked up a noise right next to her, but she neither moved into an attack position nor prepared to flee. The reason for this was that she had felt the presence next to her the entire time, a presence that she would never forget in her entire life. After all, they were more than just family and only complete together. 2 guards in front of her in the field blocked the way to the hut. She raised her small dagger and sneaked up on the 2 unsuspecting men until she could hear their voices, her sister doing the same. Did you hear? An entire caravan of slaves that was on its way to the capital is said to have completely disappeared, says one of the thugs. Nah, don't believe in everything you hear, it's probably just an exaggerated rumor, claimed the other. No, really, I know a guy, and he, org. Manuel, what the, org? Before either of them even really understood what was going on, she and her sister had already driven the dagger into their throats. An enchantment on both of their weapons drained the blood from the bodies to leave fewer traces. It was a really wonderful invention, even if it was of little use here because they wanted to burn everything down afterwards anyway. It was actually a bit wasteful. As assassins, she and her sister often worked with drugs and often used them on their many missions. Mostly as a distraction or to kill targets with an overdose, but it was probably necessary to deal a blow to the drug trade in the kingdom. They quickly moved on so as not to run into more guards. Everything went as planned, they were now so close that they could already see some details of the illuminated hut. Only 20 to 30 meters left. She was about to take another step when she suddenly felt her sister stop. Immediately, without thinking, she also stopped and ran back the remaining meters as quickly as she could, meanwhile searching her surroundings so that she could cover her sister if she was injured. That wasn't the case, her sister was fine, which couldn't be said about the man who had apparently collapsed on the floor. "Ambush?" she asked in sign language. "No, that was not me," her sister answered. "Dead, but not more than 10 minutes, her sister added. She mumbled and leaned down to examine the man as well, but not without losing sight of the surroundings. "Died from blood loss, how Eve?" she added. "Completely bloodless, and his wound has been tampered with," her sister continued. "Probably experts." "Children of Igenia?" her sister asked, and she mentioned the assassin organization where they had once been trained. "Possible still doesn't change anything, continue," with more caution, she answered after thinking for a while. "Understood," signed her sister back. They approached the hut with increased vigilance. The attackers had probably managed to get in there without raising the alarm. That meant they were very good, but still not as good as them. They had only failed in one assassination attempt, and that was on their devil of a boss. But since Lockhughes was anything but a normal person, that couldn't be compared with normal thugs, who were a little different. "Follow my lead," signed her sister. Not bothering to answer, she followed and secured her back. Her sister approached the window, peeked through, and checked for traps. "Clear," her sister signed, and she jumped on the roof to check the window from above to get a better viewpoint. Since her sister had already checked, she carefully opened the window and looked around. Her sister had already checked the roof, and it also seemed safe. "Ainz," signed her sister, and she followed her lead. The hut was anything but pretty, but as a temporary base for the managers of the drug farmers and the guards, nothing more was needed. The entire hut was devastated, documents and pieces of furniture had been thrown around, and there were a few bodies lying on the floor. One had even been nailed directly to the wall with a short sword. Clearly, someone was here. And in fact, in the light of the oil lamp standing on the desk, she could see two figures. Both turned their backs to her so that she couldn't see their faces. However, that wouldn't have been possible anyway, as both were wearing thick, cloaked coats. Something was strange. While one of the two people was busy stuffing some documents into a bag, the other, larger of the two people, didn't move a millimeter. Even if she didn't move, her breathing would at least create some movement. Strange. She looked at her sister, who was standing on top of the rafters, and carefully tried to position herself above the two people in order to attack from above, but that didn't happen. Boom! The bigger of the two figures turned around and jumped without a warning into the rafters. The smaller person turned around too, but seemed to be slightly confused, as if he hadn't spotted them. This theory was confirmed when he didn't attack her and just looked up into the ceiling subtly to try and spot where his companion had vanished. This was her chance. She rushed out of her hiding place and threw a lightning-fast punch at the intruder's neck. She had to admit that he had just lacked the ability to locate her, but he made up for it with speed of reaction. Since he didn't have a weapon in his hand, he was just able to redirect her stab and deflect it from the neck to the ribs. She drove her knife deep into his torso but noticed that it seemed to get stuck. An armor. She improvised, withdrew the knife, and aimed it at his neck once again. Her opponent was able to dodge but was unable to protect his cloak. The clasp of his robe was hit so that the coat began to slip. He jumped back in a flash and quickly kicked her in the diaphragm. She also retreated to protect herself from further attacks. She stood there, panting. The kick had done a lot to her and temporarily paralyzed her. Her attacker took the opportunity to pull his sword out of the corpse that was nailed to the wall. She kept a close eye on her attacker. His robe had slipped, revealing a well-dressed young man. Raven's black hair adorned his head, it looked like the well-prepared feathers of a crow. His pale white skin gave him an exotic appearance, which was further enhanced by his aristocratic cheekbones. His eyes, however, showed the truth. They were red and slitted like those of a predator. A vampire, she thought. Crash. She only felt a rush of air and then a huge crash next to her. Her sister had been thrown against the wall from above with tremendous force. The large figure that had just jumped to the ceiling so quickly landed next to its attacker. His robe had also been destroyed, but while the smaller of the two still looked a little human, the other was definitely a monster. His sharp teeth and claws on his hands made him inhuman. The oversized monster was about to pounce on her and her sister, who was still lying on the ground, when the other vampire she had just wounded held him back. "Is it possible to resolve this peacefully, ladies? You are obviously not part of the Eight Fingers, and since we have the same goal, would it not be easier if we just called it a day? The black-haired attacker asked with a deep baritone voice. That surprised her, but that wasn't an option. Not only had he seen them and taken some of the documents they needed, he was also a vampire, and he and his companion could take on 2 adamant adventures. It was too dangerous, she had to stall for time to wait until the others could get here. I think we could discuss. Kill them, ordered the black-haired vampire, and the monster charged at them. Tina had healed herself with a potion, but it was still a bad matchup. Not only was their attacker much stronger than them, he was also able to ignore all of their poisons. She slashed at her opponent and, surprisingly, drew blood. She had imagined his resilience a bit more powerfully considering his strength of attack. Still, the enemy just ignored the strike and tried to hit her himself. The claw connected and sent her back through the wall of the small hut. The vampire pursued her, but her sister managed to catch his attention and hold it back a bit. She wanted to stand up, but suddenly her instincts screamed at her. She spun around and was just able to see her attacker's sword hurtling toward her back. Too quick. Way too fast. It was impossible for her to fight it off, let alone avoid it. All hope seemed lost when their attacker suddenly retreated. He stumbled back with a crystal dagger in his chest. Evil eye. He fell to the ground, holding his bleeding chest. The wound was severe. Shit, cursed the undead and threw a hateful look at the newly arrived masked woman. Then his eyes widened in recognition. A vampire? What are you doing here? Why are you trying to help those humans? I am a servant of her. Stand down and let me finish my business. Your intervention is unauthorized, said the vampire with an angry tone. I don't know her, clarified Evil Eye. What, how can you not? There is no vampire that is stronger than her, she is even more powerful than the legendary Lawnfall. The vampire claimed, taken aback. I doubt it, I've never heard of her, and I'm sure that in the last few hundred years there hasn't been a vampire who could hold a candle to the legendary Ladfall. Claimed Evil Eye, touting her own horn. How dare you disrespect my patron like that? I don't care anymore. Come here, my servant, and use self-destruct, commanded the enemy. His big colleague jumped next to him, and suddenly his skin, which had been cut up by Tina, started to glow red. Die, you fools, the raven-haired one said, touched his ring, and vanished in a red light. Damned, cried Evil Eye. Take Tina, we have to teleport now, she said in a stressed voice. She grabbed her sister, who was out cold from her attacker, and rushed towards Evil Eye to grab her outstretched hand. Teleportation. Kaboom. Third-person POV. And this is what happened on the plantation last night, Locuse finished explaining. Very interesting, responded her closest friend, the third princess, as she sipped on her tea. Who would have thought that there would be another party chasing the 8 fingers? However, the fact that they are not people but undead is frightening. Especially since they seem to have strength that is second to none. Do you think you could deal with them if they showed up again? The princess asked, looking hopefully at the members of the Blue Rose. I am not sure, as I was not present. What do you guys think? Answered Locuse, glancing at Evil Eye and the twins. Both were strong, replied one of the twins. But not that skilled, added the other. Well. Locuse started after seeing Renner's confused face. It is not unnatural for other species to rely exclusively on their racial advantages, although there are, of course, exceptions, explained Locuse. What do you think, Evil Eye? Asked Gargarin. I can't speak of martial arts as I'm not very knowledgeable in that area, although I'm sure that the larger of the two was definitely stronger than either of the Blue Roses, excluding me. The smaller of the two, and the only one who communicated with us, was just as strong as Tia and Tina. You or Locuse would have both had a good chance of winning, especially since Locuse is a priestess. Evil Eye said. Then it's a good thing that you defeated the stronger of the two, even if, according to Locuse, he actually blew himself up, said the princess, sounding relieved. Oh, are you perhaps worried about your little friend Climb? Worried that he would be attacked in an alley at night? The massive blonde teased. What, T, that has nothing to do with that, why are you asking me that? The princess blushed. By the gods, you are worried about him. The giant woman giggled. You are mean, Renner pouted. All right, I think we've fooled around enough. Renner's best friend stopped the joke. There was something else, the masked magician, who had been quiet the entire time, interrupted the group. That guy. That vampire was surprised to see us there, especially me. He bragged about serving her, a monster he said was supposed to be stronger than landfall. When I told him I didn't know who that was, he got angry. He called the other vampire to him and ordered him to destroy himself, and that's what he actually did. Whoever it was, there's someone even more dangerous behind him. We should think carefully about our next steps. I don't want that one of you dies. Finished Evil Eye. You're right, we only wanted to take care of the 8 fingers anyway. We can always confront him and whoever is behind him later, said Locus. That does sound reasonable, responded Gargarin. I hope you'll continue to keep me updated. Renner said it with an innocent smile. Well then, that's it for today. I think all of us could use some sleep. See you, Renner, said Locus, finishing her tea and getting up. Felix POV. Shit, he cursed and tore the remains of his bloodied coat from his shoulders. It should all have been so easy, he should have sneaked onto the plantation, taken out the guards, interrogated the overseers, and had some important documents taken. But it had failed. Well, that wasn't entirely true. At the beginning, everything had worked fine. They came in, knocked out the guards, and squeezed the enforcers for information. And then, just as he was securing some documents, the vampire servant that his mistress had provided him jumped out into the roof beams. He was confused, but only for a few seconds, until a small woman attacked him with lightning speed and injured his neck. Luckily, it was only a small wound, and he even managed to hit back, which briefly incapacitated her. He pulled up his shirt and his enchanted chain mail and looked at his chest. A huge bleeding wound right above his ribs. A few more centimeters, and this bitch would have hit his heart. He carefully began to bandage the large wound. Normally his injuries healed quickly, but this masked bitch had hit him very hard, so hard that it would probably take a few more days for the wound to close. Especially since he had consumed very little blood lately so as not to attract too much attention in the city. Damn it, he cursed as he winced under the pain. Not only had his magical equipment, which his mistress had so graciously provided to him, been damaged, but he also had to sacrifice the vampire servant she had created, to escape. But that wasn't enough, she also had the cheekiness to mock his mistress. Her, the one who saved him and gave him what he wanted so much, his revenge. It was inexcusable. He looked at his bandaged wound with anger. That was enough, he had had enough of taking advantage of his mistress's goodwill. Next time, he would be more careful, he would stop thinking so arrogantly and plan better. This time the blue roses had surprised him, but next time he would surprise them. The next time, he would kill them. Of course he was aware that with his current strength he could just about keep up with the 2 assassins in the group, and that, not with both at the same time, but fortunately victories could be achieved in other ways than through blunt force. Next time, it would be different. He promised himself. He sighed. Enough with the self-pity. Since I now have a rough idea of where some of the bases of the 8 fingers are, I should contact Lord Demiurge immediately. After that, there is still enough time to find the remaining ones. I don't think I can take on all 6 arms, but individually, I should at least be able to defeat some of them. Unfortunately, I couldn't be sure of all the information because I was interrupted, but we'll figure it out. Time for me to rest a bit, and when I feel better again, I will crush all of them. V. Ainz POV. He was sitting at his desk in his room, like every day. Large stacks of paper piled up in front of him and blocked his view, like every day. However, the atmosphere was a little different than usual. Of course, he wasn't able to sleep, but he still spent the night in bed reading. From then on, everything started normally. He got up and let the maids dress him. Even if he didn't exactly enjoy it, he had read in his book, The Road to the Overlord, Part 2, that a ruler didn't do this himself. Since he wasn't able to eat either, he immediately got to work as always. The many documents on his table made him want to go back to bed immediately, but as always, he had pulled himself together. He was the ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, and therefore it was his duty to make sure that everything was in order. One look at the documents was enough to tell him that he would sit there until the afternoon, but it didn't even get that far. Around lunchtime, someone contacted him via message, and it was a solution. She told him that she suspected that Seabass had betrayed him in Nazarick. That alone had already set off all the alarm bells in his head. He knew he was paranoid at times, his friends had mentioned it often, but what if he was right? What if Seabass was also mind-controlled, like Shalltear? What if he had gained self-confidence as an NPC and decided that he no longer wanted to serve the great tomb of Nazarick? What if it was something in his code that was responsible for his actions? And, God forbid, if something like that could also apply to the other NPCs? It was a disaster. Apparently, according to Solution, Seabass had picked up a young girl, a prostitute, and that, despite his orders, not to attract any attention from others. He personally had no problems with helping some people, but on the other hand, he also had no problems with letting them die. Why should he? They had nothing to offer him, no advantages, and many disadvantages. He needed Seabass to collect information in the capital, to attract as little attention as possible, and not to pick up random strangers on the street. Normally, he would have been happy about such moments of independence from the NPCs, like a father watching his child grow up. However, this was something different, this was about more, about Nazarick, about his and his friend's home, it was important to him. He had immediately instructed Albedo to raise all the alarm levels in the Great Tomb and to summon all the guardians to him, even those who were outside of Nazarick, like Demiurge. And now, with the help of Pandora's actor as his double, the NPCs set out to confront Seabass. So he sat here, confused, worried, and a little angry, so much so that his suppressor was unable to suppress his emotions. Sometimes, when work allowed it, he missed his friends, who would have helped him in such a situation. Of course, he still had Oriana, but he hadn't heard from her after her self-imposed house arrest. That was another reason why this day was shit. He, among all the others, had to tell her about the situation. The last time she found out about Shalltear's betrayal, she freaked out, further proof that their new bodies were affecting their minds and further proof that her arrest was justified since Ash had never behaved like that. It was unsettling, and sometimes he wondered if there wasn't something he could do for her. However, there was little he could think of that would appease a vampire, and so he stayed out of it. He sighed and said the magic words, message. Oriana. Can you hear me? He asked. Ainz, she responded. If you are calling me despite my self-imposed lockdown, it must be something very important. She spoke with bated breath. You are right with your suspicion, something has happened, he said ominously. And? Please don't make me wait. What is it? She asked impatiently. I don't know if I should. He hesitated. Just promise me you don't freak out about this, we need a cool head now, he finished. Your choice of words is worrying but fine, I promise, she responded. It is about Seabass. There is a good reason to believe that he betrayed us. He finished and waited for her tantrum. That doesn't sound good. Is it confirmed? She asked, surprising him with her cool and logical reaction. You are not angry. The last time, your reaction was much more violent. He asked confused. Of course I'm angry, no more and no less than last time, and yet it feels different. Maybe I've gotten better at controlling it, but I doubt that. If I were to make a decision, the reason would probably be that Shalltear is a vampire, and just the thought of her defying me does something to me. Oriana guessed. That does make sense, he hummed. To get back to Seabass, what are you planning to do about it? She asked. I have already ordered the Guardians and Pandora to meet with Seabass, I want them to check if it is a trap. If it is clear, I will change with Pandora and question him myself, he said with resolve in his voice. It sets me at ease that you have a plan, guild leader. I hope this is just a misunderstanding and Seabass is either mind-controlled or just being an idiot. Having a traitor in our midst and that traitor also being an NPCs would be worrying, she admitted. If I understand it correctly from your words, you don't want to come with me, do you? He asked. I do want to help you, but I am not comfortable enough to go outside, and since you have ordered Demiurge back, I also have to take over his side of the plan for Operation Gehenna. There is still a lot to do, after all, a kingdom will not conquer itself, she joked. So soon. How do you always manage to keep up with this genius? I usually never have any idea what he's always talking about. He stated. I am also pretty clueless, but as the saying goes, fake it until you make it. Plus, it's hard to mess up when the person you're trying to impress thinks you're a god. All you have to do is mumble something, and he'll do the rest. The Vampire Queen explained. Oh well, wait, That means you never actually do anything when I ask you if you have time and you answer that you're planning something with Demiurge. He asked indignantly. Calm down, I really have something planned for Rias Dies, she promised. And what is that? He asked skeptically. Oh, believe me, it's a wonderful little play, and your and my alter ego will take the lead roles, along with the evil demon king. Doesn't that sound good? Oriana said in a teasing voice. A play? He asked cautiously. But of course, and believe me, the hero's tragic backstory and his many great lines will make it a great success, she said excitedly. So you really, wait, who's going to play the hero? You, of course, silly, she responded. He, laughed Oriana, breaking the silence. You can't, he gasped. You'll make a fool out of me. So you really want to watch rather than participate directly and carve your name into history? How disappointing, she said in mock disappointment. Fine, but only if you can provide a replacement. I already have exactly the right person for it. Convince him, and you're out, she said with glee in her voice. And who would that be? He asked. Why, your son, Pandarass, actor, of course, said Oriana, and he could almost feel her grin. Hiya, kill me, he thought. Oriana POV. The connection to Ainz was severed, and she sighed deeply. Seabass' betrayal was disturbing, but she didn't have the time to deal with it at the moment. She also had complete trust in Ainz and his rather paranoid tendencies. If he gave the green light, it was usually okay. The fact that she didn't have the time to help him at the moment weighed much more heavily on her than that, but this operation was far more important than a bundle of emotions. After all, the preparations for the invasion had been underway for months, which would make it a waste to give them up. That gave her an idea. She closed her eyes and concentrated, then she saw them, connections that only she could see, stretching from her in all possible directions. Some were more familiar than others, but one in particular stood out. She was bigger than all the others and had that familiar feeling. It was her own. Her doll, which she had created specifically to serve as a figurehead for the organization, and soon she would make her first appearance and demonstrate to the world the danger of the Sin Council. She followed the connection until she felt her spirit solidify in the doll, but she decided not to take over the shell for the time being. After all, she had created the doll's spirit for a reason. She opened her mind, looked through Elizabeth's eyes, and tried to feel her emotions. Joy. That was the first thing she felt, almost innocent and so pure that she could have thought it came from a child who had just bought ice cream. But of course she knew the truth. When creating Elizabeth's personality, she had tried her best to turn her into a heartless monster who liked nothing more than to see people suffer. But not in the same way that Demiurge enjoyed it. Where the demon saw people as guinea pigs, a plague, and a recourse, Elizabeth saw them as toys for her pastime. Like a small child who just realized for the first time her supposed strength in destroying a sandcastle or setting some ants on fire. To them, it was nothing more than fun, no matter how cruel it seemed. But that made her perfect to lead the organization. Two opposite things usually seemed unnatural when they came together, and unnaturalness caused fear. Of course, a child who killed for a kick was particularly unnatural and frightening. Good. It seemed as if the main character was ready for her big appearance. Of course, Demiurge also had a big role, but he was competent enough to get along on his own. A quick look through Elizabeth's eyes confirmed that everything was fine and that she was still in one of the many hiding places that she had created in advance. Soon she would move out to see death and despair, a pretty cruel thought when she thought about it, but she didn't mind that. People were dying every day, and soon some more would die. Who cared? Compassion was a lie, an illusion that people indulged in to show their support because they were afraid the same thing would happen to them or because it had happened to them. It was a luxury that they would give up as soon as they were no longer able to enjoy it. Even compassion that was born out of this very need for help, like a poor farmer who helped his poor neighbor after a bad harvest because he hoped for the same thing in return in a bad year, was a lie. The silent agreement would end the moment one no longer had the luxury of helping the other, which would lead at least one of them to kill the other in order to obtain the recourse they needed to support their own family. However, that didn't matter anymore. She pulled her mind back into her own body and opened her eyes. After she had confirmed that her doll was ready for the coming invasion, only one thing was missing. A much smaller but still large connection compared to the others brought the answer. Felix, the young man she had recently transformed, was a rather interesting specimen when you thought about it. He was her first successful experiment where she used her blood to create a vampire out of a living person. Of course, in Yggdrasil she also had the opportunity to create vampires with her blood, but there she was only able to create them from corpses. Who would have thought that a line from vampire lore that said vampires could transform people with their blood did exactly that in the New World? This was particularly interesting considering that this method didn't cost her any levels, so she didn't have to worry about anyone catching her weakened. The strength of the vampire transformed by her blood depended solely on his previous level as a human and the time he spent as a vampire, although she suspected that there was a limit to the strength they could achieve. The only reason Felix had become level 24 out of nowhere was probably because she had personally transformed him. Technically speaking, she had turned a nobody into someone who, with the right equipment, could probably defeat Gazef Stronoff, the strongest man in the kingdom. However, this wasn't much of an achievement. The lower vampire servants she was able to create far surpassed Felix's strength. The last glimmer of hope was the fact that he had a mind that could think independently of her and that he seemed to be able to level up. The knowledge about it was definitely useful, and she had already decided to experiment further with it. Maybe there was more time for that after they finished invading the kingdom. Anyway, she had planned to let the organization shut down a bit afterwards so that she had time to travel the world a little. Maybe the Dragon Kingdom or the Empire? It wasn't decided yet, but definitely to the east. There were so many interesting things there. It was completely different in the west, where there was only the kingdom and later the sea. She broke out of her thoughts and focused on the connection again. In contrast to her doll, she didn't feel the possibility of transferring her spirit here, but that was to be expected since she hadn't created Felix with her blood puppet skill. Despite this, he was still created by her blood, giving her some degree of control over him. She felt that she could communicate with him, influence him, look into his head, completely control him, or even destroy him if she wanted to. It wasn't like Elizabeth, and it felt more like you were controlling a drone than an actual body, but it was very similar. One thought was enough, and she could feel how she was connecting directly with his mind. She could see through his eyes, she could hear through his ears, and even his thoughts were not hidden from her. Everything about him was under her control. Very good. She took a deep breath, extended the connection, and gave her command. A group of strange-looking figures stood around each other in a dark room. They were all very different, but they had one thing in common, their strength. If a normal citizen had entered here, he would certainly have been overwhelmed by the aura of strength, and although they were all different, both in strength in their appearance and in their race, there were no disputes between them. The reason for this was that they had nothing to disagree on. After all, they all had the same goal. Or the same orders. Who could gather such powerful beings under their command? The answer was simple, only the noblest of all beings, the supreme beings, were able to do this. And despite the unity, dissatisfaction was present in everyone and was directed not at their colleagues but at those outside this room. How dare they, spoke one of the silhouettes. We should destroy them, offered another. That would be too easy, they have to pay for their sin with their bodies, a short figure interrupted. I think so too, agreed another hesitantly. Enough, we have our orders. I'm just as mad as you are that the Eight Fingers decided to insult our masters, but this operation has been planned for a long time anyway. I have no problem adding a few parts if that means that we can fulfill our duty and at the same time teach these imps a lesson. The most important thing is not to disappoint our masters, recited one of the silhouettes as he stepped into the light. He was slim, but his muscles stood out under his red-tailored suit. I have been given complete control over this operation, including resources and troops. I hope that is not a problem. The red-clad man said with a grin. Of course not, Demiurge, agreed a black-clad old gentleman. Very good, Seabass. I hope you also see that Twer's life comes second, first comes the operation, and then it's about defending the reputation and honor of our masters. Demiurge said with a viscous grin. Of course that makes sense to me, Seabass agreed. You would probably be the best person to rescue her, we will take care of the rest in the meantime, don't worry about it. The red-clad one suggested it, to which Seabass just nodded and slowly left the room. Now for the rest, I've already divided you all into groups. As for you, Felix, it would probably be good if you went with Mare and Intoma since their team is understaffed. Demiurge ordered. As you wish, Lord Demiurge, Felix replied. After you have looted the bases and secured the VIPs, I want all groups except the Pleiades and you Felix to retreat to Nazarick. I need you for the final act. Demiurge clarified ominously. And before we get started, one more thing. Entoma, if you would. That person, said Demiurge, pointing to the illusion Entoma had conjured up, will not be killed under any circumstances. Of course you can hurt him, but everything else is taboo. This especially applies to you, Shalltear. Fine, fine, whined Shalltear. I will not do such a thing. Are you happy now? Very good, said Demiurge, ignoring her last comment. Then let's get started. Felix POV. They showed up in front of the large mansion they were supposed to invade that evening. Lord Mayor led their small group consisting of Entoma, him and some lesser undead to help them with the lugage. There really weren't many of them, but since, according to his mistress, Lord Mayor could destroy the entire kingdom if he wanted to, he wasn't too worried. This villa. According to his information, it was one of the preferred houses for Hilma Signius, the leader of the Eight-Finger Drug Division. He gritted his teeth and moved forward. Today he would finally get justice, and today he would finally make them pay, for his sister. Lord Mayor drew his cane and cast a spell. Silence. It was a spell that caused all sound to be eliminated, so it was often used in conjunction with invisibility. He drew his sword and also prepared himself for battle. A quick glance to the side confirmed that Entoma was also doing something like that, but she didn't pull out a weapon, she just fiddled with her neck, which made him ignore her. However, all preparations for battle seemed unnecessary. Lord Mayor's next spell caused dense tendrils to grow out of the ground and quickly overgrow the entire property. The walls and windows were all overgrown, only the door remained free, and they stood in front of it so that no one could escape. Lord Mayor quickly opened the door and slipped in with Entoma. After a short hesitation, he followed them. As soon as he got through the door, he saw a wild sight. Several motionless men were lying on the floor, some of them had bloody wounds on their heads, as if someone had hit them with a stick. Others were consumed by flesh-eating flies, and one was even missing an arm. He didn't have to look long for who was responsible for the missing limb. After all, the maid had one of the missing arms in her hand and had apparently forgotten about it. While Lord Mayor ignored the corpses and most of the enemies and preferred to climb the large stairs, Entoma was more interested in killing the guards and retrieving their corpses. Some of the insects she had summoned were ready to drag them past him and into the open. He sighed, apparently there wasn't much left for him to do. A shame, he thought as he raised his sword to stab one of the guards in the heart. He had already prepared himself very strongly for this fight. Another man rushed towards him, he struck and caught the heavy arm of his attacker, who promptly dropped his weapon and screamed in pain. He slipped past him smoothly, positioned himself behind the man, and sank his teeth into his large neck. His opponent fought violently, but with every gulp, he felt the man's movements become weaker, and he sank more and more into his grasp. Hawa, he sighed in relief and threw the body onto the beautiful marble floor. He hadn't drunk for a long time because he didn't want to attract too much attention in the city, but now it didn't matter anyway. Strangely enough, he could go a long time without blood, and he probably would have lasted a little longer, but it was still a relief. It was just too easy. Screams from the stairs alerted him. A glance showed that it was a woman, her leg was sticking out at a strange angle, which was probably the reason for the ruckus. So that was Hilma, the leader of the drug department, which meant they had basically done everything they had to do. Unfortunately, he had little time to examine her as Lord Mayor pulled her across the floor and past him at a remarkable speed. "I'll take her with me and I'll leave the rest to you," he said in an unusually firm voice. "Understood," Entoma said. "As you wish," he offered. It had become strangely quiet, and even if that had also been the case before due to the silence, magic, the absence of the hectig and fighting underlined it much more than any spell could ever have. "We should get to work disposing of the bodies and looting the property." He broke the silence, but Entoma only tilted her head in anticipation. "Are you still eating it?" Entoma asked sweetly, finally breaking her silence as well, and pointed to the corpse lying on the floor. "No, you can have it," he sighed, and went to look through the rest of the property. The opponents were already defeated and all that was left was to clean up. It was really too easy. Felix POV. He left the deserted mansion, all important people had already been kidnapped, and all valuable items had been stolen or made available for transport outside by the undead. The only thing they had to do now was take them to Nazarick and then be ready for the final part of the plan. He sighed deeply as he left the property and looked up at the sky. It was a full moon, and the bright light illuminated the forecourt in a mysterious way. It wasn't clear to him whether the time of the full moon was deliberately chosen for the invasion or whether it was just a coincidence, but the large, bright disk in the sky definitely created an ominous atmosphere. A quick look at the insect maid confirmed that she had already taken care of the transport. Large summoned insects carried boxes, chests, and all sorts of other valuables in their claws and fangs. He carried the last bag full of coins to one of the less packed insects and stuck the tip of the bag between its large fangs. "All right," he said and faced Entoma. "I think that was everything." "Very good, fly then, my little helpers," responded the maid, and she gave one of the insects closest to her a small pat. With a tremendous hum, the heavily laden swarm rose into the air. He watched as the swarm slowly disappeared over the horizon and could only shake his head in confusion as the insect maid waved after him with a torn human hand. A little disgusted, he then watched as she began to gnaw the flesh from the torn upper arm. He wasn't someone who shied away from killing, as he had shown earlier, and wasn't averse to drinking his opponent's blood since he was dependent on it as a vampire, but eating human flesh was a bit too much for him. "Hey you there," a powerful voice boomed through the night. It sounded feminine and yet hoarse and deep like a man's. His eyes followed the voice, and after a short time he was able to make out her origin. A massive woman in even bulkier burgundy full-plate armor that only left her hips and head visible. Her appearance was conspicuously self-confident, from her posture to the huge hammer she had placed over one of her massive shoulders. There was no doubt it was the giant of the blue rose, Gargarin. "If you don't mind me asking, what are you eating there?" asked the giants. "Oh that? It's just an arm. There used to be a human attached to it," answered Entoma. "Is that so? Man, and I thought I had seen everything, but a human meat-eating maid from a secret crime syndicate is really something new." "Isn't it?" replied the armored woman. And who are you?" she asked, confused, as if she had just noticed him. "Lady Zeta, we should retreat immediately. This woman is part of an adventure group, and while I think that you would be perfectly able to kill almost all of them, there is one woman among them that could pose difficulties, even for you," he informed Entoma, ignoring the Red Warrior. "You are right, it's not our mission to fight this woman anyway," Entoma replied. "Ha, so you are ignoring me? Fine if you want to play like that, it's not like I would let a vampire and a murderous maid get away," the armored woman replied and sprinted towards Entoma. Cracks. The powerful blow of her hammer shook the earth, and although Entoma had jumped back, she was hit by some debris caused by the use of one of her martial arts that broke the ground. He swallowed and looked at the deep hole. It was bad. If he had been hit by it, it would have been over, magical armor or not. But it seemed Entoma had other priorities. "How dare you? This piece of clothing was given to me by one of the supreme beings, and you dare to make it dirty?" she angrily shouted. "Lady Zeta, we really should retreat, and if it is just to regroup," he suggested but was promptly ignored. "Arg, fine, fuck it," he said, grabbed at one of the undeads and threw it at Gargarin, who reflexively hit its head with her hammer, leaving her exposed. "Harg," he shouted, and he let his sword rush towards her bare side with inhuman speed. Clang. The blonde warrior didn't even have to react because the sword simply bounced off the red armor, and now he showed his weak side. Fuck. Bam. The hammer hit his torso and knocked all the air out of his lungs. Not even his magical chain mail was able to prevent the broken ribs. His only consolation was that he could already feel them healing, albeit very slowly. Slash. He looked up and saw what had caused that noise. Entoma had taken advantage of the situation and wounded the distracted Gargarin in the back. The armor that seemed to have caused him so much trouble was just child's play for Entoma. A big large gash covered the massive back and made the giant warrior stagger. She stumbled back and touched the wound with one of her gloves before it glowed and the wound closed. A magical item. Immediately after she was healed, Gargarin pounced on Entoma again. Her hammer glowed and showed the activation of a martial art. A quick and inhumanly strong attack fell on Entoma, but the little maiden managed to do so without any difficulty with one of her summoned insects, which posed as a shield. Clang. But that wasn't all. Without a break, the next blow came, and the next and the next. A combo was created by activating multiple martial arts in a row. Clang. 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 Only an inhuman monster would be able to counter such a combo. And unfortunately, Entoma was one. But she didn't even have to clang the last hit, she hit the shield, and Gargarin lurched. The constant hitting and swinging of her massive hammer made her lose her balance, she wasn't normally used to someone surviving this combo, and that threw her off balance. Entoma raised her weapon and... whoosh! Tia, the assassin twin he met on the plantation, fought against him. She had somehow managed to pull Gargarin out of the way of Entoma's weapon and thus saved her life. He groaned and sat up. Everything hurt, but at least his ribs were almost healed. He raised his sword and went to Entoma's side. The maid had now let her sword beetle go. He was about to ask her why when he heard a loud crawling noise. A huge centipede, longer than 10 meters and thicker than his arm, approached them and happily climbed into Entoma's hand. The insect maid then swung it through the air twice as if she wanted to test it out and then concentrated on the opponents again. "Do you have a plan?" he curiously asked, but the only answer he got was happy click noises from her hidden mandibles. "Why do I even ask?" He looked again at the two members of the Blue Rose, ready to fight, and sighed. Tia wasn't a problem, he had fought against her before and knew where to strike best. She was annoying, sure, but that was about it. As an assassin, she specialized in paralyzing and deadly poisons, but since he was a vampire, this was ineffective against him. Even her small weapon, which without the poison was just an oversized toothpick, was nothing more than an annoyance. Completely different Gargarin, her armor not only made his sword ineffective, but with her powerful hammer, it also made him think twice about whether to attack her or not. Luckily, he had a solution to the problem. He bit the inside of his hand until blood dripped and then dragged the entire bloody palm across the broadside of his sword. Blood martial arts, glass sword. Where the blood touched the broadside of the sword, it seeped into the blade and turned the metal red. The metal began to become transparent so that one could see through it and finally began to emit a red glow, giving the sword an ominous, fairy tale-like appearance. He sprinted towards Gargarin again and tried to hit her again. Unfortunately, this time there was no undead to use as a distraction. Fortunately, the blow hit the giantess in the torso and shredded through her armor. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the Red Warrior from grabbing him by the collar and throwing him with all her might against the villa. For the second time that day, he felt his ribs crack, this time even more violently than before. If he wasn't a vampire, he would probably have lost consciousness. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. He watched as Entoma used the brief distraction, which she didn't need, to grab Tia and immobilize her in her arms. The strangely protruding arms and legs indicated the type of method. Just as Entoma was about to take her mandibles out from under her clothes to eat Tia right here and now for Gargarin, something happened. He felt something, Entoma seemed to have sensed it too because she let go of Tia and jumped back not a second too soon to avoid the crystal lance that was stuck in the ground where she had just been standing. A small person landed on the lance, her red robe glowing in the moonlight, then turned to reveal her face covered by a bone-white mask. Fuck, he recognized that mask. Evil Eye POV. She looked down at the two opponents standing in front of her. Normally something like this wouldn't have been possible because of her small size, but the crystal she stood on gave her the necessary size. She didn't like to admit it, but she was small, not only that, she was also childlike. For several centuries now, ever since she was turned into a vampire by the strange event that destroyed her former hometown, she would forever remain in the form of a 12-year-old child, but she didn't care. Now maybe she did care, but the time she had spent trying to find a way out had turned out to be useless, so she had resigned herself to her fate. Maybe there was even a solution to her problem, but what would that change? She now had friends, comrades who stood by her side. People who cared about her and who she could trust. Even if she were to become human again, her friends would still be there. This was something she could rely on. The thought of her friends brought her back to reality. Anger welled up in her when she saw the maid, who had almost killed one of her friends. Assessing, she let her gaze wander to the other of the two opponents. It was the vampire who had fought with Tia and Tina on the plantation and whom she had wounded. Unlike last time, he didn't seem to have any other vampires with him apart from the maid, who looked almost human. No, maybe she is something else. The maid didn't look like a vampire, but she could see traces of blood on the maid's uniform on her neck. Since she didn't see these marks anywhere else except on her hands, in her opinion it could only mean one thing. A man-eating monster in a maid outfit? What a sick joke. She said, staring into the maid's cold, unmoving eyes. Watch your tone, the maid said in a grating voice without moving her mouth. She touched her throat and cleared it like she had been hoarse. Evil eye, Tia exclaimed in surprise. You guys are such idiots. Getting involved in a fight with two such strong opponents. Recently you couldn't even defeat the vampire alone, and now the maid. She spoke back, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. Did you already forget about me, said the maid and launched her whip at her. Crystal wall, she cast it and jumped back. A wall sprung up from the ground, it consisted entirely of a crystal-like material and absorbed the blow. Although a big gash could be seen on its front side, the wall held. She stopped to supply the wall with mana, and the structure crumpled like a kicked sandcastle. Now that she had increased the distance and absorbed the lethal blow, there was no further need for it. Ha cute, she mocked her opponent's attack and positioned herself in front of her still wounded comrades. Gargarin, get Tia and yourself healed up, we are going to need them. She stopped herself at the loud buzzing that came from the maid, her sleeve had swollen to over 1/2 meter and was the source of the insect-like sound. So it was no surprise when a swarm of flies flew towards her from the maid's sleeve. It was almost like one of the demon gods a few hundred years ago who could also summon and command insects. If they are similar, then this should work, right? Vermin Bane, a magic circle flared up, and from it a gas-like substance was emitted. The moment the flies touched it, they dropped to the ground, but that was not all. A loud cry sounded through the bright night. It came from the insect maid that was clutching her head and seemed to be in great pain. What was that? Asked Gargarin. Nice, isn't it? It's an original of mine. A spell that kills insects, it is perfectly worthless against humans and other species, but insects are very weak against it, she answered. What the? Tia interrupted their chat. The sound of the maid's voice became muffled and seemed to stop at times, making it sound like it was held by something. The maid clutched her throat and a little something dropped to the ground, screaming in the maid's obstructed voice. It was small and looked like a worm that had a pair of human lips on its head, it twitched and quivered like a leaf in the wind and streamed its dying breath. A lip worm, commented Tia. They can eat human vocal cords to imitate their voices. It is disgusting, Gargarin added. That's. Just as the little worm, the maid's face also dropped down, revealing little legs on the bottom of the bug mask. It was also a bug. What is this maid? She thought. You damn humans, screamed the maid, her now true voice sounding through. As if to answer her previous question, the maid lifted her face that she had previously protected from her gas spell and an insect was all she could think about. It was really just like the demon gods decades ago. She could feel the predatory gaze from the insect on her, her carefully combed hair had shot up like little arms or legs, her mouth, which reached down to her throat, was wide open so that she could see her pincer teeth, and her 8 eyes were filled with so much hate, she winced. I am going to enjoy breaking you apart, screamed the spider and charged at her murderous intent. While running, her legs and arms grew to an almost abnormal size and stretched out. She bounced forward, landing on all of her 4 legs to go for an even bigger jump. Seeing that, she retreated and cast a crystal lance, which broke on the spider maid's uniform and didn't even stop her assault one bit. That was bad. She specialized in earth element spells, which means that although they caused more damage, she was unable to cast many other spells. In order to further strengthen her damage, she had further specialized herself, which allowed her to cast attacks in the form of crystals, as a result of which her remaining earth spells became weaker. Blunt or pointed crystals were capable of inflicting piercing or bludgeoning damage. A tactic that was very efficient against normal opponents. However, the maid was not a normal opponent and seemed very resistant to this type of damage. It stings, it scratches, you're the only one who's dangerous. If you're dead, the other 2 are done for, shrieked, opening her mouth to breathe out a big swarm of flies. Vermin Bane. The flies died before they even hit the ground, but the maid protectively put her hands over her mouth to protect herself from the fumes. Tia rushed towards her, but the spider spat a strand of sticky cobwebs at Tia to paralyze her for the moment. Gargarin took the chance to hit the insect with her huge hammer, hitting it in the torso, which made a loud clunk. She also wanted to attack, but the vampire she had already seen on the plantation stormed towards her, his sword shining and like red glass. Crystal dagger. A dagger made out of blue crystal shot out of her magic circle and flew towards her attacker, who took a defensive stance and raised his red glass-like sword. A battle cry echoed through the night, followed by a loud breaking sound. Her eyes widened, the man seemed to be in one piece. Sure, his weapon had broken, never to be used again, but he was unharmed. He had managed to deflect a magic spell of the 4th tier, something that should have been impossible given his previous performances. Crystal backshot. She cast one of her favorite spells, and hundreds of crystals shot out of her summoned magic circle onto her attacker, who now stood defenseless without his sword. He raised his arms to protect his head, but the shards of crystal tore through him like a hot knife through butter. The rain of crystals ended, and the torn body fell to the ground. Now that this opponent was taken care of, she turned around. Tia and Gargarin were in a tight spot, the maid was easily driving them back, and they only lived because they were retreating on their back food. She cast a crystal wall to obstruct an incoming attack that could have hit Tia and jumped to their side. We have to defeat her quickly. I will buy you a few seconds to heal. After that, we have to use everything we have or we will lose. It's obvious that we have the advantage in numbers and strength, but her equipment is top-notch. If this goes any longer, we will lose. So we are going all or nothing. Can live with that, said Gargarin. I am in Tia, agreed. Spell over spell, talisman over talisman, and strike over strike, but in the end the insect maid dropped to her knees, defeated. She took a deep breath and analyzed the situation. The fight had cost them a lot of items and mana, but now it was over. A twitch from the insect maid brought their attention back. I will finish her, replied Tia coldly, but stopped dead in her tracks. She looked up to see what had shaken her and winced over the cold shiver that went through her. It was man completely clothed in red. It was a man in an all-red suit, immaculate with no marks whatsoever. Black gloves and patent leather shoes only refined his outfit. On his face was a dark blue mask with a diabolical grin, red painted eyes made the demon face on it even more terrible. The only thing that seemed to mar his perfect appearance was his metal tail waving back and forth behind his back. He raised his gloved hand and straightened his perfectly combed black hair. Good evening, ladies. Isn't it a wonderful evening? The red-clad man asked. I hope you don't mind if I interrupt you, but I'm afraid these two are still needed. He added, whispering in an ominous tone. Evil Eye POV. Coldness crawled up her back as she carefully observed the dangerous man in front of her. She was dangerous herself, capable of 5th-tier magic and once hailed as the vampire Lord Lawnfall until she joined the 13 heroes, but this man was different. Just looking at him gave her goosebumps, let alone fighting him. She just wanted to run away and seek comfort in a cool night, but that was impossible since her friends were still with her. She couldn't just abandon them, not even if it increased her chances of survival. Ho, who is that? Someone you know? Gargarin exclaimed, clearly unaware of what she was facing. Flee, was all she responded. Flee. What do you? Gargarin started but was interrupted mid-sentence. No, listen to me carefully now. This man is a monster, we can't possibly defeat him, so listen to me and escape. Now, she replied angrily to suppress her nervousness. But what about? Enough. Don't worry about me, I will follow you with teleportation, but you have to leave. She urged them. Tia nodded to notify that she had understood and pulled Gargarin alongside her. Of course she was not physically able to do it, but the slight push gave Gargarin the rest. She watched with relief as her two friends moved away from her and the dangerous opponent. She was probably not going to make it, but at least she would be able to save her friends. It would be quite rude to leave before one has even introduced herself, but unfortunately for you there is a way to prevent that, dimensional lock. The attacker cast it by raising his hand, showing a ring with a beautiful red stone engraved with a strange symbol in the process. Magic that could prevent teleportation was really rare. For him to be able to cast that kind of magic, he had to be at a much higher level than her, but she already knew that. She had made peace with the thought that she would die if she could protect her comrades. Still, for that to happen, she had to buy more time. Maximize magic, shard buckshot. She raised her hand, and out of the magic circle in her hand appeared hundreds of small crystal shards that flew to the enemy. Enhanced with meta magic, it could deal devastating damage since these shards ripe to human skin like swords through paper. But her opponent wasn't a normal human, or rather she wouldn't be surprised if he was human at all given his metallic tail and his pointy ears. He appended his arms as if to embrace the rain of shards and waited. There was no big spectacle, the shards neither tore through his skin nor shattered on it. They simply disappeared after bridging a certain distance from him and let a violet shield flare up. He had resisted her spell. There was no time to think about that fact, no time to plan for a new strategy because he had already raised his hand like a conductor and gestured in her direction, and no, not in her direction. Hellfire. Time slowed down as she saw his hand light up in hot, scorching fire, engulfing the red ring on his finger. Like a sword, his arm descended from his upper body, ready to strike her comrades behind her down, and in this moment she believed that there was no one in this world capable of stopping this killing blow. Flash, a loud sound as well as a red light behind her, stopped her thought process. She turned around searching for her friends but could only find a lot of strange red marks on the ground slowly fading away. No, never mind, it seems my interference won't be needed, sounded the cold voice of her opponent through the night. What happened? What did you do? If they are dead, I swear I am, she started impatiently. I did nothing, your friends were never a priority for me, but it seems she wanted to interfere and teleported them away. You should really hope they are dead. If not, they will probably suffer a fate worse than death. You. How could you? Blinded by her rage, she strode towards him while preparing a close-range spell that was more difficult to resist. Aspect of the devil, giant arm of the demon, the black-haired man said in a calm, almost bored voice, and his arm grew out of proportion. The swing that he took with that giant arm knocked all of her lights out and would have killed her had she not cast a protection spell in the last second before her consciousness drifted away. Damage translocation. Luckily her mana was enough to absorb the damage, and even though the mana damage was huge, it was still better than lying half dead on the ground. She was sure that she would not be able to best this opponent, and even if she could hold out long enough until help arrived, it would be pointless, but at least she could weaken him somehow. If that was even possible, maybe under the right circumstances, with enough reinforcements, she could make him retreat. Penetrate maximize magic, crystal dagger. A defense-breaking spell shot towards the opponent and dissolved just like her previous attempts. Her hopes sank. If even that wasn't able to hurt him, then what could it be? Still, the only thing that she could do was fight until she died. Aspect of the devil, scything claws, the man announced, black claws sprouting from his fingers, without a doubt capable of shredding any armor like paper. She made herself ready, checked her remaining mana, and prepared to die. Just as she was about to plunge into battle, the ground in front of her exploded, and dust rose up, obstructing her view. Ho! She heard the surprised voice of her opponent through the dust. Slowly the dust began to settle so she could see the cracked floor. Big iron boots belonging to an armored black knight stood firmly before her. His large back, engulfed by his crimson cape, brought her a sense of security and stopped the cold she had felt the whole time. A flash of recognition flashed in her eyes as she saw the magnificent jet-black armor. Although she had never met him in person, she had heard a lot about him, the leader of the new Adamant adventure team, Momon. And who are you? Asked the black hero in front of her. Do excuse me, the lack of manners of my previous opponent seems to have rubbed off on me. I am the Demon Emperor, Jaldabaoth, member of the Sin Council and representative of the deadly sin of wrath. A pleasure, replied the demon, and he bowed like a schooled nobleman. Fine, I am Momon, an adamantid adventurer. What do you want in the capital? Momon asked. Well, Sir Momon. I have gotten word that powerful item capable of summoning demons has appeared here. It is my intention of retrieving it, if it truly is the thing that I am looking for. And what about yourself? What are you looking for? Jaldabaoth asked back in a calm voice. I was hired by a nobleman to protect one of his houses, but the battle drew me here. Is there another possibility for us other than to fight? The adamantite adventurer asked appeasingly. I want the item in my possession as soon as possible, but since I am in a foreign kingdom, doing so without fighting is probably impossible. If it were up to me, I would have taken care of you personally, but I'm not allowed to fight you. The person helping me was very clear that all she wanted in exchange for her help was for me to keep my hands off you. It's a shame, but it's a cheap price for her help that I'm willing to pay, said the emperor and playfully twirled the red ring in his hand around his finger. What do you mean? Momon interrupted himself. That ring. It looks similar, where did you get it from? The black hero stuttered. Oh. So you've seen someone like this before, I think that confirms it, you really are, that person, the demon chuckled, amused. That person? What do you mean with that? And who is this one you have made the deal with? Answer me, demon. Momon shouted, gone was his cool facade, and in his voice she could feel rage and something different. It is not my place to speak about my colleagues, but I guess I have time for a quick history lesson. The Sin Council is an organization ruled by 7 members, each representing one of the 7 deadly sins, said Jaldabaoth, showing his ring. This piece of jewelry distinguishes me as a member, as I have said earlier, I am the Sin of Wrath. I don't care about that. I want to know about the other members, specifically about someone with a purple ring. Who is she? And where can I find her? Momon spoke with suppressed anger in his voice. Ha 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 ha, eager to see her again, aren't we? Unfortunately, this is not allowed. We make it a point to keep our intentions secret, but since she is participating in the invasion anyway and you seem to so desperately want to meet her, I think it's okay to let you know her current location. The demon said in amusement, large wings burst from his back, and he floated into the sky. I will transform a part of the capital into pure cinder. If you truly want to follow me, do it and test yourself. I am sure she will be waiting for you in delight, announced Jaldabaoth in a booming voice and vanished in the night sky. Your friends are likely waiting for you there too, Little Red, the whispering sweet voice of the demon echoed in her ear. Third-person POV. It was early in the morning, so early that the sun had not yet risen and yet the whole capital was in turmoil. People were running wildly through the city, panicked and scared, some even looked awestruck as they gazed at the spectacle. And who could have blamed them? In the middle of the night, without a warning, a giant flame wall had sprouted out of the ground and isolated a big part of the capital where the warehouses were locked. The city was in chaos, and yet there were a few who tried to keep a cool head. In one of the many buildings owned by the Adventurer Guild, a colorful crowd of people had gathered in the meeting room. Though it consisted of many adventurers, not all of them were connected through the guild. A golden blonde woman pulled away from the back wall of the room and walked, flanked by 2 women purposefully towards the table set up in the middle. Dear adventurers, you deserve my deepest thanks for following my call in such a difficult time. It breaks my heart that I have to ask so much from you and that I, as the princess, am not able to do more for the citizens of this country, but please listen to what I have to say, pleaded the blonde princess and bowed her head, which earned sounds of awe and of approval. Most of you must have already discovered the reason you were summoned here today by the head of the Adventurer Guild, said the princess and gestured to the muscular woman beside her. She looked old, but her eyes were still sharp like the ones of a hawk. Today in the morning, a part of the capital was engulfed by a giant wall of flames that measured over 15 meters. Fortunately, these flames are really harmless. This was confirmed by the leader of Blue Rose, continued the princess and pointed at the other woman at her side. This is correct, I touched the flames still, I felt no heat nor harm, but I couldn't get far for insides dwell many demons. Confirmed the other blonde woman at the princess side. We now know who is responsible for this. He introduced himself as the Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth. According to him, he is also supposed to be part of a dangerous organization called the Sin Council, whose members have a similar level of strength to him. Furthermore, he has powerful underlings consisting of demons and other magical creatures, explained Renner. Do we know how powerful he is? Asked one of the present higher-ranking adventurers, prompting the leader of the Blue Rose to step forward. One of his close servants, a spider-made demon, engaged with the giant warrior Gargarin and the smart thief Tia. They were completely outmatched and only able to beat her after they gained the support from Evil Eye. Jaldabaoth then showed up in person, prevented us from killing the insect maid, and managed then to forcefully teleport Tia and Gargarin away, though he claimed that was another member from the Sin Council that also seemed to be inside the city, finished Locuse and looked at the present adventurers who were furiously discussing her story with themselves. Adventurers from the adamantite rank abducted, one murmured in horror. That is insane! Cried out another adventurer. You can't expect us to fight. A third interrupted, but his voice was lost in the crowd. Enough, shouted Evil Eye, shutting everyone up. I know what you want to say. I fought Jaldabaoth, I kept throwing spells at him that didn't hurt him. I was without hope. But still, we can't just give up. This time we have Sir Momon on our side, an enemy that even Jaldabaoth wasn't keen on fighting and an opponent that made him retreat rather than risking a fight. With him on our side, we are able to defeat him. With him, we can win, finished Evil Eye, raising her hands in a dramatic fashion toward the Black Knight standing in the shadows. Excited chatter erupted from the adventurers. The presence of the Black Knight seemed to calm them down and raise their morale. That is right, the princess interrupted the turmoil. With Sir Momon, victory is possible, but it still cannot be archived lightly. In order to bring him into the middle of the raging inferno, we have to intercept the enemy forces. After all, Jaldabaoth has positioned several demon hordes inside the flame wall. Since many demons are able to fly, we have to keep them on the ground in order to give Sir Momon the ability to fly into the enemy base and give him the chance to fight the Archfiend. Renner revealed the strategy. Does this mean Blue Rose will fight at the front against the demons? Asked a high-ranked adventurer. That's right, since 2 of our members were kidnapped, we have been weakened greatly. Evil Eye is the only one who will go with Sir Momon to help against the insect maid should she be present. Tina and me, on the other hand, will join the rest at the front, explained Locuse. And what about the warrior captain? Another interjected. I will be at the castle with my men to protect the king, it is of the utmost importance, said Gazef. What? We are going to the front, and the nobles are just going to sit by. One adventurer snapped, earning the approval of the others. Damn nobles. Who do they think they are? Egoistical bunch of assholes. I can't believe. Please stop. I am angry too, but remember, not everyone is the same. Everyone present is being paid by the princess' personal funds, and also Sir Momon is only here today because of Marquis Raven, who has hired him, appeased the leader of the Blue Rose and received murmurs of approval. All right, interrupted Princess Renner, the dark mood. Now that everyone has calmed down, let's go over the plan again. I want a team to cover the south side, at the same time this team will enter from the... A group of people gathered in the office of the head of the Adventure Guild. They had retreated there after the meeting to plan further strategies in the coming counterattack against the invasion. Many high-ranking people were present, including the remaining members of the Blue Rose, Princess Renner, her lapdog Climb, the warrior captain Gazef Stronoff, the leader of the Adventure Guild, as well as the 2 members of the adventure team, Darkness Momon and Nabe. And even if it was a strategic meeting between allies, tempers still ran high. Speak, Locuse demanded, her face twitching in a rare case of suppressed anger. Locuse. Evil Eye tried. No, none of that. Our friends are on the line, they have been kidnapped, and he knows more. Locuse insisted, her eyes not leaving the Dark Knight's visor. Ha, I understand, but first, please let me, thank you. You did not need to have waited until we were in fewer company. You could have spoken to me about it in front of the others, but you did not, thanked Momon, holding her firm gaze. I did not have a choice in that, did I? Had the rest of the adventurers known what they were getting into, morale would have dropped, further diminishing our chance of victory, said Locuse, her gaze softening. All right, declared Momon. I do not know much, but I will share with you what I know. It is not a pretty history, but maybe you will find something in it that could help us with your abducted comrades, said Momon. Once upon a time. Herdperson POV. A long time ago in a village deep in the forest, far from any civilization, lived a nobleman named Momon. Although he only ruled over a small amount of land, the village resembled the size of a city. In addition, the residents loved him because he was a fair ruler who cared more about them than his personal wealth. This even went so far that the residents set aside extra taxes from their personal resources in order to build a huge mansion for him. The reason for this was that he not only ensured peace through his rule, no, the villagers also respected him for his inhuman strength. Strength which he used tirelessly every day to protect the village, so that no monster from the forest ever posed a danger. He did so much that the residents soon began to call him the Black Hero because of his raven black armor. Many young women fell in love with him and many young men wanted to be like him, but apart from the few infrequent students he taught in the sword arts, the hunters he sometimes accompanied into the forest or the women he greeted happily on the street, he was pretty unapproachable. The reason for this was that when he wasn't at work, his time was most definitely spent in his mansion with his wife, whom he had made his own a few moons ago. She was the daughter of a rich merchant before he had asked her father for her hand. Her father of course had been overjoyed, as had his daughter, who had been quite fond of him. So they got married, which was a huge celebration throughout the village and the sign of a glorious future. Life was beautiful. Momon POV. He checked his armor and once again pulled the straps that supported his shoulder plates tighter. Finally, he equipped his 2 trusted great swords and picked up his black helmet. As he turned around he saw his wife who was already waiting inside the door frame. Her beautiful platinum hair flowed down to her shoulders in perfect harmony with her blood-red dress that covered her oh-so-beautiful body. "You are going?" she asked, glancing over his armor. "That's right, Tob said that he wanted to investigate the forest since some of our hunters disappeared and asked me to help him," he answered. He looked at his bag that was on his belt and checked its contents again without saying anything. His wife's silence contributed to his. Sighing, he looked up again and saw that she had lowered her head and was looking unhappy at the ground. "What is it, dear?" he asked, seeking her eyes which still focused on the wooden floor. Since she didn't answer, he approached her and reached for her chin to gently guide it upwards until her eyes meet his. She was crying, and her red puffy eyes expelled rivers and rivers of tears. "What is it, dear, you can tell me," he asked again, slowly stroking her vibrant platinum blonde hair. It's just you can know that I get so lonely here sometimes," she sniffed and buried her head in his cold armor. "I can know you are protecting the village B, but I just want to be with you," she wept and held him even tighter. "I understand," he answered, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her away from him. "Today I am going to tell Tob and the rest of the militia that I am going to take a break, so I can be more at home. I also want to spend more time with you, it's just that it seems there never is time. I know that I should be there for you more often, especially now," he said, stroking her pregnant belly. "After all, you'll be very busy soon. Maybe we should go out together again to have a picnic and enjoy the peace and quiet before our sleepless nights begin," he joked, caressing her stomach. "Really?" she squeaked, her sadness suddenly forgotten. "Yes," he replied with conviction in his voice. "The village will always need protection, but I will take more time for you, no for us," he said, carefully wiping away her tears. "All right then, darling, then go. I can hardly wait when you come back. Maybe I should see what we can do in the next few days. I mean, before I can't walk properly anymore, maybe we could," she blabbered. "Calm down, you crazy, we have enough time," he teased, taking a step back. I am not crazy, there is never enough time," she pouted. "All right," he agreed hastily, "I really have to go now. I'll see you tonight, darling." "Good luck," his wife replied and sat down in the armchair by the fireplace. "I will wait for you." Walking through the big village, he made his way to the outskirt where the gate was located that gave entry through the giant wall. Soon they would have to increase the size since the living space was becoming scarce, but for the moment it was still fine. He was really worried about his wife. The day of the birth was getting closer and closer, and she seemed to be really worried, not about herself but about their relationship. He hadn't spent much time at home lately, and he now regretted that, even if it had been for the good of the village. What put him at ease was that his wife was not alone in the giant mansions, named their personal maid, who he had picked up in the forest when she was still a little girl, and who his now dead mother had taught powerful magic, was also there and ordered by him to protect his wife with her life. He shook his head to drive away his worries and looked around. He was now standing in front of the large gate that separated the village from the huge forest. A group of guards and rangers had already gathered in front of it and were waiting for his arrival. Tob the leader waved to him when he recognized him and received a short nod in return. This is not without reason. Tob Modner was the leader of the local militia and one of the people he personally trained in swordsmanship. "Hey Sir Momon," shouted Tob and continued waving widely. "Tob," he replied in a reserved tone. "Good to see you, Sir Momon, we have already been waiting for you. We are ready when you are, sir," Tob said. Even though he acted like a child sometimes, he could see that the man respected him. "Good, let us set out then," he said, and gave the guard on the wall the signal to open the gate. With a loud creak, the huge oak gate opened, clearing the way to the green forest. He and Tob mounted their horses and the little caravan set off. At first, they rode side by side in silence until he decided to say something to stop Tob from starting his childish chatter. "After this I am going to take a little time off," he broke the silence. "Wait, what?" asked Tob, confused. "Yes. My wife and I need it. I will always help you guys if it is an emergency, but since she is expecting soon I thought it would be a got time. After all, I can't always be there for you," he clarified. "Oh yeah, the baby, I remember you'd only talked about the last 100 times, joked Tob. "What would you actually rather have? A girl or a boy?" he asked, not to give him the chance to get mad at his joke. A boy, he admitted. "Is that so? Any specific reasons?" Tob asked, interested. Not really, but you know my wife, she's absolutely crazy about magic even if she can't use it herself. She insisted that our child learn magic, and because I objected, we made a deal. If it's a boy, I'll teach it swordplay, and if it's a girl, Mabe will teach her magic, he sighed. Ha, isn't that funny? And I thought. Tob tried but was interrupted. Sir Momon, one of the rangers, piped up. Yes. We have found a trail of blood, probably from one of the missing hunters, said the ranger. Fine, lead the way, we will follow you, he ordered. He turned his horse around and started to follow the rangers that had dismounted their horses and carefully examined the tracks. Soon enough he could also see the tracks, blood without a doubt, not that much on one place, but considering it cut to the forest in a long line, someone must have really lost a lot. Whoever that was, the person was likely chased down, one of the rangers interjected. Not just that, the hunter enjoyed the hunt, it chased them down, but very slowly. See, said another hunter and pointed at the tracks. Instead of a small blob like the rest of the trail, a large puddle covered the forest floor. The prey stopped, likely because it couldn't run anymore, but the predator didn't care, he let it rest so it could continue running later, muttered the ranger. Diabolical, said another. What do you think, Sir Momon? Asked the last. He said nothing and only gave the signal to move on, and the rangers got back on their horses. He himself also kept an eye on the track. So they rode again for a while until the track suddenly stopped in front of a large tree. Apart from a large pool of dried blood on the floor that was even bigger than the pool earlier, there was nothing more to see anywhere. The trail ends here? Asked Top, confused. I am sorry, sir, but it seems the track ends here, confirmed the ranger. So it seems, he said, looking around. Splash. A drop splashed onto his helmet. Rain. He stretched out his hand but nothing happened, just as he was about to pull it back. Splash. Red blood slowly dripped through the fingers of his metal gauntlet and he looked up. What met him was a frightening sight. A brown-haired man, probably one of the missing hunters, had been nailed to the thick tree with thick iron bolts on his outstretched hands and feet. But as if that wasn't enough, one of the thick branches of the tree had also been pushed through his stomach. So that it looked as if it had grown through the dead man's body, and finally, above his head in the setting sun, they say something written in blood that looked like a poem even if it wasn't particularly sophisticated. I live to drink the wet and red. Since I was made for that. Sometimes I even bath in it. Because it is so wet and red. This time it did not do such thing. His wet and red, it reeks of him. His friends, they ran. I followed them. They brought me to, lots of them. Tonight I go and hunt for them. Their red and wet smells wonderful. Shit, shouted Tob and brought his horse around. He and the rangers had done the same, and now they rode as fast as they could back to the village, one eye always at the orange sunset, fearing it would disappear. They did not need to talk about anything because the situation was as clear as they needed it to be. Somebody, and that somebody was not important, was trying to go inside the village to do something, and they did not want to find out what that something meant. After all, they all had families inside the village, and the original next time comforted Elizabeth. Ha, of course I find it. I am just little bit upset that I have wasted all these recourses for nothing, but I guess it is what it is. Alpha, we are retreating, commanded the demon. As the maids gathered around him, he looked towards them one more time. I pray that we don't see each other in the future, Sir Momon. Unfortunately I was not able to retrieve the item I was looking for. This one is just a cheap copy of the original. Of course that means it also only has a fraction of the original's power, said the demon, and carefully placed the bronze statue on the stone floor. After that he mock bowed once again and vanished in a white light. Ho, so he's gone. Well, it doesn't matter, this party is dead anyway. It's becoming increasingly boring, complained Elizabeth and turned around. Elizabeth, shouted Momon out, gaining her attention. I am going to find you, and I am going to kill you, promised the dark warrior in a serious tone. Well, isn't that scary? I guess that means. Elizabeth broke of mid-sentence. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Sweat ran down her face and her heartbeat increased. Every hair on her body stood on end and a shiver ran down her spine. Something had happened. The feeling of fear that she had felt towards the little vampire had changed, replaced by an even bigger sense of dread that had brought her to her knees. She looked over in the direction of Elizabeth, but she had disappeared. PFFFFFFFFFFF. She jumped as something blew into her ear. Every one of her instincts screamed for her to turn around and distance herself from the something behind her, but she couldn't move. The only thing she could do was stare at the ground and hope the large predator behind her did not attack her. "Evil Eye," called out Momon. "Stand back, or she is going to be a head shorter." Literally, commanded Elizabeth's voice behind her in a far more noble tone than ever before. "And you, who have caused me so much trouble, how about we play a little game? To compensate me for your disobedience," whispered Elizabeth seductively into her ear. "Your friends who I have abducted. I want you to kill them the moment you lay eyes on them. In exchange, if you are able to resist until dawn, you are allowed to spare them," the voice giggled in her ear. "No, differently not, I am." "That was a rhetorical question, dear," said the voice, which resulted in her getting pressed on the floor even harder. "Good luck, child, you are going to need it," said the Elizabeth or whatever monster had taken her place, and a red light flashed, letting the pressure on her neck disappear. "She is gone," said the black hero and gently squeezed her back. "Can you walk?" She tested her body and experimentally moved her legs. The compulsion that had just stopped her was now gone. "Yes, I think I." A red light shone once again in the night, this time a few meters in front of them. Instead of the little vampire girl, two people she knew appeared. They were Tia and Garga. She fell back to her knees, breath hitching from her mouth as she tried to banish the fog that seemed to envelop her mind. It felt so right to give up control, it had been an order after all. She shook her head in a feeble attempt to retain what little control she had left, but it was ineffective. Her hands went forward and she squatted down. Fingernails scraped the ground as she dug her hands into the stone. Every muscle in her body tensed. And she jumped. Oriana POV. A knock on the door made me look up from my book. I signaled to the maid, who was also in my room, and she started to open the door. The visitor who entered the room made me smile and invited him to sit down with an inviting hand gesture. "Hello, my friend, how are you?" I asked after he had sat down. "Oh, you know, stressful. Your little play that you put on in the kingdom caused me a lot of trouble," Ainz complained without any anger in his voice. "Do you think? I actually thought it was very successful." I replied playfully. Maybe it was successful, but that doesn't mean that the consequences aren't stressful. Do you know how quickly your story about Momon the Dark Hero spread? They're already singing songs about him," sighed Ainz. "That is the price for fame." "My friend," I giggled. "I understand that, it's just that all the attention makes me embarrassed," replied Ainz, to which I only smiled. "Then it occurs to me, you wanted to travel to the Dragon Kingdom soon, right? Does this mean your self-imposed lockdown is over? Do you have it under control now?" Ainz asked, which made me remember the night of the demon invasion. I closed my eyes and let the scene flash through my mind again, exactly as it had happened that night. Flashback. I had watched everything that evening through the eyes of my little doll. From the massacre of a few unimportant adventures to the encounter with Momon. Everything had gone according to plan. I had never interfered, not even when this funny feeling had started in my stomach again. As usual, it had slowly climbed up into my chest and arms. When we were in the last act, the feeling had already taken over my whole body, which was interesting because at that moment I was neither in my body nor had I taken control of my dolls. A sudden thought and I had pushed my doll's consciousness aside. Now that I was the dominant personality in the body, the people outside were able to sense it immediately. My aura of the primordial vampire, which had been suppressed until now, was able to be felt the moment I took over the body. The reason for that was that only I, as the primordial vampire, was able to use that aura, and not even a doll created by me would be able to express it without me as the dominant soul. In the end, Evil Eye was brought to her knees. From then on, everything was just child's play. Since my aura was able to control Evil Eye, it was already over. No matter how hard she would try or not, in the end she would have to follow my orders. The funny thing was, the mind control couldn't even be recognized at this point. I had only ordered her to kill her friends. So if she had theoretically never seen them, she would have never seen a need to attack them. But unfair as I was, I had also cheated in this game and teleported her friends in front of her, which would then leave her with no other option than to tear them apart. Oh, and how she had torn them apart. Flashback end. Was that a loss of control? I wasn't sure. Sure. I made her attack her friends, but I didn't touch her directly, didn't I? And the tortured adventures were my doll's fault anyway. Even if a single slip wasn't so bad, was it? After all, I had managed to maintain control over the last few months. I opened my eyes again and looked directly in Ainz's face. I have it under control, I lied, and a beautiful smile blossomed on my face. Is that so? Very good, I was worried, but when you say that everything is fine then I am reassured. Still, don't you think you should take it easy before you go traveling again? Some easy excursions before venturing into unknown territory? Ainz asked, still sounding concerned. Don't worry about me. I've already planned everything, and I'm sure there won't be any surprises, I said, trying to ease his worries. That reminds me, I wanted to take Zelan with me, is that okay with you? I tried to change the topic. Zelan? Ah, you mean one of the greater doppelgangers of Eric's string orchestra who plays one of your organization members? Ainz clarified. Yes, that is the one I mean, I said. No problem here. I don't need them now anyway, and I am sure Demiurge can spare 1 inch. That is good to hear. Would you mind leaving then? I still wanted to change into a more appropriate travel robe, I asked, giving him a subtle hint. Ah yes, sure, talk to me if you need help with your temper again. I will always be there for you, we are friends after all, said Ainz, standing up. I lied again, turning my back to him. It wasn't nice lying to Ainz, but if anything it was just a single slip-up. I could handle that on my own, even without his help. Third-person POV. Our first topic today will be about the appearance of the so-called demon emperor Jaldabaoth in the Riestai's kingdom and how we should react to it, said the Cardinal of the Earth Raymond Zarg-Loranson. According to some of our agents, the demon was in the capital to steal a magical item. Since the item was in the camp district, he used a massive army of lesser demons that was able to keep the kingdom's combined adventure guild at bay for several hours. I probably don't need to tell you how dangerous something like that is, Raymond said, which caused all the cardinals to murmur in agreement. But how was that possible? Weren't the Blue Roses also in the capital? With their combined strength they should have been able to destroy some lesser demons, asked the Cardinal of the Light Ivan Jasna Drakrua. 2 of the Roses were apparently kidnapped, and the demon wasn't alone either. Not only did he have a small elite group of strong demons, he also had a vampire girl with him who was supposed to be his equal in strength, clarified the Cardinal of Earth. Preposterous, shouted the Cardinal of the Wind Dominic Partouche. And yet it is true. According to the 2 of them, they are members of an organization that includes 5 others besides themselves. They call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, and some of them are said to be about as strong as them, argued Raymond. Since he had been a former Black Scripture member he always had the most reliable information. We should send support next time when the members of this so-called organization show themselves. As demons and vampires, they undoubtedly stand in the way of our beliefs, said the Cardinal of Fire Berenice Nagua Santini. That would be impossible with our current strength. After all, we are still at war with the elves, and we have been further weakened by the loss of the Sunlight Scripture, not to mention the disappearance of the Black Scripture's extra seat, explained the Cardinal of Darkness Maximilian Orio Laguier. And not only that, as you know, some believers of our organization have lost their faith in the 6 Great. When we arrested them they claimed to serve the one true goddess. As long as such a heretical tumor grows in our midst, I fear it will be impossible for us to help anyone, added the Cardinal of the Water Ginadine de Langelfi. That's correct, which brings us to the next point. This false deity must absolutely be found. It is dangerous that it was able to convert so many of our most faithful believers in such a short time. That's why I'm going to suggest that we put all external circumstances aside for now and concentrate on the danger in our midst, suggested the Cardinal of the Earth, which received nothing but approval. Finally, let's also discuss how we will deal with the war with the elves. I suggest that we. Oriana POV. The carriage rattled over a stone, shaking us violently inside. It had only been a few hours since we set off again and I was already fed up with traveling in this mode of transport. Unfortunately, teleportation magic wasn't omnipotent. No one from Nazarick had ever set foot in the Dragon Kingdom, which therefore denied us the opportunity to open a portal there directly. The only glimmer of hope was that we didn't have to start the journey from scratch. After all, we had already crossed the land of the undead once when we tried to infiltrate the Theocracy. I let out a loud sigh and looked out the window. The dead landscape also quickly became boring, especially if you hadn't been able to see anything else for a while. My lady, is everything all right? Asked my most loyal subordinate, Mariana. This made me take my eyes off the window and turn around. Mariana looked at me with the look that could only be compared to that of a loyal dog or a faithful believer that had just found their god. Her red eyes almost glittered with adoration, making her look even more humbled. I liked that. It was no longer a secret that as a primordial vampire I loved it when my subordinates submitted to me, and yet. Everything is fine, I'm just thinking about our next steps once we reach our goal, I answered her. Oh, so you already have a plan related to the Dragon Kingdom? I expected nothing less from you, my lady, praised Mariana. No, that is not correct. I am not much of a planner, at least I don't think I am. However, I already have a basic idea of what we will do as soon as we reach the capital, I said, looking at the third person in our carriage. The creature I was referring to was completely pale and seemed to only have 3 black holes instead of a face. Not a single hair was to be found on his body, and there were only 4 fingers on his hand. It was a greater doppelganger that I had borrowed from Nazarick. He wasn't Pandora's actor, but he had definitely proven his worth when it came to taking his place as the deadly sin of greed within my organization. What do you know about the Dragon Kingdom? I asked, looking around the carriage. I don't know much about the Dragon Kingdom, my lady, except that it was founded by a true Dragon Lord and is currently ruled by his granddaughter. Mariana answered. That is correct, but you have forgotten the most important thing. I mean the danger of the beast mean that has brought the country to near extinction, I finished. Oh, that's why you brought me with you, my lady. As a member of the organization, I will make a deal with the queen and ensure that she submits to us, remarked the greater doppelganger. Precisely, but we don't have to offer her our help straight away, it would be easier to wait for a major catastrophe. After all, the more desperate the business partner's situation, the better the deal. I clarified. However, I wanted to add, but the carriage had stopped. Ah, it seems we have arrived, I said as one of the Hanzos that acted as my bodyguards opened the door. In the Dragon Kingdom, my lady? Asked Mariana. Not quite, this is the end of the Katza Plain, our designation is more east. As you know, I prefer to travel by carriage rather than flying since it is much more noble, but I fear the mountain range before us will not allow that, I explained, putting a mask on my face and gesturing to the other to do the same. From now on, please slip into the role I assigned to you. It's unlikely that anyone will meet us out here, but I'd just like to make sure. Remember, we are traveling adventures. Understood, I asked and they nodded. Good, the Hanzos will follow us on the ground, if you are ready. I said and shot into the air. Follow me. POV. He looked to the west, where large mountains stretched into the sky in every direction, and let out a suppressed growl. He would have liked to say more, but he hadn't been able to do more than growl for a long time. An anomaly had entered his territory, that was also something that didn't happen to him every day. Usually travelers or the villagers of the nearby village knew to stay away from here, but sometimes a traveler who knew nothing about the rules in his area got lost here. A mistake that the intruders then paid for with their lives. But the anomaly was different, not only could he feel their strength, but also the wildlife seemed to fear her like prey fears their hunter. It awakened something in him, a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. A fear he hadn't felt since he was a little boy and went hunting with his father. When the wild boar had shattered his bow and with it his best chance of success. But it also awakened something else in him, the excitement he felt when he and his father chased the wild boar down, and the joy when he finally brought it down himself. Hunting had always made him curious, but what really captivated him was the fight, when he threw his useless bow aside and faced the wild boar with nothing but a knife. That was something that really made his blood boil. Hunting was one thing, but a fight was where a warrior could truly shine. There was nothing more glorious for a warrior than to die in battle, whether for a lord or his own ideals. The ultimate death of the warrior, so final and yet so beautiful. Unfortunately, this honor was not granted to him at the time. Not only was he bound to this terrible form, no, he also had to watch as strangers desecrated the place of his ancestors. At first he thought it was all just a bad dream, but he soon realized how true everything was. His remaining family was dead and the residents of the village had not survived the disaster either. Only he himself was left with an eternal damned life into which he had condemned himself. He raised his half-rotten arm, which he had barely bandaged, and with it his gold-decorated katana. It was all that was left of his family. Inherited from generation to generation and said to have belonged to the great shogun Akami, the legendary samurai who is said to have been able to split mountains. He valued his family history almost as much as he revered the path of the sword. That's why it was unthinkable for him to ignore the anomaly, even if it reawakened in him the long-forgotten feeling of fear. So if the anomaly made its way to the property, there was, as always, only one answer. A fight. My subordinates and I ended up in the middle of the forest. We had just flown over a large mountain range and spotted a small village from the air where we wanted to set up camp for the night. Of course, as vampires, Oriana and I didn't need to take a break, and Zelon was also equipped with an item that freed him from such unpleasant constraints, but the village gave us a good opportunity to collect information under the disguise of an adventure, and so I decided that a little break would do us good. But on the flight to the village I noticed something else. There was a presence in the distance that seemed to be watching us, or at least sensing us too. After all, the power level in this world was quite low and usually did not exceed the power of an ant. Of course that meant that the recourses and magical items were mostly weak as well. But even among all the dirt and grime there were shining gems every now and then. The world item of the Theocracy and Zesshi were a good example of this. We landed far enough away to not be seen and slowly began to move towards the village. My travel robe got caught on some branches as we moved through the thicket, but I simply broke the branches in the way as if they were rice paper. Soon the sun would set. I could already feel it, even though sunset was still a few hours away. We are here, I expect you stay in character. No arbitrary decision, you will only act if I say so. I ordered. Your wish is my command, mistress, said Oriana. Understood, replied my doppelganger subordinate. We left the shelter of the trees and took the well-worn dirt road towards the village. Soon I was able to see a large wooden fence that seemed to surround the entire village. The gate in front of which two guards stood was also made of wood, but strangely it seemed fragile and very puny for a village this far away from the city. Out here it was supposed to be swarming with bandits, monsters, and beast men, and yet the residents of the village had only put up a very mediocre defense, almost as if they didn't need any more. Stop, ordered one of the guards after seeing us. What business do you have in our village? Asked the other. I didn't like their tone, especially the fact that they were trying to give me orders, but since I didn't want to destroy our cover, I obeyed. We are adventurers and just passing through. However, we would like to take a break in your village, especially since the sun will soon set. I explained. The two guards discussed briefly and after a while one of them made his way into the village, probably to ask permission. The other, however, had stepped forward and approached me. Take off your mask, he ordered while coughing heavily. What? I asked him, more surprised about his audacity to order me than the question itself. You heard me. Take off your mask, I need to know who we are letting in our village. Anger rose in me when I saw how disrespectfully this peasant spoke to me. It shouldn't have bothered me after all, he was just an insect, and I was the primordial vampire, only of my kind, but still, this insect made me angry, like a fly buzzing around your head. I wanted to rip his head off but then remembered that we still needed our disguise. I jumped forward so quickly that he couldn't possibly have seen me and grabbed him by the neck. The suppressed scream that came out of his throat like a gurgle was like music to my ears, but unfortunately I didn't have time for anything more. I took off my mask and looked deep into his eyes. They glowed red, and his body, which had just moments before tried to free itself from my iron grip, now lay limp in my arm. You already checked our identities, we showed you our faces and everything was fine. Do you understand? Yes, mistress, the guard replied in a monotone voice without couching this time. Good, I said, taking a step back. He seemed to still be in a trance, but that changed quickly after the other guard from earlier returned. Is everything okay, Ralph? The eldest said we can let them in if they are okay. He asked without receiving an answer from the still entranced guard. Ralph? He asked again. What? Yes, I have checked them, they are fine, he stammered. Alright then, follow me, ordered the other guard, which made me grit my teeth. The guard led us into the village. Despite the ridiculous defensive measures observed from outside, the inside was surprisingly large. I watched the people and could see that they looked well fed and healthy. They were neither fat nor thin, and I couldn't see any fear or exhaustion in their faces. The only thing that spoiled this peaceful picture was the occasional coughing that came from some villagers, just like I had heard from the unfriendly gate guard. We were led into a guest hut that was a little too well equipped for this, and the guard apologized and asked us to come to dinner with the village elder after sunset. This new friendliness, which contrasted with the previous unfriendliness, made me even more suspicious. Don't you think it's a bit strange here? I asked my followers after the guard had left the hut. What do you mean, my lady? Asked Mariana and looked confused. I cannot say that I noticed something suspicious, apart from the sudden friendliness of the residents, answered Zelon. Yes, that is one part that made me suspicious as well, but there is more. The village defenses are too poor for a danger hotspot like that. With this kind of protection you could just barely protect yourself against a major goblin invasion, and I'm sure out here are much more dangerous things than that. I concluded. Your wisdom knows no limits, my lady, that you are even able to recognize something like that, praised Mariana, and instead of rolling my eyes and feeling a little embarrassed like usual, this time I felt nothing but satisfaction. There is also the strange illness from which the villagers suffer. Some of them seem to be suffering from a bad cough, although I don't think that the disease has spread that widely yet, I finished. What does that mean for us? Asked Zelon. I personally don't care much about them, as you know we are just here to find more about the region and what dangers lie here. It would be good to see where we could best implement future plots against the Dragon Kingdom, and a little village will be missed by no one. I clarified without any emotions in my voice. After all, I didn't care about their fate, they could die if it would benefit me, and their unfriendliness certainly didn't do them any favors. Third-person POV. The sun had long since set and Oriana was getting ready to go to the promised dinner and tea with the village elder. Her subordinates were not finished because, after careful consideration, she had decided that it would be better if they kept an eye on the villagers while she was otherwise occupied. Of course, the villagers' incredible fighting strength wasn't a problem, but they wanted to be on the safe side before something else unforeseen happened. There was a knock, and at her behest Mariana opened the door. On the threshold stood the gate guard who had let her into the village that afternoon. He looked very tired, with dark circles under his eyes, but even his tiredness couldn't quite hide the slight nervousness that seemed to be slumbering behind his eyes. Ah, I assume you are the guide who should take us to your eldest, asked Oriana. That is correct, the elder asked me to bring you to her, answered the guard. That's very kind of you. I was just going to. That reminds me, my two friends weren't that hungry. Would it be fine if it was only I who attended the dinner, and they could explore the village a bit? Or would that be rude? Oriana asked cautiously. That is fine, even better, the elder doesn't like crowded meetings that much. I will send them some men to guide them around, responded the guard quickly. Too quickly, Oriana thought. Excellent, then we shouldn't keep the eldest waiting, Oriana said with a fake smile on her lips. Perfect, the guard exclaimed with relief and pulled out a small wooden plate with a sword symbol from his collar. He kissed it gratefully and wiped the remaining sweat from his forehead. What the hell? The path to the eldest's house wasn't particularly far. Just a few steps through the earthy ground, and they were already standing right in front of the door of a quite luxurious house that seemed to be clearly different from the others in the village. Unlike the normal block huts, this one seemed to be built in the old Japanese style. Oriana never saw anything like it in person in her old world, but she clearly recognized the similarity from pictures and the occasional buildings in Yggdrasil. What was going on in this village? The guard stepped forward and knocked tentatively on the door. After a short wait, the door opened and revealed an old woman who had long since left her best years behind, but you could see that she must have once been very beautiful. But that wasn't the only thing Oriana noticed. Through the slits of her half-closed eyes and her toothless smile, she could sense a cunning like that of a fox. Oh, come in, cough, I hope you are hungry. The old woman said, giving Oriana a particularly toothless smile. Ho, cough, where are your two friends? Were they too tired to come? She remarked before Oriana could even respond. They weren't hungry, elder, and wanted to explore the village, but don't worry, I have sent some men with them, said the guard and gave the old woman a meaningful look. Oh, that is sad, but if they aren't hungry, cough, then it can't be helped, and Yato, I told you, you could call me grandmother, I do not like the title elder, said the elder. Ah, yes, of course, ELD, a grandmother, answered the men called Yato hastily and tried to duck under the old woman's stern gaze. Oh, the youth, began the old woman as she led Oriana into her house. Always so hectic without rest. Tea? Asked the old lady and fiddled with the tea tray. Yes please, replied Oriana politely. Oh, but what am I saying, you're still a young thing yourself, cough, I didn't want to get too close to you, forgive me, mumbled the old lady. No harm done, said Oriana and let her eyes wander around the house. The symbol that she had seen on the plate on Yato's neck immediately caught her eye. But instead of being on a small plate, it was hung on a large banner on the wall. If you don't mind me asking, we are traveler and have never been in that region. Could you explain to me, what meaning the symbol on the wall has? I have seen it on some villagers before, asked Oriana. This symbol, asked the old woman and picked up a plate out of her collar. It was the same as the one Yato had, just looking a bit older. Yes, that's the one, confirmed Oriana. Well, since you are not from here, it's clear why you don't recognize it. It is the symbol of our guardian god, that has protected us for the last centuries, answered the old lady with a smile. Guardian god? Oriana asked. Oh yes, it was said that he was a descendant of the god Susanoo who came to this land hundreds of years ago, back then the land here was so harsh and dangerous that it wasn't a good place for people to live, even more dangerous than it is today. With his inhuman strength, the god shaped the land and created a place where people could live safely. The promise of protection and security quickly attracted more people and a small town soon formed. Our god Susanoo became the leader of the city-state and its lands and appointed himself with the title of the Akai shogun. But things did not stay the same as the war broke out with the demon gods. The shogun set out to defend his lands against the forces of evil. Unfortunately, he never returned, and so his only son took the title of Akai shogun from his father, and with it the burden of protecting this land, just as his child and his children's children would later do. The woman explained after a particularly violent coughing fit. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to the descendant of the god? Is he still alive, and why have I never heard of a city-state like this? Asked Oriana. It doesn't bother me that you ask, child. Some more tea? Asked the village elder without coughing this time. Thanks, Oriana said, pushing the bottom of her mask aside just enough to sip the tea. All right, said the village leader, where was I? Ah yes, his son took the title and made it his mission to defend the village. Only after he reached old age did he give the title to his eldest son, who in turn did the same after he became too old for the task. Everything was fine, but where there is strength, other countries also see danger, and so when the shogun was outside the village they tried to take his wife hostage. When the shogun found out about this, he became furious and tried to free his wife, but a stray arrow that was intended for him hit his wife and fatally injured her. The death of his wife changed everything. His anger became so great that his hatred blinded him. Driven by anger, his violence was directed not only against the attackers but also against his own subjects. Many people died that day, but some managed to escape, and the survivors built a village. Over time, we forgot the story and tried to return to the shogun's land, but every exploration attempt was unsuccessful and none of our scout teams ever returned alive. We learned our lesson and from then on refrained from entering the shogun's holy land. We don't know much about what has happened in his domain since then, but thanks to his protection, neither monsters nor animal people dare to come to us, which has protected us since then, and I'm sure as long as we continue to pray to him and are pious, it will stay that way. The old woman finished her story with a cough. Some more tea, dear? Asked the old woman with a soothing voice and turned around to prepare the tea on the tea server at the table behind her. Thank you very much. The old woman heard Oriana's voice far away from the other side of the room. The poison you use really gives the tea that special note, the voice of the disguised adventurer whispered directly into the ear of the village leader. Oriana POV. The old woman jumped at the sudden presence behind her and whirled around. Her face was deathly pale and sweat began to flow down her face. Pea poison. I don't know what you are talking about. She stuttered. Is that so? I giggled ominously and playfully reached out my hand to her face. Why yes, she stuttered and tried to back away from my outstretched hand. I murmured and gently, almost calming stroked her shriveled cheek. Of course there was nothing reassuring about this gesture and of course she tried to walk backwards, but the wooden wall wouldn't give and no matter how desperately she pushed herself away from me. What are you? You're not human, tea that much is clear. She said trembling. I let my hand slowly and menacingly move down her cheek until my thumb rested on her throat. The village elder must have understood what danger she was in because she swallowed when she felt one of my sharpened black nails digging into her neck. Blood flowed down her shoulder and was absorbed into her brown shirt, at the same time I raised my other hand to carefully pull my mask off my face. The woman began to tremble even more when she saw my fangs and after she finally looked into the dark red of my eyes she fainted. Demon. Was the last thing she was able to mutter before she lost consciousness and broke down in my arms. Not quite, I giggled evilly, pulling her unconscious body with me. When I came out of the village elder's house, as expected, hell broke over me. The village was in turmoil, people were running around like headless chickens, screaming and stumbling over each other as if their lives depended on it without any consideration for their fellow human beings. Some had been trampled into the muddy ground by the panicked crowd, others were trying to drag a bundle with them, and some even had their children in their arms. I dragged the old woman's lifeless body behind me and started moving in the opposite direction of the panicked mob. Sure, some people tried to push me out of the way to get past me quicker. But after I hit the third person aside with my backhand and probably broke their neck in the process, the crowd parted and let me go through the middle. At the end of this makeshift alley I could see Mariana and Zelan surrounded by several guards who were either dead or unconscious on the ground. Some surrounding houses were either destroyed or burned down, which at least seemed to explain the panicked crowd. My lady, Mariana, greeted me happily and immediately showed a smile on her neutral face. Mariana. Explain yourself. What is the meaning of this chaos? I asked with a hint of displeasure in my voice. I am terrible sorry, mistress, but these guards tried to attack us supposedly on orders of the village elder. They wanted us alive, but after we resisted they switched to attacks that would have injured a normal human, explained Mariana. That old witch again. That's really strange. She tried to poison me during our tea time together, even though I don't know whether the poison was supposed to be fatal or if she just wanted to knock me out. I stated. Mariana's eyes darkened, and she looked full of hatred at the lifeless body in my hand. Is that so? How disrespectful. I should let her suffer. She spoke with fanaticism in her eyes. I laughed clear as a bell and threw the unconscious body at the angry Mariana. She caught it easily and just looked at me in surprise. I don't care, just wake her up and make her talk about why the whole village wants to kill us. As long as you don't kill her, you can use any method necessary. A deranged grin crossed Mariana's face as she raised her hand and slapped the woman on the cheek. The woman groaned in pain and had a coughing fit as she looked into my servant's eyes in fear. Rise and shine, elder, I greeted her and bowed mockingly in fake respect. Stay, cough back, you demon. She started to ramble, and writhed in the iron-hard grip of my servant. So full of energy, and that in your age, elder, I laughed cheerful. Begone, our guardian god will smite you as he has done 1,000 times before. Enough games. Mariana, make her talk, and I want to hear something other than nonsense out of her mouth, I ordered. As you wish, mistress. I will never cough talk. I am ARGHG, she cried out as Mariana broke one of her fingers. Are you willing to talk now? Mariana asked innocently. Never, never, I will never disclose anything to a demon, screamed the old hag, her anger seemingly giving her new power and disrupting her coughing. I smiled at her desperate cries and looked around happily. The people who had retreated to the edge of the village to escape now stood still. After all, my subordinates had long since sealed off any escape options, making escape impossible. A trembling figure on the ground caught my attention. It was our guide who had taken me to the elder's house, Yato if I don't remember correctly. Mariana and Zelan must have knocked him out, and he had probably just regained consciousness. His look of horror as he looked at the tormented village elder gave me an idea, and I just had to try it out. I will tell you, cough nothing, you spawn of evil it is. Hey elder, I interrupted her playfully. You better start talking soon, or I fear my hand is going to slip, I taunted her, holding the young man by his neck, my other hand stretched out behind his back. Yato, let cough him go, you monster, he is just a kid. Cried the old hag desperately. A kid? I asked, looking at the man in his early 20s. Let him go please, I tell you everything you want, just let him go, whined the old woman. Oh, you're suddenly quite talkative, good. Tell me why you wanted to kill us, I asked. Elder, my hand is slipping, I remarked neutrally. Fine, as you cough have probably noticed, many of us are sick. Even me. Cough, if we don't do something about it soon, all of us will die, explained the elder reluctantly. And? I am slipping, I sang as the old witch didn't continue her explanation and swung my right arm in demonstration. The god, cough, it's our guardian god, okay? We have to make an offering, soon if we want to prevent cough our downfall. It is best if these offerings are alive. Even better if it is a young woman. And where can I find this god, I asked. Elder. He resides in the east, behind the mountain range. It's the same cough place where the old city was located. I cough told you everything, please let him. Splosh. Ups, it seems my hand slipped, I stated innocently and licked my hand clean, which still grasped the young man's beating heart. The old hag had become completely quiet. Her wide eyes stared into mine in disbelief, and she touched her face to wipe away a few bits of blood with her finger as if she still couldn't believe what had happened. I let the lifeless body fall into her arms and knelt next to her. I waited, and after a while reality seemed to set in. You monster, how? Why, I told you everything, you promised you would let him go. And I did, I interrupted her coldly. What? I let him go, directly into your arms, I finished. Her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth, probably to scream, but I didn't let her get that far. As soon as my words sunk in, I snapped my fingers to cause a small blood stagnation in her head, just short enough for her to lose consciousness. Mariana, we are going, take that old hag with us, we will need her for directions later. As you wish, my lady. Zelan. I am already here. Good, then let us go on a little hike. Mistress, there is something else. What is to become of the remaining villagers? Ah, yes, the villagers. I started looking at the outskirt of the settlement and the still shaking guards on the floor in front of me. Execute them, all of them. Oriana POV. We walked slowly through the landscape and moved further east where we suspected the ruins of the old city that the old woman had spoken of. Speaking of the old woman, Mariana dragged the screaming goat behind her and hit her occasionally when it got too loud. I continued to move forward, the fairy tale of the protector god had caught my attention. Zelan, on the other hand, was no longer with us. Before we set off, I took him aside in the village and instructed him to carry out his mission without us. After all, it wasn't without reason that I took him with me, but the situation had turned out to be far more interesting than what I had actually planned, so I had to send him off alone. Fortunately, he was enough for the task. After all, he was officially a member of the organization and as a doppelganger it was easy for him to hide in the crowd. Just the right person you would send to infiltrate a city. I smiled as I thought about our upcoming moves. Ainz was weakened after our demon invasion, the kingdom of the elves would soon have a new leader, the Theocracy had already been infiltrated on my orders, Demiurge already had something for the Holy Land planned and the Empire. Now I didn't have anything planned for the Empire yet, but maybe I could arrange something once I was done with the Dragon Kingdom. My lady, look here, Mariana interrupted my thoughts and pointed to some ruins that loomed between the mountains in front of us. The ruins we found looked like the remains of a wall that seemed to stretch over the mountains. We flew over the wall and landed on one of the watchtowers to get a view of our surroundings. This area had previously been farmland because we only saw a few houses between the gigantic tracts of land. But what was even more interesting was that the houses were built in the old Japanese style. A type of construction that I had only seen in a picture from my old world. I looked further towards the horizon and could see the remains of a second, larger wall in the distance. That was probably the real town where people lived because there too I could see these wooden houses with the sliding paper doors and the squiggly roofs. Who taught them to build these houses? Was it a player from Yggdrasil? Or was this a culture straight from this world? Since we didn't want to walk the rest of the way, we just flew towards the city. The old woman we were dragging with us had now become completely quiet and was just babbling something that sounded like heresy. I didn't let that deter me and headed far towards the wall in front of us. The city looked really gigantic from the air. From the way the remains looked, it must have once looked very large and majestic, now it was still large, but it had definitely lost its shine. Just like the wall, which still looked impressive but seemed to be only a shadow of what it once was. We reached the wall and jumped into what was left of the city. Now that we were on the ground the houses looked far more impressive. Sure they were abandoned and damaged but still beautiful. I walked forward through an aisle of what must have once been the main street when I was interrupted by a quiet growl. I looked around and spotted a figure in red samurai-like armor carrying a rusty sword. The helmet didn't cover the face, and so I could clearly see the creature's rotten face. A zombie. However, the zombie didn't seem to be interested in me because he turned towards Mariana and the old woman and stumbled towards them. That was predictable, after all, Mariana and I were undead and the only living creature for several kilometers around was the old woman. Mariana. Protect that old hag, I don't want her to die yet, I ordered, which received a nod from her. She let go of the old woman and hit the undead in the head with a blow filled with just her brute strength, causing him to stagger and fall over. I heard another rumble and looked around. A new zombie shuffled towards us. Instead of leaving him to Mariana, I gave him a punch that sent his head flying and caused him to fall to the ground. I was about to turn away when I heard numerous growls. The sound seemed to come from between the houses, and as I suspected, countless zombies in red armor were staggering towards us. Mariana? Care to clean up a little? I asked and gestured to the small army of mindless undead that was starting to surround us. For you. Every time, my lady, she answered playfully. I smiled and walked up to the village leader who was crouching on the ground holding her head. Do you see that, you old goat? Is that the guardian god you were talking about? It seems to me that these are just regular zombies. I taunted her. You know nothing, you unholy creature. We are all going to die, and it is your fault, for entering the lair of a god, the old woman shouted. The lair of a god? I taunted her again. It looks more like an abandoned city to me. You know nothing, our god does live here, and he is already angry. We should leave right now. Insisted the old woman. Ha, stop it, I am getting scared, I answered with thick sarcasm in my voice and turned away. Mariana, how is it going? I asked. I am almost done, my lady, Mariana said. As she had said, the small army of undead had been reduced to just a few. Only a few zombies stumbled across the battlefield towards us. What a shame, I thought. I was looking forward to meeting this guardian god, but he seemed to be just a fairy tale. One of the zombies in red armor stumbled towards me, and I glanced behind me at the old woman still crouching on the ground. Well, it seems like we don't need her anymore. I stepped to the side to clear the zombie's way to the old woman and started to walk past him. I felt movement behind me, and my instincts screamed at me to get out of the way. My instincts had never deceived me since I came to the new world. I noticed this especially in the fight against Shalltear, so I didn't hesitate for even a second and tried to dodge. Trying, that was the key word. Even though I had avoided the greatest damage, I still felt a blade cutting into my back. Mariana screamed and I spun around. My scythe was already in my hand while a blood spear formed itself in my other hand out of small bite wound, ready to pierce my opponent. My mind was going wild and thinking of all sorts of things, but the most common one was probably, how did he injure me? Oriana POV. My gaze fell again on the zombie in red armor. After he had attacked me, I now looked at him with more caution than before. He was definitely not normal, that was clear. My brain was working at full speed and my thoughts were whirring around. Not only had the zombie shown that it could hurt me, it had also attacked me, something that wasn't supposed to happen because of my undead nature. Of course, it wasn't entirely unheard of for one undead to attack another. However, this only applied to intelligent undead such as elder liches who did such things to gain an advantage, such as stealing magical knowledge. But even in such a case, intelligent undead preferred to negotiate, exchange knowledge or form communities rather than take it by force. The reason for this was that such community members preferred to keep to themselves in order to not gain unwanted attention and to remain in secret from the humans. The Corpus of the Abyss, founded by Night Liches, an advanced subspecies of an Elder Lich whom was only native to this world, was a good example of this. But the undead in front of me was a normal zombie, not an Elder and definitely not a Night Lich. He shouldn't be able to think logically and should therefore succumb completely to his instincts that should stop him from attacking me since I was undead myself. Was this a special zombie? Or was this creature from Yggdrasil? Instead of thinking further, I fired my blood spear and charged at my enemy. To my surprise, the zombie cut through my magical attack with his katana without any difficulty, and turned towards me with a practiced turn to fend off the attack of my scythe, which was racing towards him at inhuman speed. Instead of splitting him in two as expected, my scythe was knocked aside by his blade, leaving my upper body without cover. Quickly, my opponent took advantage of the opening and let his golden katana rush towards my unprotected chest. For the second time that day I chose to jump back, and for the second time I felt the blade cutting into my flesh. My eyes narrowed to slits as I once again looked at my opponent. So I wasn't wrong, this sword was definitely something special. Not only was it able to cut me, it also looked particularly extraordinary, in a way that I had never seen in the New World. There was no doubt in my mind, it was a weapon made in Yggdrasil. But that wasn't the only thing I noticed in our short exchange. When the zombie fended off my scythe, I noticed how his arms were shaking, like dry branches in the wind, and then it hit me. Sure, he had managed to use my superior strength against me, but that seemed to come more from an understanding of sword fighting than from any physical superiority on his part. I didn't have many levels in melee classes, just enough to wield my world item so I could use the special instant death ability. I wasn't designed to fight a fight in close combat. My strength was either to send my doll forward like Shalltear and support it with magic from behind or to constantly abuse my instant death ability of my world item, but this only worked when I was standing behind a tank and received further support from my party. The third way was when I transformed into my true form as a primordial vampire, although this form wasn't something to half-heartedly trigger. To make it simple, I could have simply blown the zombie to dust with my magic, and his great sword skills wouldn't have been of any use. What would stop me? Sure, I was strong for this world, but my physical strength was nothing compared to my magic. And yet, he had injured me and was able to hold his own against me in close combat. That wasn't something I could ignore. If he wanted a direct duel, he would get it. I was able to defeat him without magic, and I would prove it. I grabbed my scythe with both hands and struck his legs, a blow that he avoided with a feather-light touch to the ground, but I had expected that. Instead of fighting against the change of direction of my weapon, I let my opponent ram it into the ground. At the same time, I let myself be pulled along by the same force and used the momentum to kick my opponent aside. The kick was so unexpected that the zombie could no longer fend it off and gave me the opportunity to grab my weapon that had been rammed into the ground. I pulled it out and unleashed a powerful slash on the unprotected torso. The zombie writhed in the air like a snake and was able to avoid the greatest damage, but I could see the flesh wound on his stomach that was evidence of my hit. I immediately started the next attack, but as expected, the swordsman was back on his feet with his katana raised and ready in his hand. Even I had to admit that it was impressive. His mastery of sword fighting seemed to be far beyond what a normal being in this world was capable of. I myself knew little about sword fighting, but the fluidity with which he moved his sword almost reminded me of Cocytus, whom could be said to be the personification of a warrior. I gritted my teeth and reluctantly looked at the swordsman with new respect. I don't like to say it, but you are clearly better than me. Even if I am stronger than you, your skill with the sword far outweighs mine. I praised the zombie in red armor. As if he understood me, he tilted his head and paused. You can understand me? I asked, surprised. A growl and a nod of the head was the only answer I got. Really then, that is interesting. I presume you were a human once, weren't you? I asked, receiving another nod. Well, I didn't knew someone of your caliber existed in this world. Still, even though your swordsmanship is nothing but exemplary, you're still at the end of your potential. Your body is far too weak for you to use your sword skills properly. I claimed, staring into the lifeless eyes of the undead in front of me. It's really a shame. I would have liked to see what else you could do if your body were stronger. I said and readied my weapon. Roar! The zombie roared again and started to attack. Out of respect for your abilities, I will finish it quickly, I said and readied my scythe. Moonrise. As soon as I said the name of my skill, my body exploded with power. I rushed towards my enemy faster than before and delivered an inhumanly fast blow. Surprised by my increased speed, my opponent was unable to completely block me, which resulted in my strike hitting him in the hip. I attacked again. This time the strike was even faster thanks to my active ability. I hit again, which only increased my speed even further. Like a whirlwind, I let lightning-fast blows rain down mercilessly on my opponent, and soon cuts had formed all over his body. I raised my scythe and let it fall like a guillotine onto my opponent's arm. My scythe met no resistance and cut through him more easily than a piece of paper. The arm fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by a clatter as the gold-trimmed sword fell next to it. I think this is my victory. I spoke and looked into the undead's lifeless eyes. But what I found shocked me. The previous glimmer of intelligence that I had seen before was gone, and in its place I only saw the milky, white stare of the eyes as they looked around with apathy. As if they were looking for something. Oriana POV. I looked at the zombie in surprise as he began to shuffle towards me again with heavy steps. He stumbled forward like a broken machine. Regardless of the surrounding environment, the feather-like movements I had seen earlier were no longer visible. I let him stumble towards me again and wasn't the least bit surprised when he walked past me instead of attacking me. As expected from a normal zombie, he ignored me and tried to get behind me and to the old woman who was still crouching on the ground. Why was that? I thought as I grabbed the zombie by the shoulder. Even though he started to squirm in my grip and tried with all his strength to get to the old woman, he didn't seem to have enough intelligence to understand that I was holding him. I tightened my grip on his shoulder and dragged the sack of rotting flesh with me to get to the object of my desire. The zombie's beautiful sword was lying on the ground exactly as it had fallen a few minutes ago. I bent down and carefully picked it up to examine it. Carefully, almost fearfully, I let my hand slide over the perfectly shaped blade. I had seen a lot of weapons before, but this sword could even keep up with the elegance of my weapons. In order to finally get clarity about the origin of the sword, I cast an analysis spell and my eyes widened, and I froze as a stone as I received the information in my head about the sword. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, that was its name. The sword of the mythical god Susanoo, and a world item. A world item from Yggdrasil was actually in my hand. Of course, I had already known about the existence of world items in this world and the influence of Yggdrasil since my trip to the Slain Theocracy, but that I would just come across one. I shook off my surprise and focused on the sword again. Similar to Albedo's Genungagap, this sword could also be used as a weapon for direct physical attacks even if, like Albedo's world item, the damage was less than that of a divine class item. Since it was a world item, the sword was also indestructible and therefore immune to wear and tear. So far so good, the effect of the world item was far more interesting. Similar to Aura's world item, Depiction of Nature and Society, Tatsuka no Tsurugi was also able to seal a target in another dimension. However, there were some subtle differences. The sword was only able to seal a single person, unlike Aura's world item which could seal entire armies into another dimension. But even if that meant the sword was more limited, it was by no means weaker. Depiction of Nature and Society had the weak point that while you could pull numerous targets into the dimension, in return you also had to create some exits. If one target managed to reach the exit, the owner of the world item would instantly change hands. The sword did not have this weak point. Once sealed, it was impossible for the target to escape until the owner of the sword broke the seal. It seems that the village leader's story contained at least a grain of truth. After all, she had told me about the guardian god who had protected her ancestors and, after his death, had passed the task on to his son. Most likely the shogun's ancestor was a player from Yggdrasil who had acquired the world item in the game. As a test, I lifted the sword to make a simple swing and clang. The sword fell to the ground for the second time that day. Strange. Normally I should be able to swing a simple sword since I had a few levels in warrior classes, unlike Ainz, but since this was a world item. Some items were special, like Ainz's red orb or my scythe, they had conditions that had to be met in order to be able to use them. Maybe it was similar here. I thought about it and my gaze inevitably fell on the zombie that was still writhing in my grasp. My gaze slowly slid to his cut arm and finally to the sword lying on the ground. That could work, I thought, and a sly smile began to play around my mouth. Instinctively I raised my hand to my mouth to cover it. Two dark red tentacles shot out of my body and I began to knead a red bloody mass between them. Soon something formed from it that one could only vaguely recognize as a heart, and after I placed it in my free hand I raised my arm and splooch. My hand penetrated the undead zombie's body and caused rotten flesh to squirt out. As expected, the zombie began to transform immediately after the heart I inserted began to beat. This proved that the former zombie was actually just an egoless shell, as I would never have been able to change a high-level undead like that, especially since I could clearly feel the connection to my newly created vampire servant. However, that didn't mean what I planned to do next was safe. I bent down again to pick up the sword and took a step towards my vampire servant, to hand him the weapon. Hopefully my previous opponent was more willing to talk, now that his body was up to it. In addition, the improved body was not only stronger and able to speak, I also planned to rely on my connection to be able to terminate him if necessary. If my guess was correct. Red steam rose around my vampire the moment the sword touched his hand. He pushed his head back and opened his mouth to let out a mighty scream, staggering and falling to his knees in exhaustion, using his sword as support. I looked down at the warrior kneeling in front of me and smiled evilly. So I was right. The guardian god, I assume. We haven't had the pleasure of talking to each other yet. I hope that has changed now. I asked cheekily. We have talked, oh anomaly. In great detail, the possessed vampire replied in a gravely voice. Really? I think I would have noticed if you had talked. You have been a real quiet one up until now. I asked. Not in words, our battle has said enough. I know what kind of person you are, oh anomaly, replied my possessed servant. And what kind of person am I? "Oh guardian god," I mocked him. "You are strong and yet you don't know how to swing your weapon. You are arrogant and yet cautious when it comes to it. But above all, you are cruel. No matter what goals you set for yourself, whether you achieve them or not, it makes no difference. Pain is your constant companion, no, not companion, servant, slave, wherever you go you sow suffering." With or without a meaning, spoke the vampire and finished his analysis. What an interesting analysis. "It's true I'm really cruel when I have to, or when I want to," I said and looked at the unconscious village leader on the ground. "But still you are the one to talk, if I'm not mistaken, you are responsible for the downfall of this city," I giggled and pointed to the ruins surrounding us. "You are mistaken," he said in a sharp tone. "What did happen then? Were the other countries that took your wife responsible for the destruction of the city?" I asked. "Other countries? It was my subordinates who kidnapped my wife because they feared me. And it was they who were responsible for the arrow that ended her life," he spoke with anger in his voice. "Some of these traitors survived and began breeding not far from here. They built a village, one far smaller and weaker than the one we had before. But that is just how humans are, never are they happy with what they have. They feared me and were jealous of my power, and they paid the price for betraying me the same as I paid the price for trusting their loyalty," he said bitterly. "Does this mean you were also responsible for the small plague outbreak in the village?" "I was there, some seemed to be very sick," I asked. "So it finally reached them?" he asked with glee in his voice. "I have been trying to poison their water for decades with dead animal corpses but haven't had any luck until now." "Who, didn't you just complain about my limitless cruelty? You are pretty cruel yourself." I tried to tease him. "The right of the strong is the only thing that counts. We may have ideals, pride, or rules but in the face of pure power everything is worthless. I am a warrior at heart but even that will not help me against someone like you. True I would still die by my ideals, but it would not matter to you, only to me," he explained to me. "You are no fun. Still why did you not kill them yourself? You are not bound to this place are you?" "I am not and still I am. Even if I was betrayed, it is still my task to defend this place. Such is the duty of the Akai shogun. A duty passed down from my forefathers. And until I have a new duty it will remain as such." That would make sense, the only thing missing is, I thought. The only thing left to figure out is how you survived. I have a guess, but I'm not sure. How did you do it? I asked curiously. I'm sure you've already found out about the special nature of my sword. But I will explain again. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the divine sword of my ancestor Susanoo is able to seal any person. Once sealed, it is impossible to escape, but only the true owner of the sword can wield its power. A right of ownership that can only be transferred to you if you kill the previous owner or die a natural death. In such a case, ownership goes to whoever touches the sword first. The fake undead explained. I've already thought that much, but why did you not lose ownership over the sword after you died? I commented. Because I wasn't killed in battle, but I tried to end my own life with honor after I realized that I had failed. With that very sword. Ah, now I get it, you sealed your own soul in the sword. I exclaimed in enlightenment. That is correct. But since I still was the owner of the sword I wasn't really sealed. My soul could have left at any time. Why did you not do it? I asked. Transmigration of the soul is impossible for us mortals. After my body bleed out it was impossible for me to leave or my soul would have passed on. It was just a stroke of luck that one of my former dead comrades came back as an undead and picked up my sword by accident. And since it didn't have a consciousness, I realized I was able to possess it, he finished. Ha, ha 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 ha, I started to laugh. It was a nostalgic warm laughter completely different from the one I felt when I tortured someone. What irony. I suppose that also means you can't truly be killed, can you? Ah, of course. The option of self-harm was not possible in Yggdrasil, figured that these shitty devs would not think about a possibility like that, I laughed. Forgive me, but you have me at a disadvantage, exclaimed the shogun. Haoa, forget it, it's getting late, and since I am not able to kill you and become the new owner of the sword there is nothing left for me to do. I originally did not come here for you, but you did pique my interest, and now I am willing to leave. I explained and turned around. Wait, oh anomaly, I have a proposal, said the possessed undead halting me in my tracks. You have done me a great favor. Not only have you killed the spawn of these traitors, no, you have also created a body much stronger and capable of speech for me. I am in your department, and I am willing to repay it, offered the guardian god. And how do you imagine that? I asked, interested. Let me serve you. My city is lost, my followers have betrayed me, and as of today even their heirs are dead. I have nothing to protect and no one to serve. He exclaimed. Lost in thought, I looked at the shogun, who had fallen to his knees in front of me and presented me with his sword. Theoretically he was probably a god-kin even if he was not a successor of the Big Six. Another player, probably the one with the name tag Susanoo, the village leader told me about, must have been responsible for his bloodline. He was also in possession of a world item that could only be used by him, but still. I will accept your proposal. From this day onward you will serve me, Oriana Arvish D. Valentine. It's a pleasure, still. Be warned, treason will be severely punished. Draudolin Auriculus POV. She stomped through the palace with energetic and agitated steps, her shadow in the form of the Prime Minister as always behind her. Her bad mood, which could be seen even from afar, was not unusual. However, she seemed to have reached a new low today. Not only had she received another report about a village being destroyed by beast men, but she also had to meet with the leader of the local adamantite team, Shalltear. If there was one thing she hated more than the beast men, it was this human. Cerebrate was his name, and the only reason he hadn't left the Dragon Kingdom with his adventure team long ago was because he was interested in her body. No, not her normal form, the bastard's interest was particularly focused on her childlike form. Under normal circumstances, she would never have entertained his interest, but the dire military situation and attacks by the beastmen forced her to do so. She stopped when she reached a door. Her march had led her to her private sleeping chamber. She glanced behind her and looked into the dead eyes of the minister who had followed her here. Just like her, he didn't seem to be feeling well either. There were thick, black circles under his eyes that could only have been caused by sleeplessness and stress. Thank you for accompanying me this far. I'd like to retire to my room now. Please don't disturb me until tomorrow, she said. As you command, Your Highness, the minister replied in a tired tone and turned around only to stumble with weary steps in the opposite direction. Finally, she entered her royal bedroom alone and went straight to the table, on which there was still an almost full bottle of wine. Now armed with the bottle, she fell onto the bed and let out an exhausted sigh. It seems I have to give him what he wants soon, if I want him to continue defending this kingdom against the beast men, she sighed. If only there were another solution. But she knew this was unlikely. Her kingdom's strength was depleted, as were its resources and the meager morale that some of her soldiers still seemed to possess for some reason. Wild magic, something that should have been her trump card, was also too costly to use. The legacy of a true dragon lord, and yet she was unable to use it properly. Ha, what a joke. She took another sip from the wine bottle and lay exhausted on her back. It would take some time for the alcohol to take effect, and yet she already longed for the sweet indifference that would come with the intoxication. Too many problems and too few realistic solutions. If only she could find her grandfather. Her grandfather, the Brightness Dragon Lord, was certainly powerful and capable of repelling the beast men. But not only was his whereabouts unknown to her, his help was also unlikely. Slowly, she felt the alcohol taking effect, she felt warmer, and a pleasant sense of disorientation began to spread through her mind. This was the right thing to do, all these concerns, she would forget them, at least for tonight. Even if the force of waking up in the morning would only hit her even harder. Just as she was about to take another sip, her door opened unexpectedly without knocking, and a familiar face poked its head in. Even in her current state, she was still able to recognize the person. His face would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for those dead eyes that spoke of absolute hopelessness and the dark circles that sunk deep beneath his eyes. Sometimes she felt sorry for him for that, but not today. Prime Minister, what are you doing here? Didn't I order you that I wanted to be left alone for today? She cried out enraged. I am very sorry, Your Highness, but it seems there is something that requires your immediate attention, the minister defended himself. Ha, finis speak thine, she slurred, already being affected by the alcohol. But instead of answering, the minister went straight to her, grabbed the wine bottle and snatched it from her small hand. His unusual reaction frightened her so much that she immediately sobered up and sat up abruptly in bed. She watched the man suspiciously as he slowly stepped back, placed the bottle on the table and then started to close the curtains. Minister? What is the meaning of this? She asked suspiciously. Forgive me, Your Highness. I am aware that my behavior is extremely unusual, but I need you sober, he answered, still turned with his back to her. Slowly she climbed out of bed, careful not to lose sight of the man. Something was wrong. Sure, he looked like the Prime Minister, and he acted like him too, with a few exceptions of course. But what really bugged her was this sense of wrongness when she looked at him. Had something happened to him? Please sit down, Your Majesty, as I just said, we have a lot to discuss, claimed the minister and gestured to the comfortable armchair next to the table, her gaze slowly drifting longingly to the wine bottle on top. She sat down, and at that moment the minister's monotonous face was split by a huge smile. It looked inhuman and fake, and completely out of step with his otherwise distant and calm demeanor. Who are you? You are not the Prime Minister's. Where is he and what do you want? She asked nervously. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I had to get into the palace unnoticed, didn't I? The fake minister spoke only for his voice to break mid-sentence and change tone. The intruder slowly approached her and extended his hand as if to touch her. Even though there were still at least 2 meters between them, she instinctively backed away. But what happened next shocked her even more. His human hand deformed, and his fingers grew longer and paler. When she looked into his face, she could just see how it, too, seemed to deform like wax. His eyes and mouth disappeared, replaced by 3 black holes. When the figure was finally finished transforming, there was no longer the young, beautiful but rather tired-looking minister standing before her, but a pale monster without hair, ears, only 4 slender fingers at each hand, and 3 black holes as mouth and eyes. She had to suppress a scream when the creature did not stop in front of her but continued towards her and sat down on the chair next to her. Usually people ask me questions if I appear like this, as have you. What was it again that you wanted to ask me? Who the hell are you? She asked, her voice laced with fear. Ah, yes of course. A classic one. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Zelon the Thousand Faces, member of the 7 deadly sins, representing the sin of greed, spoke her mysterious evening visitor, fluttering his hand and flaunting a large yellow ring with a strange symbol on one of his fingers. The 7 deadly sins, I have heard something about that, wasn't there something in the capital, she remembered. That is correct even if it is not important right now. My nightly visit is for a complete different reason, added pale creature. And what could that be? She asked suspiciously. Well, consider yourself lucky. After careful consideration, I deemed the situation profitable enough to intervene personally. In other words, I am willing to help this pitiful kingdom of yours, for a price of course, said the creature in a greedy voice. Considering he is the sin of greed, I suppose it won't be cheap, she though. How much do you want? She finally asked. Oh, not much, this kingdom will do, spoke the deadly sin in a casual tone as if it hadn't just revealed something unbelievable. Do not look so surprised, you know exactly how dire the situation is. Without my help your kingdom will probably crumble in the next few years. This of course affects the price for my help, you know how it is. I don't know. She tried to intervene. In fact, I'd even say that I'll be at a disadvantage in this deal. For saving a completely devastated kingdom, I'll get, well, a devastated kingdom. Right now, you're nothing more to me than an investment. If I save you, your citizens will live, they'll reproduce, they'll work, and they'll die. Sooner or later, all of this will be reflected in the city's coffers, from which I will, of course, receive my fair share. You will continue to rule, of course, while keeping an ear to my voice the whole time, and everyone will be happy. However, for now, it will be nothing more than a huge expense. For me. Hence, my disadvantage, interrupted her guest. That is a huge decision, I don't think. She started to stumble over her own words, completely taken off guard. Do not force yourself, I don't need your answer now. Sleep over it. I will return in a few days and ask you again. I am sure we will soon enter a profitable partnership, but until then. Responded her visitor and did a short but polite bow, only for him to vanish in a bright light. She looked at the spot where her nighttime visitor had just been standing. If she hadn't known about magic, she'd be sure she'd imagined it all. Her gaze slid across the room until it fell on the wine bottle. She took a cautious step forward and reached out her hand, only to stop mid-step. No, not today. She had some thinking to do.